Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Prologue. Today was a normal day for Alex Hunt. He worked as a programmer in Silicon Valley. As nice as it may sound, it's not. But he doesn't complain, he's satisfied with his life. His love life is also going strong. He was dating a bombshell of a girl and she was pretty interesting too. They'd been dating for a few weeks. Yet, there's something missing. He always feels that there's something that he's not doing right. This normalcy in his life, as satisfying as it sounds, isn't something that truly satisfies him. I hope that Quantumania is good, he thought as he walked hand in hand with his girlfriend to the theater. They had date night tonight. He was an avid Marvel fan, he'd kept up with not only the MCU but also the comics, and his girlfriend shared that taste. That's why they were watching an MCU movie for date night instead of a romantic movie. At this point he noticed something. He noticed two bright headlights coming towards them. He didn't have any time to think anything as he pushed his girlfriend of a few weeks ahead of himself and jumped ahead after her. Sadly, that momentary lapse where he pushed her away was enough for the huge truck to reach him. At this point, everything was in slow motion for Alex. He recalled his life and realized that he hadn't done anything monumental yet. He had so many ambitions, but he'd never fulfilled any of them. If I can live, as he thought that, the bumper of the truck hit him and flung him away. He was in the air after trying to jump away from his spot, which made his body get flung ever further. The last thing he heard was his girlfriend scream as his head banged on the concrete. Fuck, what's going on? When Alex regained consciousness, he felt weird. That was the best way that he could term it as. He couldn't feel his body, but he knew that it existed. Did someone put my brain in a jar or something? That was his first thought in his current situation. He didn't know what having one's brain in a jar would feel like to the consciousness within that brain, but he thought it would feel like his current situation. He felt like he had no limbs, all he felt was some sort of fluid. He wasn't feeling any phantom pain or anything of the sort, which would be the case normally if he'd lost his body. He was really confused about his current situation. He was trying to move what should be his limbs, but all he felt was the movement of some sort of fluid. Memory influx initiating. There was a sudden prickling sensation that made Alex feel like someone was invading his mind. Slowly, new memories and information appeared in his mind. He learned of his current situation from those memories. A symbiote, how ironic, he laughed self-deprecatingly at his current state. He was sealed within a space shuttle alongside multiple others of his own kind. They were all on their way to Earth, sent by an unknown entity. They weren't given any mission, as he learned from the original memories of the symbiote. Not that there were many memories there, to begin with. It was like a blank slate that had woken up for the first time within the shuttle. Jeanette, his next thought was about his girlfriend that he'd left back home. I hope she's all right. He didn't have too many attachments to his life in the last world. His parents were dead and he wasn't particularly close to anyone other than his girlfriend. While there was some bitterness over losing his home of almost 30 years, what came after was a rush. A rush of excitement. A rush of excitement for what was about to come. It was something any fanboy would feel in this kind of situation. But even that excitement was momentary, as he remembered the dangers of the world where he actually was. As an avid reader of the Marvel comics, he knew of the problems that came with being a symbiote. Fuck, no, he remembered the creator of the symbiotes and the kind of influence that he had on them. Let's hope he's still trapped. He gave up on following that train of thought. Couldn't I have been sent to a normal fucking world? As exciting as this was, he was more concerned with keeping himself alive. He felt a sense of urgency. He didn't know what was exactly going on right now and he needed information. He didn't have the luxury of panicking right now and he knew that. The first thing that he turned to was to look for the source of the voice that he heard that told him about the memory influx. You there? Hello? Anyone? System? He hoped that he would have some sort of cheat to help him out. There was no response. He was disappointed but not disheartened. He knew that he was a character with the highest potential for growth right now. Venom and the symbiotes in general have one glaring flaw. They're undeveloped minds. They don't have the creativity or even the full mental coherence of a human. This was one of the biggest limitations of the symbiotes in general. Right now, his most important thought was to free himself from this flimsy containment and understand how long it would be to their destination. His chamber wasn't made to be a seal that would actually suppress him. It wasn't exactly impossible for him to unlock it after fiddling around with it for a few minutes. Or was it a few hours? His sense of time was a little flimsy as a symbiote. A lot of the basic human instincts were missing and were sort of going haywire within Alex's mind. Majorly because he wasn't a human. He wasn't even a humanoid species. He was a damn slime, to be brutally honest. When he got out of that containment chamber, he looked, or more accurately, felt around for the control panel. He didn't have eyes. The only sense he possessed right now was touch. Although loud sounds were a major weakness for the symbiotes, they couldn't inherently hear. They could only be damaged by the sonic vibrations caused by loud sounds without actually registering the sounds. He would have to find a host to get the reference and energy to create a humanoid form and get the basic senses. He was unsuccessful in his endeavor after what felt like a few hours. It was impossible for him to recognize the control panel in his current state. So, now what? Alex was bored. He didn't know what to do. I could devour the others to get stronger. He remembered the symbiote's inherent instinct to devour other symbiotes to be able to turn into stronger beings. Strangely, he didn't feel anything wrong with devouring other symbiotes. Instead, he felt like his instincts were driving him to do exactly that. Well, as weird as he felt doing this, he knew that to survive and maybe even flourish, he would need to get all the strength that he can get. He first went to one of the other chambers. They were all identical to his. Tens of different chambers held different symbiotes. He decided to start with one of them. He felt around and opened one of the chambers. Instantly, he could feel the presence of the other symbiote as he opened the chamber to release it. The hive mind, he remembered the presence of the hive mind of symbiotes. Throughout the universe, all symbiotes were connected to the hive mind of the symbiotes. I guess this shuttle is suppressing that connection for some reason. The symbiote in front of him was also a blank slate, having only woken up within the ship. He hesitated after realizing that he could actually control these symbiotes. He was much smarter than the average symbiote and could actively influence them. Let's devour some of them first. I'll see which option's better before deciding on what to do. The next second, Alex merged with that symbiote that was seemingly lost in the connection that it was feeling with Alex. Merger initiated. There it was again. That prompt. Alex didn't have any eyes, or else he would have seen a blue box floating in front of his eyes with that text. But he still instinctively felt its presence. He didn't have the time to delve into whatever he had, system or not, as he was assaulted by a feeling of utter euphoria when he merged with that symbiote. He felt himself intertwine with each particle of that symbiote, which didn't even put up a fight. It felt like it was natural to be devoured by Alex's symbiote after observing his massive presence within the hive mind. That feeling lasted for quite a while before the merger process was completed. Alex felt around and felt that his size had increased and he was now double the mass that he was initially. There was no stress on his brain either. The main reason was that he was the bigger being, and another reason was that the symbiote was a blank slate. There was essentially no memory to be devoured from it. Merger completed. He felt the presence of that prompt again. Status. He tried a different variant of calling out the system. Nothing. I need to devour more symbiotes. Or is it something else entirely? Alex decided to not pay it any attention for now and think of his gains after devouring that symbiote. The first thing he tested was the main reason that he devoured the symbiote in the first place. He tried to split a part of his body from himself and form a different symbiote. It worked. He could feel two different symbiotes connected to his consciousness. He had full and absolute control over both of those bodies. They essentially worked as his own limbs. I'm merging with them all. He decided. He knew that it was a risk, but he decided to take that risk. Especially since he had a way to mitigate everything. He slowly opened the chambers one by one and started devouring all of those symbiotes. When he devoured a total of 39 symbiotes, he was done. This ship had a total of 40 symbiotes. When they were finally finished, Alex did the smartest move and split out half of his amalgamated body. After devouring 39 other symbiotes, he was already pretty large. That half again split into 40 parts, which went back into all of the chambers, locking them again. This way, Alex had probably saved himself from being discovered by that being who sent them here. He'd also gotten the ability to clone himself many times over. He would need to experiment to discover more abilities, but his main priority was to find a host. The symbiote alone was not enough, especially without copying the genetic makeup of other beings. He'd filled all of the chambers with a symbiote and his main body was within the shuttle. He was still connected to them since they were all sharing the same consciousness. The chambers were only suppressing the hive mind connection. They weren't able to disrupt the connection he had with the parts that he'd split from his main body. Now, all that was left was to find out more about his abilities until he got to Earth. Soon after he'd started understanding his abilities, there was a fizzling sound within the shuttle. Alex thought that there was some damage or a breach and was about to check things, but he noticed that it was the sound of each of those chambers being ejected from the shuttle. What? He was confused. He'd thought that all the symbiotes would be going to the same destination. Instead, the shuttle with his main body was left stranded in space while the 40 chambers filled with his clones were sent out to some unknown destinations. He didn't have a sense of direction as a symbiote, but he could feel each of them going to vastly different locations. At least he could tell that their destination was on different planets. Weren't we supposed to go to Earth? He thought as he remembered the extra information that he'd gotten from his influx of memories. As confused as he was, he decided to start moving as he felt one of his bodies reach its destination. Legend. Speech. Thoughts. System. Telepathy. Give me power stones, please. This is a new story. I post 10 advanced chapters of the book on my Patreon along with some exclusive art, 18 scenes. Check it out. To Earth. Boom. There was a loud crash within Central Park as what seemed like a meteor fell from the sky. Alex, who was within the object that crashed, was feeling uncomfortable but wasn't in any pain. The chambers were made with the symbiote's weakness in mind and mitigated most of the vibrations and didn't lead to any damage. Let's hope I can find someone soon, Alex thought as he slithered out from the chamber and tried to blend with the surroundings. He was glad that there was a canopy of trees as the light of the sun was a bit of an unpleasant experience for him. Soon enough he sensed the vibrations within the ground that made him understand that someone had come to examine the crash site. In the next instant, Alex ambushed the unsuspecting person and attached himself to their leg. Is this supposed to be spandex? He was dumbfounded when he felt the material that he was merging with. Is Spider-Man some sort of fated connection that all symbiotes have? Although Spider-Man's appearance at the crash site wasn't that much of a surprise, it was still weird that he was the first person that appeared there. Shouldn't his spider sense have activated? Maybe because I didn't have any bad intentions, he thought. Maybe it's some other person within the spandex suit, he thought as he kept slowly and discreetly merging with the suit. He wasn't really interested in being wrapped around a man's body, even the thought disgusted him to the point of wanting to abandon his current actions. Venom was different, he didn't have a real consciousness, it worked on its instincts. But Alex was different. He had complete consciousness and a thought process. Just as he thought of abandoning this spandex-clad hero, he felt something. Something that a man could never have. Boobs. He felt the ample chest of the person that he was attached to. When he realized that it wasn't a man, he hastened his process of merging with the suit. The female variant of Spider-Man was none the wiser as she was looking around that capsule-like chamber that had fallen from the sky. Is this supposed to be some sort of container of some life form that was sent to Earth? She was confident in her abilities and didn't bother to take too many precautions before coming here. Alex took full advantage of that and completely merged with her suit. Ghost Spider, he realized as he saw the design of the suit. The hood that made the Ghost Spider distinct from other variants was what helped him realize who it was. Is this the Gwen Stacy from Into the Spider-Verse? Alex thought as he finally tapped into her genetic makeup and started developing his senses and powers which were derived from Ghost Spider's powers. Bonded with a host. Bonding system activating. I knew it, Alex had expected something like this after realizing the presence of a sort of system that was connected to him. Activation complete. Good luck. With that, the prompt disappeared. System. As he was completely copying the genetic makeup of Gwen Stacy the Ghost Spider, he decided to see what this system was about. Host 1, status. Name, Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. Bonding rate, 0%. Powers, superhuman endurance, superhuman agility, superhuman strength, spider sense, wall crawling currently suppressed. What the fuck does currently suppressed mean? Is that why her spider sense didn't warn her? He thought as he read through her repertoire of powers. Oh, yeah, it was a thing that happened with the Ghost Spider at some point. Is this supposed to be fate? He'd read that at some point, the Ghost Spider had lost her powers. She only got them back after merging with the venom of her universe. Talk about weird shit, why is she still in her hero costume then? Oh yeah, goody two shoes. The problem with every variant of Spider-Man, at some point, he had finally copied her genetic makeup and was able to create pseudo-senses for himself. He developed sight, hearing, smell, and everything else that he kept feeling the lack of. Finally, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Feeling his senses return to him was something that he'd been yearning for a while. What's this bonding thing? He got distracted when he noticed bonding rate in Gwen's status panel. Whatever, he put it at the back of his mind for now and decided to focus on his new host. The very sexy host that he just bonded to. She had a cute face with short messy blonde hair. There was a barbell piercing on her right eyebrow which he thought looked really sexy. She had an amazing figure with slender legs, a toned stomach, and amazing tits. I wanna fuck her, that was the first thought he had after he admired her amazing body. Nothing of hers was hidden from him as he was basically covering her entire body right now. She even has navel and tongue piercings. He noticed that there was a similar barbell piercing on her navel and on her tongue which he thought was really sexy. The next thing that he did was try to use the telepathic connection that was established with her and read her memories. Since he realized that he was a symbiote and in the Marvel world to boot, his morals had gone out the window and he was focused on surviving and trying to enjoy his life. He wasn't interested in living mediocrely again. He died full of regrets and he didn't want that to happen again. Especially when he could die at any time. There were beings that could kill him with a thought in the Marvel multiverse. Let's let her get home before I reveal myself. I'll read her memories till then. When he'd blended with her suit he'd made sure that it didn't become black since it would be suspicious. He waited as Gwen examined the crashed container for a while before webbing it to herself. She doesn't have organic webs, he noticed when he saw her use web shooters. At least she should be able to get home soon. He spent the rest of his time delving into her surface memories. He couldn't go deep into her psyche without making her feel his presence, so he held back and only probed her surface memories. He saw how she got here while sluggishly web-swinging. With her super strength suppressed, it was very hard for her to effectively swing around. He saw glimpses of quite a few things before seeing something that completely blew his mind. What the fuck is this? He screamed inwardly. The first thing he did was look at the sky. And that was when he saw them. Huge spheres, reminiscent of the Earth, were visible in the sky. This isn't an incursion, something's wrong. Seeing the stable state of those planets, Alex realized something. The 40 symbiotes were for all the different versions of Earth, he realized. His other bodies still hadn't arrived at their location since the shuttle that brought them here had been closest to this planet. Fuck, this is going to be so much worse. He realized that this was probably going to be even worse than he imagined. He suddenly calmed down and took a deep breath. No point in panicking. I'll see how everything goes. He decided to start working as soon as his other bodies reached the planets. His main body had already taken a humanoid form and was trying to understand the situation within the shuttle that he came here in. By the time he was done exploring Gwen's memories, she'd come back home and was in her room. She was sitting at her desk, examining the capsule that brought Alex to this planet. Time to talk to her. Hello, he said within her mind telepathically. Gwen jumped in her seat and took a fighting stance. Who's there? There's no one in your room. I'm talking inside your head, Alex tried to explain. Like Charles. Gwen's tone was slightly scared. She knew what a telepath could do once they got into your head. There's the X-Men in this version of Earth, he noted. I don't know who this Charles person is, but judging by your reaction you seem to think that I'm a telepath. I'm not. I'm what came out of that capsule. That made Gwen only warier as she started thinking about how she could combat him. Alex could read her like an open book even without reading her memories. I mean you no harm. I am one of the innumerable species within the universe. Beings of our kind are symbiotes, they rely on other beings to survive. I need you, without you, I'll die. He decided to appeal to the hero aspect of Gwen's psyche. And it worked. She seemed to calm down after his explanation. Can you show me your real self? She asked. It's a new week, guys. Your power stones would mean a lot to this new book if it can get up on the rankings. So, please give me power stones. 3. Exploring. Can you show me your real self? She asked. Well, there's not much to see. My real constitution is that of a slime and I can merge with anything to form whatever I want. For example. He extended his head out from her shoulder and looked into her eyes. He had copied her face. Eat your heart out, Venom. He did what Venom couldn't do even after years of experience in the comics. He was proud of himself. Whoa, it's like looking into a mirror. She touched his face and felt that it was the exact same as hers, even the feel of it. I can also do something else. He decided to have some fun with her and made her ghost spider suit morph into a dress. It turned into a sexy black backless dress that revealed her cleavage and reached the middle of her thighs. There were 2 slits at the sides that also revealed her waist. Ah! Feeling her clothes suddenly disappear, she screamed. Don't scream. Look in the mirror. The feeling of the loss of clothes was only temporary and startled her. She realized that it was the symbiote that was connected to her and saw that he'd made her a black dress. This is. Yep, I saw you look at it on the way back, so I thought you liked it. Gwen seemed like a tomboy, but she also liked wearing a beautiful dress every once in a while. This is so cool. Can you turn into my hoodie and pajamas? Show me. Gwen understood and opened her closet. The next moment she was wearing her comfy hoodie and pajamas. This is amazing. She was just short of jumping and squealing as she saw her clothes instantly change. Seeing her childlike wonder, Alex also felt like she was an interesting person and inwardly smiled. Hey, do you have a name? Gwen said out loud to the air while feeling a little weird. You can speak to me telepathically. Alex understood her dilemma. Just think of something with the intent to say that to me. Can you tell me your name? She telepathically conveyed to him. Did it work? She asked out loud. Yes, it did work. My name is Alex. That's a human name. She furrowed her brows. Yes, I gave myself that name after seeing some of the various names all around. I thought that it would seem more normal to you. He made a random excuse. Is that so? Couldn't this symbiote have been a female? I feel a little violated, she thought, but didn't close the telepathic link, so he heard that. Not that closing the link would affect him from reading her thoughts. Why do you feel violated? He asked, sounding hurt. What? When did I say that? You told me telepathically that you feel violated by my presence. He was chuckling inwardly while acting hurt. No, it's not that. She panicked a little, thinking that she hurt his feelings. It's just that in our culture, males and females are considered separate, and seeing that you seem to be a male being, I felt a little weird that a male was connected to me so deeply. That's it. I think that you're really cool. Is that so? I guess it must have to do with your reproductive organs being accessible to me that makes you feel this way. It's understandable. At this point, Alex was plain fucking around with her. I'm going to have so much fun with her, he chuckled. Hearing him talk like that had her blush. He decided to fuck around with her even more and brushed a tiny tendril over her labia, making sure that she felt his deliberate touch. Eep. She jumped when she felt him touch her intimately like that. What are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, are you sensitive there? His tone was completely innocent. Why yes, don't do that. She didn't know how to blame him after hearing his innocent tone. He must be curious. She made excuses. By the way, I noticed there is a certain strand of your genome that's being suppressed. Is there a particular reason for that? He said to her, changing the topic. He knew that he would have plenty of time to play around with her like that. Gwen perked up when she realized that he must have been talking about her powers. Maybe he can help me. Yes, there was an accident. I ended up getting my strength sealed in that accident. It's been a big problem for me. Can you help me? She asked with hopeful eyes as she lay down on her bed. Well, I don't really have the power to change your genome permanently, but I should be able to let you access it as long as you're connected to me, he told her. I can easily change your genome and remove the suppression permanently, but where's the fun in that? Really, can you do it? She didn't mind being connected to him, especially if he could help her access her powers. Sure, he decided to make a bit of a show out of this and changed into his real color black. Slowly, he covered the entirety of Gwen's body in what looked like a form-fitting black latex-like outfit that completely stuck to her skin. It was as if she'd gotten another skin. What are you doing? She was a little alarmed by his action. Shush, just rest. He soothed her as he went up her neck, over her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. He'd completely suppressed all of her senses. She couldn't even breathe, for now. Alex. She was completely alarmed by the current situation and called out to him telepathically with a desperate tone. Just leave everything to me. This is important. His tone was soothing, gentle, and calming. The next moment, Gwen felt a prickling sensation in the back of her neck. It didn't hurt much, but with her senses suppressed, her sensitivity was heightened and she felt the pain much more. She wasn't able to scream since Alex had completely prevented her from even opening her mouth. The next instant, Gwen felt a sort of euphoria wash all over her body. What he'd injected was something that would enhance her hormone production. It would make it easier for Alex to start influencing her and also increase her metabolism, allowing him to enhance her with more efficiency. The euphoria came from the sudden excretion of dopamine. It also served as a nice connection to her genome. Now she could have access to her powers and more as long as he wanted, but he could also take them away from her whenever he wanted. As he started making slight changes to her physiology, Gwen seemed to be getting comfortable wearing the tight restrictive clothing that Alex had formed all over her body. Alex could see her right now and she looked unbelievably erotic. In a normal situation, he would have loved to come all over her latex-clad body. Patience, he thought as he continued his task. The euphoric sensations finally pushed her over a threshold as she came. Alex ended up absorbing her juices reflexively and the notification that followed surprised him. Bonding rate, 1%. Making her come increases the bonding rate. He was a little surprised but not too much. Cool. Another reason to fuck her silly. The system's incentive was cool but not something that he cared about too much. By the time Gwen came down from her orgasm high, he was already done making the slight changes that he needed to. He'd made her a little more sensitive for obvious reasons and he'd established a deeper connection with her body. It wasn't related to the bonding rate mentioned by the system. His deeper connection meant that it would be harder and harder for her to separate from him. When he fully bonds with her, she would become his, completely bound to him and unable to ever get rid of him. He would also be able to hide within her and prevent himself from being too affected by sonic waves. I should try to find extremis, he thought as he slowly freed her senses, one by one. He slithered down her face. The moment he freed her nose, she started taking deep breaths after being deprived of her ability to breathe. What the fuck was that, Alex? Before he even released her mouth, she angrily asked him. He could tell that she was just acting angry to hide her embarrassment from being made to come within seconds. And by an alien nonetheless. It was necessary for the procedure to go smoothly. I also added something fun. Let me show you. Before she could say anything else, he changed the black latex that was covering her from below her neck and added her ghost spider suit as another layer above it. He didn't get rid of the latex skin since she didn't ask him to do it yet. She could feel the latex snugly covering her body but didn't say anything as he formed her suit. Let me get my shooters. She understood his tactic and decided to go out. She was also excited about having her powers back. No need, just jump. He didn't want her to use her web shooters. But, she was hesitant. Trust me. Alex took advantage of hesitance and took control of her body. She screamed as she fell from her 7th floor window. 4. Disagreement. She screamed as she fell from her 7th floor window. She reflexively tried to throw her web as if she had her shooters and was surprised. Holy fuck, Alex, she was speechless as she swung through the skyscrapers. It's organic webbing, baby. You don't need those shooters anymore. Tell me I'm awesome. Tell me. He wanted praise. You're awesome, Alex, truly. After that weird experience which Gwen didn't know what to think of, she was feeling amazing. After so long of being powerless, she'd finally gotten her powers back, and she even felt like she was stronger than she was before. That remained to be tested though. Thank you, Alex, thank you so much. She was feeling nothing but gratitude for him. Of course I need to rely on you to live. Helping out like this is a given. Alex also realized how the empathetic connection with the host affected him. The symbiotes were able to connect to their hosts on an empathetic level. This made the hosts influence the symbiote's state of mind. Gwen's happy feelings were literally infectious to him. He was also happy about her getting her powers back. He didn't mind the empathetic connection since it couldn't affect his thoughts. At best it would help him know what the host was feeling. He stayed silent as she swung around through New York for a while. Help. At some point, she heard someone call out. She instantly turned in that direction. She saw that it was a burglar who was running away with a lady's purse. Come on now, a girl could beat you up. You should look for another career. Gwen landed in front of him and punched him square in the jaw. Crack, there was a sick cracking sound as she realized that she'd used too much force and broken his jaw. Shit, fuck, crap, god damn it. Oh no. Her inward and outward reactions differed very much. She didn't seem to be as much of a goody two-shoes as she acted. She didn't panic though. She first handed the purse back to the lady who thanked her before bringing her attention back to the criminal. Alex, without realizing it, he was the first person that she'd turn to when she messed up. Usually, she'd have to take care of this herself. What is it? He'd been busy trying to explore more abilities that the system might have, so he hadn't been paying attention to her. Can you help him? She asked in a pleading tone. Why do you think that I can help him? He saw the situation and asked her. You seem to be very good at biological manipulation. I thought that you would be able to heal someone. She was a little unsure of her assumption. Well, you're correct, I can heal him. Really? Thanks, you're the best. She assumed that he was going to heal the guy. But why should I? He asked her. He didn't have any reason to help the guy. Because I asked, pretty please. She made a cute face under her mask and asked him. Why do you even want to help him? He's weaker than you. You have the right to kill him and take everything useful he has. I think that humans call it the law of the jungle or something according to the memories that I was infused about Earth. He wanted to see exactly how her moral compass works. This isn't the jungle, Alex. Even if he's weaker than me, he had all the right to basic human decency. I have a responsibility to help people, she told him with a solemn tone. Why though? The fanboy inside him wanted to hear those magical words. A very close friend of mine told me once that with great power comes great responsibility. I've tried my best to live by that creed ever since she was sorrowful. I'm sorry for your loss, he conveyed his condolences. It's fine, it was quite a while ago. I'm over it now. So, can you please help him? She asked expectantly. I still don't see a reason to do it, Gwen. You're the one who follows that creed. Why should I listen to you? He wasn't going to listen to her without some benefit. What do you want? She decided to indulge him. She also understood that she couldn't force him to do something. She didn't realize that he knew her name without asking her. I want to read his memories, he was frank with her. What? No. Gwen was mad. I could have agreed to your request and read his memories anyway, Gwen. Consider this as a gesture of trust from my side. If we're going to be partners going forward, we need to trust each other. It's not going to be quick, I know. But it starts with these gestures. That doesn't change the fact that you want to read someone's memories. That's a violation of human rights on so many levels. She understood his point, but she still didn't want him to read his memories. It seems we're at an impasse then, he was adamant. Why do you even want to read his memories? She wanted to bargain. I want to understand how this world works. How everything works here. That's all. He just wanted a front to be able to use his full knowledge of Earth without seeming suspicious. But that doesn't mean she was going to argue with him for more, but he decided to take control and put her to sleep. Gwen's eyes slowly closed as she fell into a deep slumber. His connection with her allowed him to do basic things like this. He took control of her body and put his hand over that guy's jaw. It would be healed completely within a minute. He also took that minute to probe deeply into that guy's memories to see the basic differences between this world and his original world. Since the thief was knocked out, he wasn't able to resist the invasion. Most of the things were exactly the same except for all the media from his Earth being missing. Which made sense. With that done, he wrapped him in a cocoon of Gwen's new organic webbing and left the area, going back to her house. She lived with her parents, so he had to sneakily get back in through the window. When they were back in her room, Alex woke her up again. She fluttered her eyes open after sleeping with a level of peace that she hadn't felt for a long time. Alex. She looked for him as she opened her eyes. She was lying on her bed while wearing her comfy hoodie and pajamas. She couldn't help but think that her powers returning was a dream. Yeah, Gwen, did we go out before? She asked skeptically. Yes, we did. It wasn't a dream. What happened? She asked as she remembers blacking out after their conversation. Nothing, I healed that burglar and then brought you back here. Did you? She asked with a frown on her face that looked cute to Alex. I did. Why? I asked you not to. We were talking about it. She was angry. It was taking too long, and I didn't want to fight with you. So you read an innocent man's memories? She reprimanded him. He was barely innocent. The burglary was the least of his crimes. He was a murderer and a rapist. Brain-fucking him was the least that he deserved. That doesn't change the fact that you violated his human rights. Gwen, I don't know if you know this or are just denying it. Your current situation is very dangerous. What I did wasn't a big deal. But the situation of this planet and the 39 other planets that all seem to be orbiting each other in a big cluster is a very huge deal. He wasn't planning to fight with her over this and changed the topic of conversation. Yeah, but although things have been calm for the past few months, that doesn't mean that they will stay calm. Something is going to happen sooner or later. This was necessary, all right. I won't do something like this again. He decided to compromise with her a bit. From that guy's memory, he'd realized that these worlds had been present here in a huge cluster for a few months now. Which was the reason that things seemed to be a little calm. But the undercurrents were running. You promise? She had a cute frown on her face as she asked him. Fine, I promise. Though there was something pretty fun that I learned from that guy's memories. What is it? I'll tell you some other time. He decided to tease her and leave her hanging for now. Gwenny, come on down. Dinner's ready. Her dad called out from the kitchen. Coming, Dad. She said. She instinctively tried to take off her hoodie to change it for another t-shirt. What are you doing? Alex asked as the hoodie she tried to take off turned into black tendrils which wrapped around her waist. Ah. She'd forgotten that her clothes were basically a living organism right now. Sorry, I forgot. Could you change my top into that t-shirt? And I also need to wear a bra. She blushed when she mentioned the bra. She was conscious that Alex was a male and he was essentially able to access her body at all times. It was something that turned her on and made her feel weird at the same time. Alrighty. He made the hoodie disappear into a sexy black lace bra. Then he formed the t-shirt that she was pointing to over it. I don't have that bra, she asked him when she saw what bra he'd made for her. That guy had quite a few things in his memory. He was what you would call a pervert. I thought that this was a nice bra. It is nice, I won't lie, she liked his choice. Great, so from now on I'll choose the clothes you wear. What? No, too late, it's decided. You dash. Gwen. Her dad called out again. Coming. She opened the door. We're not done. She told him as she left her room for dinner. 5. Another Earth. Back with Alex's main body, he'd taken his original human form and was exploring the ship, trying to understand how the language and controls work. His main body had stayed within the shuttle, suppressing his connection to the main hive mind. The shuttle worked as a support device that helped him suppress his presence to that of a normal symbiote within the hive mind. This helped him not become a beacon to all the symbiotes within the universe. His complete consciousness was very attractive to the symbiotes. I don't think I can understand this. I might need some help, he thought as he tried to understand the controls and labels in the control panel. He was smart but not some unbelievable genius. Although Gwen was extremely smart, he couldn't copy that trait of hers. The symbiote could copy only the powers and physiology that its host has. Their smarts, ideas, and IQ weren't something that he could get just by bonding with them. I could devour someone, on the other hand, he thought as his second symbiote also arrived at its destination. There was a similar crash within Central Park. Alex's second body landed. I guess they're all homed in at Central Park, he thought as he exited the container and moved away, waiting for someone to arrive. This time his situation was vastly different. He had all his senses which were also enhanced by bonding with Gwen. He was also able to take the form of a normal human. Soon a familiar spandex-clad individual arrived at his location. You have got to be kidding me, is someone controlling all this or is this just a coincidence, am I just a puppet of the Beyonder? He got annoyed when he saw the familiar scene. He didn't know what was going on and didn't have any control over it, so he decided to do what he could. He decided to devour this Spider-Man. He wanted to develop more abilities and for that he needed energy. Biological energy. Devouring superpowered individuals was the best way to do that. He even developed a way to bypass Spider-Man's spider sense completely. He'd understood its nature when bonding with Gwen so he could easily ambush the Spider-Man who was walking to the shuttle. It slowly snuck up behind the Spider-Man and the next instant he was covering the body of the Spider-Man in front of him. Arg! He struggled futilely against Alex. Soon, he started feeling pain. Horrible searing pain, as if his body was being melted. That's exactly what was happening. Alex was devouring Spider-Man, getting a lot of biological energy in the process. He realized that all the powers that he'd copied from Gwen were getting enhanced. The superhuman strength, endurance, agility, wall crawling, and even the spider sense were enhanced. The augmentations that I can provide to Gwen's abilities have also increased. He realized that the enhancement of the symbiote on their host's abilities was also affected by his collection of this biological energy. I should test things out with Gwen, he decided before focusing on finishing the devouring process. Oh hey, it's Andrew Garfield. When he noticed the face of the Spider-Man that he was devouring, he realized that it was the iteration of Spider-Man from the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I guess this makes sense, these worlds are basically on the outskirts of the planetary cluster. It makes sense that they aren't the mainstream ones. The two planets at the center are probably the strongest, he thought looking over the structure of the cluster. All of the planets were revolving in delicate orbits around two planets that were at the center. The rest of them were basically moons to those two main versions of Earth. One of them must be 616. What about the other though? It's not 1610, I'm sure of that, nor is it the MCU. He was deep in thought as he absorbed the memories of this Spider-Man whom he just devoured. Energy point +1. Energy point has been collected. New feature unlocked, skill acquisition. He was surprised as he saw a few notifications from his very minimal system. New feature, skill acquisition. His mental thought opened the skill acquisition panel for him. Skill acquisition. EP1. Own skills, superhuman grade strength, superhuman grade endurance, superhuman grade agility, enhanced sixth sense, biological manipulation, host enhancement, devour copy. Well, this makes things easier. He realized that he wouldn't have to develop his abilities on his own. Teleportation, this was the first ability that he wanted so he tried to search for it. Lesser teleportation, greater teleportation, master teleportation, void traverser. He focused on the lesser teleportation ability to get a reference of what he would need. Lesser teleportation allows the user to blink away, teleporting a distance of at most 10 meters. Requires training to optimize and determine the location. Cooldown, 1 hour. Cost, 10,000 EP. Motherfucker just robbed me, why don't you? He was full of complaints over the high cost of the ability from the system. 10,000 fucking EP, I have to eat 10,000 Spider-Man, fuck. There better be a more efficient way to get EP. He decided to look at a simpler skill this time. Lesser heat and sound resistance, grants the user weak heat resistance and weak sound resistance. Passive skill. Cost, 10 EP. 10 Spider-Man for this shitty skill? It's not even immunity. He decided to not look at this shitty skill acquisition and focused on his current situation. He'd already devoured Spider-Man and absorbed his memories. It's somewhere in the middle of the second movie. Gwen's alive and is leaving the country for Oxford soon. This Gwen's much smarter than the one that I'm bonded to right now. I could use the excuse of studying some alien tech I found to work with her, he thought as he took the form of the Spider-Man that he'd just devoured. Two Gwens, how I wonder how it would feel to fuck both of them side by side. He was lost in depraved thoughts as he swung through New York. He had two things to do right now. One was to devour Harry Osborn, the newly formed Green Goblin, and Electro. He was sure that devouring both of them would net him at least 3 to 4 energy points. It was Electro that he was hopeful for. Harry Osborn might not even be worth 1 full point. He knew that they were both in Oscorp right now. Spider-Man kills the CEO of Oscorp. He could already imagine the consequences of his actions. Harry had just helped the hate-filled Electro to escape. They were both at Oscorp, killing all of Harry's opposition. After finishing with this, they would go after Spider-Man. As they were rampaging through the Oscorp building, there was a loud bang on the floor that they were at. Spider-Man. Electro was the first to scream hatefully at the new entrant. Hey there, Max. His goofy grin was visible even from under his mask. He was wearing the signature red spandex suit. No need to attract unneeded attention by going black abruptly. Alex was enjoying acting out Spider-Man's persona. How you doing, man? He waved at him. Die. Max aka Electro was easily triggered by his nonchalant attitude and turned into raw electricity to attack him. Come to daddy, bitch. His goofy grin under the suit instantly turned malevolent and he instantly activated the Devour. Just as the electricity was about to hit him, it started to lose its momentum and started to get sucked into him instead. Max was too late in realizing what was going on and got stuck. He tried to escape by turning back into a human form, but that made the next scene even more gruesome. Half of Max's body was sticking out of Spider-Man's suit as he tried to escape. His desperate screams made things even worse for the others within the room. He was slowly sucked into Spider-Man's chest. This scene was especially terrifying for Harry since he had seen firsthand the power that Electro had. Spider-Man containing Electro like that was something that shocked his psyche completely. Fuck, this is difficult. Alex was having a harder time than he showed. It wasn't exactly easy to absorb a sentient energy entity. Even now, he hadn't actually devoured Electro and was only keeping him trapped within his body. It was going to take time for him to completely devour him. Harry, my old pal, how are you doing? As much trouble as he was having right now, he didn't show an ounce of it on his face as he walked to Harry with a menacing aura. Why, you killed him? He was a little shocked at seeing his best friend kill a person so easily. He slowly hovered up on his glider, trying to make some distance. Not really, I just contained him. His death comes later, he said in a murderous tone. Why, you're not him? Harry's shock instantly turned into anger as the effects of the volatile Green Goblin serum affected his mind. He threw a bomb at Alex, expecting him to dodge. He was ready to attack Alex after he dodged the bomb. What Alex did completely turned him over on his head. He caught the bomb and absorbed it within the suit. What the fuck are you? He got even more agitated and started firing the machine guns at Alex. Your worst nightmare, bitch. He taunted as he checked his reflexes while dodging the bullets. He wanted to see how it was different from when he was with a host. 6. Getting the girl. Slower than Gwen when I'm enhancing her but still higher than her base stats. That was what he concluded. He did quite a few things and tested his abilities and their extent. He determined that he needs to be bonded to a person to show his full capabilities. But what he had was more than enough. Harry realized that his bullets weren't doing anything and decided on another tactic. It was something that he would have never done if he was even a little sane. Alex saw his expression and understood what he wanted to do. The next instant Harry launched missiles in Alex's direction while he started to speak. In that instant, Alex clamped his hand over Harry's mouth. He was prepared for something like this after seeing Harry's expression. He understood that Harry wanted to reveal his identity to everyone through the cameras and he didn't want that. He was going to get a very bad reputation after what he planned to do today. He didn't want any of that tracing back to Peter Parker. Especially since he was going to lay low in this world and use it as a research hub for himself. Though he hadn't exactly planned anything out yet and might end up discarding the Peter Parker identity entirely. If his identity gets revealed then he wouldn't have the option and would have to discard the Peter Parker identity, he just wanted to keep his options open. I can't let you do that, Harry, he said in a sorrowful tone as he tightened his hold over his face. Harry was struggling against the strength that Peter was displaying. Even though he'd already taken the Green Goblin serum, he was still no match for Alex. He tried to use the glider to attack Alex but Alex casually grabbed it with his other hand. His super strength was far more than an average Spider-Man even when he wasn't bonded. The enhancement that he'd provided Gwen after bonding was ridiculous. How naughty, you deserve to be punished. He was having fun seeing the expression of terror on Harry's face. That terror increased even more as his hands started morphing into tendrils and started covering Harry's face. He was creating a clone to take over Harry's body. Before devouring him completely, he was going to use him to get access to all of Oscorp's data, and also lock down the entire building. He was planning to commit what people would call a mass murder. Alex devoured every single living being within the Oscorp building at that time, both dead and living ones. The dead ones because he wanted to get EP, and the alive ones because he wanted their knowledge and memories. It wouldn't make him a lot more intelligent since Peter was smarter than most scientists working for Oscorp. He still hadn't completely understood how intelligence works. He also finished devouring Electro in the time he finished with everything. It had provided him with a nice bonus ability and quite a bit of EP. EP 7. Basic lightning manipulation. Lastly, using Harry's authority, he accessed Oscorp's backup data room and took the entire server for himself. He wanted all of the data and research that Oscorp had. He made sure to take the schematics for all of their creations, including the Green Goblin serum, Doc Octopus's mechanical arms, and everything else. He couldn't take the technology for himself, so he did the next best thing. He took the blueprints and the method of creation for those items. With his newfound knowledge and Gwen's smarts, he knew that they would be able to make some really good stuff when they completely analyzed that data. After taking care of everything and putting the server in a safe place, Alex hastily made his way to his next destination, Gwendolyn Stacy. Right now, she was at the airport, about to check into the terminal and leave the country. God bless you, Peter Parker. He was glad that Peter had already made all the preparations for going to Oxford with Gwen. His visa was already approved and he had already booked tickets coinciding with Gwen's flight. Talk about unhealthy obsession, he thought while swinging to the airport. He knew that Peter and Gwen weren't on talking terms and he'd gotten her information by stalking her. Whatever, at least it helped me. He was going to reap the fruits of Peter's efforts. He discreetly landed on the ground near the airport and ran like hell after retracting his suit. He was going to catch up to Gwen. What followed was one of the most common cliques of modern media. The guy catches the girl at the airport, they make up their differences, and either the girl stays or the guy follows her wherever she was going. That was exactly what happened. Alex went through customs and everything within an hour. Since he didn't have any luggage, it didn't take him too long. He finally caught up to Gwen as she was waiting to board her flight. Gwen. He ran to her. Peter. She turned to look at him with surprise evident in her tone. Hi. He smiled brightly as he slowed down in front of her. What? How? Why? She was confused and even her questions were incoherent. Please, one question at a time. He smiled. The answer to, what are you doing here, is that I'm here to catch you. I'm never letting you go again. I'm going with you to Oxford and nothing's going to stop me. The how of it, I got tickets for the same flight. He held up the tickets. And the why? Well, do I really need a reason to want to stay with my girlfriend? He smirked as he walked up to her and held her waist, pulling her close to him. She didn't say anything and looked deep into his eyes as she hugged him back. Really? She had a serious expression on her face. Really? He nodded. What about your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man? She still wasn't convinced. They have crime in England. I'll call myself the friendly ghetto Spider-Man. He smiled. Please don't ever call yourself that. It's horrible. She made a disgusted face. Ah, come on. He was still smiling. You won't leave? She asked with a vulnerable touch in her tone. Never, I promise. He hugged her even tighter such that their faces were mere centimeters apart from each other. He slowly leaned into her, dipping her a little to give her a kiss. She closed her eyes expectantly and wrapped her arms around his neck, waiting for the kiss to come. It did come. Their lips touched as Gwen felt like a part of herself that she'd been missing had come back to her. She deepened the kiss with passion evident in her tone. The next moment, their entire moment was ruined as the sound of clapping started. Clap, clap, clap. Someone even hooted in the background. Gwen got embarrassed and pulled back from the kiss, putting her hands on his chest to push him away a bit. She looked down at the side as she tried to stop her blush. I love you. Alex hit the hammer at the moment and whispered those magical words into her ear. She came back from her reverie and replied to him, I love you too. They wrapped their arms around each other and got back into the line for boarding. Oh, by the way, I'm going to have to rely on you for money. I don't think that delivering pizza is going to be a sustainable model of income. So you're saying that you want me to be your sugar mommy? She teased him. I don't mind having a sugar mommy, especially one as hot and sexy as you. He whispered the last part into her ear. Gwen felt goosebumps as she felt his hot breath brush against her ear. I love your earrings, Alex told her. You're the one who got them for me. I know, that's why they're beautiful. I have amazing taste. I'm the amazing Spider-Man after all. He was oozing narcissism. Wouldn't that mean that I have an amazing taste though? She said. They bantered as they boarded the flight. Alex took the seat next to Gwen, who was sitting in a window seat. What if someone comes? She asked him. I'll politely ask them to fuck off. He told her. I'm rude. She reprimanded him. I don't mind being a little rude if it means that I can sit with you, he said cheesily. Your cheesy flirting has got even more cheesy, she commented as she made herself comfortable in the seat. I know you like it, right? She trailed off. They talked for a while as the plane took off. Oh, by the way, I have something to talk to you about. He decided to mention something. What is it? She asked. I found this cool alien thingy recently, he told her as if he was a child showing a toy. An alien thingy, you say? She was skeptical. Yeah, it's like a biosuit that's completely under my control. Look. He discreetly showed her some tricks by changing his clothes. That looks cool, but is it safe? She was concerned. 7. Bonding. That looks cool, but is it safe? She was concerned. As far as I can tell, it's completely safe. I can easily control the suit. It's basically another part of my body. It also enhances my powers. He started talking to her about the benefits of this suit. Wait, she seemed to have thought of something. He nodded. So you're telling me that the clothes that you're wearing right now are actually your suit? Yep. That's so convenient. She had a jealous expression on her face. What? Jealous that I can change into any type of clothing without having to spend a dime. He understood that it was the little girl inside her that wanted to wear all the pretty dresses. Of course, can you give it to me? She pleaded, not really expecting him to agree. Can't. It's bonded to me. But, I can do something else. He had a scheming look as he touched her neck. What are you doing? She asked. Something fun. He brought his hand back after making a black designer choker on her neck. What is it? She realized that there was something on her neck, so she took out a mirror from her handbag. A choker. She felt around for the material and also tried to take it off. Hey, how do I take it off? She felt weird with the choker around her neck. It looks nice. He deflected her question. I don't wear chokers. They feel weird, she told him. I can remove it, don't worry. I basically put a part of the biosuit on you and used it to form the choker. Fascinating. Gwen was completely impressed with it and started admiring the material and the feel of the choker, the thought of getting it removed disappearing from her head. I wanna wear a dress right now. Even she felt that she was being unreasonable. We could go to the restroom, Alex said with a suggestive undertone in his tone. We could, couldn't we? Gwen also liked that idea. Let's go. They were already mid-air and most of the people were asleep, so they had ample time. They snuck away from their seats and Alex brought her to the restroom. They'd started making out even before they got to the restroom. The moment Alex closed the door to the restroom, he decided to bond with Gwen. I'll give you the suit, he said as he leaned into Gwen, his breath mixing with hers. Before she could protest, black tendrils started extending from Alex's body and wrapped around Gwen. Peter, she was a little freaked out by the sight before her. Shush, it'll be fine. He gave her a kiss as the tendrils wrapped around her eyes, blinding her. Alex started merging with her clothes and getting rid of them, leaving her naked as he slowly wrapped his tendrils around her body. Alex admired her naked body for the first time as he realized something. Ampler than Ghost Spider Gwen, he saw that this Gwen's body was better and more developed than the Ghost Spider Gwen's. Gwen could feel every sensation that was going through her body as the suit wrapped around her. It had first wrapped around her eyes, blinding her, then over her ears, making her unable to hear anything. At this point, all thoughts of trying out different dresses were out the window. Then it went over her mouth. She slowly lost her senses as the suit started wrapping around the rest of her body. The only free sense was her smell, since Alex had decided to let her breathe freely. She felt it wrap around her limbs and her waist. It was a little tight around her waist, like a corset. Then it went and wrapped around her upper thighs, emphasizing her long legs even more. Then it reached her forbidden spots. It wrapped around her bust, tightening a little to emphasize it. Same with her pussy and butt. It tightly wrapped around every single part of her body, heavily emphasizing all her curves. She wasn't in control of her arms as they were brought above her head and stuck there. She felt a light prick in her neck. Alex had bonded with her deeply as he increased her sensitivity and hormone production. He also started biologically changing her body to make sure that there weren't any issues with her. Unlike Ghost Spider, she was a normal human with normal problems. Alex made sure to fix all of that as he formed a connection with her. Peter, she'd been calling out to him for a while. With her senses and speech suppressed, that was all she could do. I'm here, Gwen, he said in a soothing tone as he wrapped his arms around her waist before the dopamine secretion started. Can you free me? This is weird, she seemed to be begging him. Soon, baby, there's one last step remaining, he conveyed to her, and the suit opened up around her pussy. Peter, she felt the slight wind on her naked crotch and called out to him. He didn't say anything and brought his fingers to her labia. Oh, Peter. That was when the dopamine started secreting. His touch felt completely heavenly to her. Ah, Peter. He felt annoyed when he kept hearing her say some other name than his own, so he decided to do something that he never would have considered doing before. In her dopamine high state, her brain was the most vulnerable. And he took advantage of that. He manipulated her memories ever so slightly to remember two things differently. His name was Alex and not Peter. And he replaced Peter's face from her mind with his face. The face thing was going to be applied after they got out of the airport. Alex had to use his Peter face while they went through customs. He would be able to hide his ID from her, but the face would end up being a problem. He'd established a trigger in her memory that he could activate at any time and replace Peter's face with his. At this point, to Gwen, Alex was her boyfriend for many years. Alex had basically replaced Peter's presence in her mind. He realized that he'd completely lost all of his moral compasses ever since he became a symbiote, but he didn't mind that. This is also the reason that he could do whatever he wanted without feeling things like guilt. If he didn't want to feel something, then he wouldn't feel it. Still, it doesn't feel very good to do something like this. Let's refrain from doing this again unless it's an enemy. Doing this left a bad taste in his mouth. But hearing Gwen call out Peter's name again and again annoyed him. It's not like she's going to contact anyone from back home, he was going to make sure of that. He focused back on this needy and horny girl in front of him. Alex please, Gwen's orgasm threshold was higher than Ghost Spider so she wasn't able to come with just the dopamine and needed more. Beg for it, my love, he was still teasing her labia. Please. Please give me your cock, make me come master. The master was a surprise but wasn't unwelcome. It turned him on even more. He brought out his 8-inch cock. It was something that he considered to be big enough to not be too painful but also big enough to make the girl really feel it. He could make it any size that he wanted. He rubbed it on her labia, teasing her a little more. His hands meanwhile weren't free. He was fondling her tits after freeing them from the suit too. Say it. Please master, give it to me. He could feel her struggles to speak and free her arms from their prison. He'd locked them above her head and she wasn't going to overpower him anytime soon. With that, Alex didn't hold back anymore and rammed his cock into her pussy. The effect was instant and made her have the strongest orgasm in her life. Her scream would have reverberated through the entire plane if she was able to speak right now. She was intensely shivering in her confined state right now. Alex please more, she didn't feel like she was done and begged for more. Smack. Alex had slapped her boob. What do you say? He asked while pinching her nipple. Master please, she begged. That's my girl, he smiled and started ramming into her. He started to slowly free her body as he did that. As her hands got free, they fell around his neck as he was standing in front of her while fucking her. Slowly, the entire black suit disappeared, leaving only the naked Gwen who was clinging to Alex. Her vision and hearing were all back while only her speech was suppressed. He didn't want the entire plane to hear them. She had tears in her eyes as her mascara had been ruined and she seemed to be drugged as Alex rammed his dick into her body. He also took this chance to make their bond even deeper as small tendrils extended from his cock and invaded her uterus. Gwen didn't know what she was feeling but suddenly, the pleasure increased manifold, and her eyes rolled back into her head as she was completely lost in the pleasure that she was feeling right now. Soon, after too many orgasms, Gwen was a blubbering mess, and Alex decided that it was time to finish. 8. Destination. Soon, after too many orgasms, Gwen was a blubbering mess, and Alex decided that it was time to finish. And that was when he came into her pussy. He'd ejaculated a substance with the exact same consistency as cum but without any fertilizing agent. He didn't know how pregnancy would work and he wasn't willing to test it with this girl right now. After everything was done, Gwen was completely out of it as she basically fainted in his arms after he came into her. He also removed the mask from her face that was suppressing her sounds, leaving only the choker that he'd created before. Giving her a few minutes of rest, he rejuvenated her again. When Gwen opened her eyes, she remembered the most amazing and sexy dream. Her boyfriend, Alex, had come to her at the airport and boarded the flight with her. They were on their way to Oxford together. Like that's going to happen. Her thoughts were cynical. When Gwen opened her eyes again, she saw Alex's face and felt like she was still dreaming. That was when everything started coming back. Not a dream. Alex, she said in a spoiled tone and hugged him tightly. That was when she realized the absence of her clothes. Alex, where are my clothes? She looked at him with a frown on her face. The suit ate them. He said with a smirk. What? Yep. At this point, you can only go naked. He had an evil smile on his face. Stop fucking with me. She had a deadpan expression on her face. She knew that he wouldn't make her do something like that. Fine, you're no fun. He sulked and the choker that she was wearing expanded into the original clothes that she'd been wearing. She narrowed her eyes at him. My underwear too. Alright, he formed her bra but while forming her panties, he decided to make some changes. He formed a nice 6-inch protrusion from her panties and as they wrapped around her waist, the dildo went inside her. Alex, she was startled at the sudden intrusion and ended up leaning on him with her arms holding onto his shoulders. How is it? He smirked. Take it out, I'm sensitive right now. After such an intense session of sex, although Alex had rejuvenated her mind, her body was still the same. That's what's fun about it. He was having fun. Alex, she said in a threatening tone. Your clothes are completely under my control, babe. It's either this or all naked in front of everyone. He gave her an ultimatum. Even though he would never act on it if she really insisted that he remove it. He was a possessive symbiote. She glared at him angrily and gave up. Let's go. He held her arm and brought her out of the restroom. Status, on the way, he decided to check the status of this version of Gwen. Status, host 2. Name, Gwendolyn Stacy. Bonding rate, 5%. Powers, superhuman intelligence, suppressed. 5%, nice. I don't know what benefit it would provide but let's see. Also, superhuman intelligence. He was impressed with the potential that Gwen had shown. If she's already this smart with suppressed superhuman intelligence then I'll take some time before I release it, though I want to establish more influence on her first. He'd already tried copying her ability and it didn't seem possible without devouring her. He didn't want to devour her since it would be more of a loss if he did that. He'd realized this after devouring Peter that he hadn't gotten his full capabilities. His devouring wasn't as efficient as establishing a strong bond with a host and copying the ability from them. That's not because the initial level of the ability would be higher, but because the growth potential of those abilities was higher. So, he decided to work with her and see how everything goes. He put the thought at the back of his mind and focused on his wobbling girlfriend. She was trying her best to not moan with the presence of that dildo within her sensitive snatch. He led her back to the seat, and the moment Gwen sat down on her seat, she gasped. "Alex!" She called out with clenched teeth. The dildo had grown another inch, spreading her inner walls even more. His smile was infuriating to Gwen. "Don't worry about it, close your eyes and go to sleep. Your body needs the rest." His words were even more infuriating. "I hate you." She couldn't do anything else, so she ended up leaning on him and biting his shoulder. The next instant the dildo grew even more and reached the size of his cock. Its shape and feeling were also exactly the same as his cock. "Ha, Alex," she gasped when she felt the phallus touch her already abused and sensitive cervix. "Bad girl, Gwen, you shouldn't lash out at your master," he teased her. "Hey, that was a sex thing," she blushed when he mentioned it. "It's fine. It turned me on." He smiled as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and brought her close to let her rest while using his shoulder as a pillow. "This is so much fun." He couldn't help but think that everything was going amazingly. He was enjoying everything so much right now. The rest of the flight went by as Alex teased Gwen and made her feel all sorts of unique sensations through the suit. It was a miracle that she was still conscious by the end of the flight. "Alex, the flight is landing, please fix my bra," Gwen begged him as she looked at her completely erect nipples that seemed to be poking out of her top. He'd kept teasing her nipples for the last hour and hadn't let her come. She was desperate and needy but wasn't willing to come in front of everyone. Even now, it was the suit that was keeping her nipples erect and poking out of her clothes. They were talking telepathically since they didn't want to be heard by the people around them. "Ask me nicely," he said as Gwen felt her bra pinch both of her nipples. Please, master. That's my girl." He fixed her clothes and let her get some much-needed respite. "I just tried it as a one-time thing." "Why are you so into me calling you master?" Gwen asked him. "It's hot and turns me on." He shrugged his shoulders. "Pervert, what about the replica of your cock? It stays there. I want you to be filled by either my cock or that cock at all times. No excuses." He'd already made the decision. "But there's another hole that I can fill at all times." "Please no." She'd never done anal and was scared of it. "Good girl," he praised her. Gwen was feeling really weird. On one hand, she'd lost all freedom of wearing her own clothes and was completely dependent on Alex. She was feeling indignant about not having any control, but at the same time, she felt that it was so sexy that he was in control of her body like that. After the flight landed, they both went through customs and followed the procedures. True to his promise, Alex made sure that Gwen was filled with his cock throughout the time that they did the procedures. He was impressed by her ability to keep a poker face despite being filled by an 8-inch cock. Finally, when they were out of the airport, "Alex, there's an issue." Gwen froze like a deer in headlights as they saw the cabs. "What is it?" "You don't have a place to stay." She had guilt all over her tone. "I don't know if you know this, Gwen, but we are very close and we can live together," Alex said with a very serious expression. "It's not that, dummy. I'd love to live with you, it's just that I took the university dorms because I thought that I was coming alone. I can't bring you with me." She was full of guilt. "It's fine. I can take care of myself. I'll crash at a hotel for a few days until I find a place to live." He didn't mind. "No, how can I let you do that? How about this? Can you sneak into my dorm? I got a room all to myself so I won't be a problem. Then everything's easy." See, he suddenly disappeared. "Alex, where are you?" Alex had turned invisible. It was one of the symbiote's natural abilities that he'd just discovered. They could blend in with the environment to turn invisible. Peekaboo, he turned up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Alex." She jumped at the sudden ambush. "I can turn invisible with this new suit," he told her. "Amazing, can I do it too?" "Yeah, you just have to ask me and I can turn you invisible too. It's pretty easy." Crazy, she was astounded by the myriad abilities that the suit had. They both got into the cab and went to Oxford. When they separated, Alex turned back into his original form and merged completely with Gwen. He didn't plan to turn invisible when he could just join with his host and follow her around. That's how the symbiotes work. It took a few hours for Gwen to finish all her procedures before they led her to her dorm room. The moment the door closed and Gwen was left alone there, Alex appeared behind her and pushed her against the just-closed door, ambushing her with an intense make-out session. She melted in his embrace and they both succumbed to the pleasure. He was going to completely corrupt this sweet and lovely girl next door and make her completely his. He was also going to form a base of operations in England where he would start researching the things that he wanted to research. The first was the alien language of the space shuttle that his main body was in. The next would be to look for extremists and start experimenting. It would be the perfect thing that could help him with his inherent weakness against sound and heat. 9. New ability. Author's note: alright, let's do this. I wanna see this book top the charts. It's a fresh week and if we can get it to the top of the monthly rankings and stay there for the week, then I'll post an extra chapter at the end of the week. I might do 2 if I can write more. So, gimme those power stones. Back in Ghost Spider's Earth. As Gwen was eating food with her father Captain George Stacy, Alex was making some changes to Gwen's metabolism and digestion. Gwen didn't realize it, but Alex was basically making sure that her body was able to absorb all the nutrients from whatever she eats with perfect efficiency while also making sure that there was no waste remaining. Soon, she would become an optimal being that wouldn't even need to breathe since she would become completely self-sustaining as long as she had energy. That was something that he was going to do for all of his hosts. They would all basically become immortal alongside him, especially when he completely merges with them. "How's college going, Gwenny?" her dad asked, trying to make small talk with her. Alex didn't listen to their talk since he was focusing on fiddling with her biology. He also wanted to unlock certain other powers for her that came with the Spider-Man genome, things like bioelectricity and invisibility. This was because he would be able to augment those powers and make them much stronger than normal. He would also be able to train his camouflage and basic lightning manipulation abilities easily. When dinner was over, Gwen went back to her room and got into bed. "Alex?" she asked mentally. "Yeah, what's up?" "Clothes." She was feeling tired and sleepy since she'd had a bit of a hectic day. She'd gone to college, ran into Alex, and experienced that extreme surge of dopamine that would have turned anyone normal into a blubbering addict. Alex had kept her mind safe from the negative aspects of that dopamine surge. Then she'd had what could only be called a domestic spat with Alex, which was tiring in its own way. Alrighty, he changed her clothes into comfy booty shorts and an oversized hoodie. She also wasn't wearing any underwear. "Thanks." She closed her eyes as she felt the comfortable clothes that she was now wearing. That tight-fitting suit was pretty nice, she thought absent-mindedly while drifting to sleep, not realizing that Alex also heard her. "That so?" His tone was amused. "Huh." She didn't realize that her last thought was conveyed to Alex and didn't realize what he was talking about. "If that's what you want." He got rid of all her clothes and started wrapping around her body, snugly fitting over every single part of her body up to her throat, leaving only her head free. "Alex," she whined when she realized her predicament. "Let's try some stuff that I saw," he conveyed, and the suit started lightly compressing her boobs and nipples, emphasizing her chest and the two little nubs on it, making her seem incredibly slutty. "Alex," she ended up speaking instead of telepathically communicating with her. "How about this?" The tendrils started wrapping around her head, robbing her of her vision and hearing. She could still smell and breathe. Next, he formed a small phallus-shaped gag that went inside her mouth. "Alex." She was feeling like things were getting dangerous. "Trust me, you'll like this," he said as he filled her mouth with the gag. It wasn't big and only had a symbolic meaning for now. It was time for the final act. He formed a similar compression on her crotch as he did on her chest. It formed the most perfect camel toe possible. Alex, she didn't know if she was protesting or moaning. She was already feeling tingly all over her chest and now her crotch was almost burning with need and arousal. She still held back though, wanting to preserve her non-existent dignity in front of Alex. As he kept tightening on her crotch, the suit finally grabbed a hold of her clit, which seemed to be burning with her arousal. Alex, feeling the sensations on her clit, she couldn't help but try to bring her hands over her crotch to masturbate, but Alex made sure that she couldn't. The suit didn't allow her arms to move. "You don't need to do anything. I control your pleasure." The thought that he conveyed was something that would form a tiny mark on her psyche. Soon, she would start agreeing with these words. Alex, she just treated his words as dirty talk for now and ignored them, still trying to move her hands. He was toying with her clit and nipples as he ran tiny tendrils all over her sensitive spots, making her feel ticklish while also feeling utterly aroused. He explored her body with tiny tendrils to determine her erogenous zones other than the obvious ones. Gwen felt an unprecedented ticklish sensation that left her feeling extremely aroused and frustrated. She felt that Alex was teasing her. "Alex." She tried to protest even though she was filled with unbearable arousal, but he didn't pay her any mind. He explored around and realized that her neck was very sensitive along with her navel. The piercing had made her navel pretty sensitive. "I could get her nipple piercings," he thought as he explored her body and saw how she reacted to each sensation. He noticed that her ears were also very sensitive to his touch. Alex toyed with her body for a while and understood many of her erogenous zones. Then he decided to play around with his basic lightning manipulation while trying to unlock her genome for electric discharge. Zap. "Ah!" Gwen screamed with a unique feeling of pain and pleasure as she felt her nipples being zapped with electricity. She struggled in her spot as she felt the electricity. Alex also noticed an extremely weak reaction in her genome. He knew that it was the reaction of the electric discharge ability. Alex hadn't rendered her completely immobile within the suit and instead made it such that her wrists and legs were shackled to the bed, making her unable to get up or change position. He'd put her in a spread eagle position with her arms and legs spread to the four corners of the bed. Zap. "Ah." Before she could have formed a coherent thought, her sensitive nipples were hit with a tiny zap of electricity again. At the same time, he'd also been toying with her clit, massaging it, making her feel amazing pleasure. Zap. "Ah." The third zap had her scream with nothing but pleasure as she kept struggling in her spot. Soon, he'd already zapped her nipples with a weak current 10 times while fiddling with her genome, trying to amplify the reaction that was being generated with each shock. She'd already orgasmed twice as he zapped her while toying with her clit. He hadn't given her any respite as he kept going, trying to awaken her electric discharge ability. There it is. Zap. "Ah." She felt a strong zap not only on her nipples but also on her abused and sensitive clit. She struggled more violently than she'd done yet as she came with a literal bang, squirting a huge amount of her juices after the intense orgasm that she just experienced. But that wasn't all. As she came, she also exploded with a huge amount of electricity. It was enough that it would have vaporized her entire bed alongside a good chunk of her room. Fuck. Alex had to contain all of that electricity and absorb it into his body by using basic lightning manipulation. What a waste of energy. He wanted to absorb it as he'd done with Electro but realized that it wasn't possible. He was only able to convert Electro into EP since he was a living being. Energy couldn't be directly converted to EP. At least not for now. All of that energy ended up within a reservoir that could be used for sustaining himself or his host in a situation where he couldn't get access to sustenance. EP is a purer and more concentrated kind of life energy, completely different from the stamina that Alex uses to run his symbiote body and enhance his hosts. With that last orgasm, Alex could tell that Gwen had fainted. She'd been extremely overstimulated today. Let's let her get a good rest, he thought that as deepened her sleep to the optimal state so that when she woke up, she would be in perfect condition. He would show her new ability tomorrow. They were also going to test out Gwen's base powers and Alex's effect on her powers. He wanted to quantify how the powers worked. For the rest of the night, he kept working on Gwen's biology and slowly made slight enhancements and changes that would make a big difference in the long run. He also deepened their connection slightly as the night passed. Status, Host 1. Name, Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. Bonding rate, 4%. Powers, Superhuman Endurance, Superhuman Agility, Superhuman Strength, Spider Sense, Wall Crawling, Bioelectricity. So it increased by 3% after all that. I guess real penetration is necessary for the bonding process to truly increase at a faster pace. He thought as he saw the measly 3% increase. He didn't care much since he hadn't seen any benefit of the bonding process yet. It wasn't the same as him creating a connection with the host, it was a completely different thing. There were basically two different bonding processes going on. One was the general Clintar race bond that Alex was actively controlling and working on. And the other was the so-called bonding rate that was being shown in the host status that Alex had no clue about. At least not yet. He was the one directly connecting with his hosts. The bonding rate was something completely separate from this connection. Another thing he understood was that even if this bonding process reached 100%, it still wouldn't mean absolute loyalty or an absolute connection with the host. Because that was something that he was controlling. Also, he could get absolute loyalty and obedience with time on his own from his hosts. All he had to do was to spend time with the host and strengthen their symbiotic connection while actually developing a real relationship with them. Also, developing a real relationship with his hosts would be useful in the long run when he was at the final step of the symbiotic connection. Otherwise, if the host felt an innate rejection toward him, then the final step would fail and cause a backlash to both him and the host. I should look for people who are good with physical combat, he thought as he realized that another of his bodies had reached its destination. 10. The third destination. Boom crash. There was a loud crash in Central Park and the first thing that Alex did was escape from the chamber and move to the side, using his camouflaging ability to hide within the darkness. It was night and the trees provided a nice canopy. Are you fucking kidding me? He couldn't help but get annoyed when he saw a spandex-clad individual appearing in front of the crash site. The suit wasn't actually spandex when he looked closely. It was a makeshift hoodie and long johns. It was a newbie Spider-Man who hadn't gotten his actual spandex suit yet. Stop it with the fucking Spider-Man. At this point, he was extremely annoyed by the existence of Spider-Man. He'd already run into two variants and wanted to meet other superheroes now. The fanboy inside him was thirsty and wanted to meet different Marvel characters, but he kept running into fucking Spider-Man. He liked Spider-Man, but there was only so much that he could see the guy. No, fuck you, I can't even fucking devour you. He was full of complaints as he'd seen the Avengers Tower when landing. He wasn't sure which reality this was yet, but he knew that he didn't want to get on the radar of the Avengers. Killing Spider-Man would be a one-way ticket to being under investigation by the Avengers. With that thought, Alex moved toward the Spider-Man so that he could read some surface memories and see if he recognized the version that he'd just run into. No way. After being to such obscure worlds that were completely separate from the mainstream timelines, he'd thought that things would be monotonous for a while. But that wasn't the case anymore. The fucking MCU nice. He mentally cheered himself since he was excited to meet his favorite characters. By the timeline, it seems like it's just about the time that Civil War hits from this Spider-Man's memories. He'd understood that he'd been acting as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for a while, but hadn't met Tony Stark yet. Still, I'm sure that Tony or maybe even Fury already has eyes on him. He decided to tag along with him for now since he was going to lay low for now. He didn't want to get on the radar of someone like the Ancient One for now. If I'm not already, he didn't know how this multiversal collapse affected her ability to peer into the future using the Time Stone. So, on the off chance that she doesn't know about him, he decided to lay low for now. He went along with Peter for now and used his computer to find out the current timeline of events. The Avengers are going to have their Lagos mission soon, he realized as he fished around for the necessary information. Should I interfere, I could attach it with either Black Widow, or Wanda. Wanda would be the optimal choice since she has access to chaos magic. He didn't know whether the MCU Wanda was the true Scarlet Witch, but she had access to chaos magic at least. So, he decided to prioritize bonding with her since she would give him access to an entirely different repertoire of abilities. I need to get to Lagos. I also need to get the information on the Avengers deployment. I can't go around looking for the time and place that they would be going, he thought inwardly as he had already started forming a plan. The next morning, Alex sneaked into the Avengers Tower. He didn't know about the location of the new compound and hoped to find a lead here. It was easy for him since he could blend with anyone he wants and subtly influence them to act as he wants them to act. He wasn't able to do this initially, but as he absorbs more beings and generates more and more energy for himself, he is able to passively strengthen his abilities in an all-round fashion. He also knew that he could focus on a specific ability and spend his EP to upgrade that ability, but he wasn't planning to do that for now. Saving the EP to buy a useful ability later seemed like a much better option to him. As easy as infiltrating the Avengers Tower was for him, it was just as difficult for him to move around freely, especially with Friday monitoring the entire building. I'm not even going to think about Vision. Vision was probably the bane of his existence. The dude had the Mind Stone. He would be easily able to detect Alex's presence, at least if he looked hard enough. It seemed like things were going easy for Alex, but he was constantly treading on thin ice, making sure to avoid dangerous locations. He just wanted to find some lead so that he could find out where they are leaving from. Arg. Bang. Ack. Bang. Ha. Bang. He heard some noises coming from a room nearby. Someone seemed to be training. Black Widow. Fuck it. I'll bond with her first. I can always split and bond with Wanda later. Vision's also keeping an eye on her at all times. Taking superficial control over a being can easily be detected through many means. On the other hand, if I can bond with someone, I would be able to hide much more easily. He decided as he directed the man to walk into what seemed like the gym for the Avengers. He felt some resistance as the man didn't want to go into the private gym of the Avengers. He didn't want to get in trouble. Like I give a damn about you, he thought as he started to enact a very nice skit. He brainfucked the man and took full control of his body. Then the man charged to ambush the seemingly unsuspecting Natasha Romanoff. He even took out a small knife from his hand in preparation to stab her. As the man was about to stab the knife into Natasha's waist, she turned around and sent a precise strike on the man's throat to distract him while her other hand disarmed the man at the same time. Even Alex, with his super senses, had some trouble keeping up with her rapid actions. After disarming her assailant, Natasha grabbed the man's head and wrapped one of her legs around him, dropping the man on the ground. Thud. Her assailant fell on the ground as she choked him and waited for him to pass out. Alex took that chance of close contact with Natasha to change his ride and attach himself to her. He made sure that he didn't appear in any potential cameras or sensors. Although the camouflage ability worked for cameras, it didn't work for sensors that relied on other signatures such as heat and infrared waves. He wasn't going to risk his presence being known to the Avengers. I'd rather not become Tony Stark's experimental subject, he thought. After that, Alex stopped caring for his poor victim and slipped into Black Widow's combat suit. He established a preliminary bond with her and decided to lay low until they had their mission. He didn't want to show himself to her in the Avengers Tower where he would be easily discovered. Status, he wanted to see if Natasha had useful abilities. Status, Host 3. Name, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Bonding rate, 0%. Powers, Peak Human Physique Melee Mastery Espionage Mastery. Makes sense as much as she trains, she can't reach the level of highly enhanced individuals like Captain America and Spider-Man with my enhancements, though I need to see how much my presence actually enhances the base stats of my host, he thought as he decided to lay low while making very slight unnoticeable changes to Natasha's physiology to enhance her base stats and physique. With his enhancements, she would get quite a few permanent benefits. I can make her fertile again, it'll be the perfect leverage, he realized as he slowly made unnoticeable enhancements to her body. He knew that the Black Widow program was something that she hated very much. Her sterilization was something that she was still bitter about. He had the ability to help her and he was going to use that as the perfect way to get her to trust him. In the Amazing Spider-Man Earth, something monumental had just happened. Oh, Gwen was jumping on Alex's cock as he was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. He was enjoying the look of his girl's lovely boobs as they jiggled around with each jump. She wasn't fully in control of her actions as he had a large tendril wrapped around her waist and was guiding and supporting her actions. Soon, there was a notification that made Alex freeze. Bonding rate, 10%. New perk unlocked EP generation. Gwen whined. She was stuck midair as she wasn't able to sit back down on his cock, which she felt like she had been recently addicted to. He smirked and came back to his senses. Who's in control? He teased her. Humph. She looked to the side feeling a little rebellious. Who's in control? His tendrils started wrapping around her nipples and pinched them, making her feel pain and pleasure. Ah, why you are. She ended up giving in easily. That's my girl. He smiled and dropped her on his cock as she gasped at the sudden feeling of being filled completely by him. As she was bouncing on his cock, Alex looked at the new panel that he just unlocked. Perks. EP generation 0.1/day, 1 host at 10% bonding rate. Oh, this changes a lot of things, he thought as he realized that he'd need to have quite a few girls if he wanted to generate enough EP to buy a substantial skill. Gwen's moan distracted him from his thoughts and he put the thought of the EP generation perk at the back of his head and decided to enjoy his time with this lovely girl who was just so devoted to him. Peter Parker from this version of Earth was really dumb to have let her go and die. 11. Reality check. Back in Earth 65, or Ghost Spider's dimension. Gwen was feeling like she was sleeping on the world's comfiest bed as she woke up. She was feeling extremely refreshed. It was as if she'd had the best sleep possible tonight. Soon, she fluttered open her eyes while stretching in the comfy bed. She yawned as everything from the previous night started coming back to her. Alex. She fumed. Morning, Gwen. He was cheery. Last night. What the fuck was all that? She felt extremely embarrassed about what she'd experienced last night and was trying to hide it behind a mask of anger. I know you had fun. He teased her. You zapped me with electricity on my. Her face was getting redder by the second. Your nipples and clit? He chuckled at how she was able to swear so easily but was embarrassed about mentioning this. This is serious. She didn't like his nonchalant attitude. I was serious too. There were 2 reasons why I did it. One was because I know how much of a masochistic slut you are. Don't try to deny it, I know. He was just messing with her. She wasn't into pain. She was just into electricity play. Bullshit. She denied it vehemently. The other reason was to unlock something amazing. He didn't pay attention to her denial and moved on to the next topic. What? She seemed to be deflated after a while of fuming and asked him with a helpless tone. I'll show you. He made her bring her hand up and suddenly little sparks started coming out of her fingers. Whoa, she seemed mesmerized by the look of little electric sparks being created in her hands. Bioelectricity, this was the second reason that I wanted to zap you. I'd noticed the potential for this ability hidden in your genome and had to use a catalyst to awaken the ability. Hence the overwhelming pleasure while being zapped with electricity. He said with a completely flat tone that made Gwen think that he did it only to awaken her ability. So that's why you did all that. She didn't realize the slight tinge of disappointment in her tone. Of course not. There were other ways to awaken the ability. I went with the most explosive and pleasurable one. Who doesn't like a kinky good time? He asked her rhetorically as he zapped her nipple again. Ah! She shrieked with a girly voice as she jumped up with full force. Alex had to nail her down and suppress her, otherwise she would have made a hole in the ceiling. Easy there, he said in a reprimanding tone. Easy yourself. Why are you zapping me? She wanted revenge and tried to discharge electricity from her body, thinking it would make Alex uncomfortable. It's to help you train your ability. The more electricity you experience in vulnerable situations, the better your power, he semi-bullshit her. He was only doing this because he liked her cute reactions. Why aren't you being affected by my electricity? She ignored him and asked as she realized that the electricity wasn't affecting him at all. I also have the ability to manipulate lightning on a small scale. Last night, I suppressed an electricity blast from your ability awakening which would have completely destroyed your room, literally vaporizing most of the stuff in here. He said in a nonchalant way. Wait, really? Her eyes were wide open. Yeah. I don't know what to say, thank you I guess, but still. Can't you stop doing these kinds of things? It's inappropriate. Gwen wanted to set some boundaries. What's inappropriate about it? The two of us are basically permanently bonded to each other, physically and mentally. I saw in that guy's memories, what do you call it? Yes, marriage, we're basically married, and that too on a really deep level. This kind of stuff is completely normal. He told her as if it was a matter of fact. A marriage? I don't even have a boyfriend. She didn't know how to react to his words. Well, that's how it is also. I saw quite a few different things in that guy's memory and I want to try all those things with you, call it curiosity. He whispered. What kind of things? She was feeling slightly apprehensive of his tone. The sexual kind, my dear Gwen. There are so many things for us to try, vaginal, anal, roleplay, and this unique thing that I saw in his memories. I think it's called tentacles. Alex was absolutely loving her increasingly embarrassed reactions. Alex, I am a virgin, she was overwhelmed and scared by the stuff he'd mentioned. That's why I'm taking things slow, babe, don't worry. For now, though, we have something important to do. What? She could feel his evil smirk even though she couldn't see it. Practice, of course, he said as slowly the area around her crotch and chest started compressing. He was going to give her the equivalent of a morning fuck before she could get on with her day. He wouldn't have sex with her yet, he was going to take his sweet time and enjoy corrupting her and making her his lively depraved bitch of a host. After a morning orgasm, Alex got her ready for college. And as per his promise, he was the one who chose her clothes. She'd ended up wearing a crop top with denim shorts. Her piercing was also visible from the crop top that she was wearing. She didn't mind the clothes and actually quite liked them. Gwen didn't realize, but Alex had already taken control of quite a few basic things in her life within a single day. Alex also had some risque fun with her in college by teasing her sensitive spots every once in a while. He liked messing with her. When college ended, she asked Alex for her ghost spider suit and went to do some superhero business. Woohoo! I've missed this so much, Gwen screamed as she swung around through Manhattan while doing intense maneuvers and going at full speed. You were swinging through the city with your powers suppressed yesterday. Yeah, but that was different. I couldn't actually do anything intense. Hell, all I was doing was to swinging around the city and making my presence visible after those 39 other planets appeared. There were a few days of mass hysteria, but things have seemed to calm down for now. She told him through their telepathic connection. It's temporary, you know that, right? All of those worlds are currently in a laying low situation, preparing for whatever is about to come at some point. There will be an influx of chaos that will completely destroy all semblance of peace. I know, she was somber. You need to prepare yourself. And you need to get stronger. He gave her a reality check. How though? I haven't been able to improve myself for quite a while. For one thing, my powers were suppressed, and even before that, I'd never been able to cross the threshold of lifting 10 tons. Hell, I haven't even reached that 10-ton point again after that one time. My strength always falls short. Bonding with you is the only reason that my power has increased a bit. Before that, it was all stagnant. She hadn't been able to increase her strength after the initial month when her body was getting used to the spider bite mutation. Yeah, that's all in the past. Bonding with me was the best thing that could have happened to you. I can easily fix that. Alex told her with a prideful touch in his tone. Narcissistic much? She quipped, interrupting him. Don't interrupt me, he threatened her and pinched her nipples as she swung through the city. She lost her balance and ended up losing control of her trajectory. Alex had to control her body in the meantime so that she doesn't fall. Don't do that. She was mad. Consider this a lesson. And I like messing around with you at the worst possible time mostly because I know that I can take control when you mess up and protect you like the little baby that you are. He teased her. Well, don't do that please. She knew that she couldn't win against him and decided to try a different tactic. He ignored her and continued, let's get back to what we were talking about. Your strength. Bonding with me is going to slowly change your body into something much better than a human, especially the upper limit of your strength. I've basically removed all limitations from your body and you can get as strong as you want. But the catch is that you have to train. Not only the basic stuff like lifting and running. You need to learn martial arts and develop your bioelectricity. You have a whole lot to do. I don't need to learn martial arts. My reflexes are very, very fast. She didn't want to spend time learning. Yes, and imagine a person comes with similar reflexes as you and who also has mastery over melee combat, they would completely whoop your ass. Take Wolverine for example, the guy is a master of melee combat and he could whoop your ass in 3 seconds flat. Your superhuman reflexes ain't shit in front of him. The best you can do is run away before he reaches you. He didn't mention that Wolverine's base strength was weaker than hers. The guy could beat her up even without going all out. He wanted to motivate her, not dishearten her. That's hurtful. And truthful. And I'm going to make sure that that changes soon. I'm going to create a regimen that you'll be following to the dot from now on. If you don't want to then I'll make sure that you do. He said with a tone of finality. You talk as if you know all this stuff. I do. I know my stuff very well. Now we have to do something important. Let's go to your empty warehouse where you usually go when you want to punch something. He wasn't going to go into detail about the origins of his knowledge. How do you know that? I can read you like an open book, Gwenny. He imitated her father's tone. Please don't call me that. Why? I saw that daddy is a nice term of endearment for your significant other, he teased her. God please, no, she didn't want to call Alex daddy. Haha, let's go. Stop swinging back to your house. He caught on to her act. But, she tried to bargain. Now, we have to test your powers after the enhancements and how strong you are at your base level. He wasn't having it. Fine, she sulked as she swung to the empty warehouse. 12. Testing and training. Gwen punched a sleek black circular disc-like surface that was hanging from the ceiling of the warehouse. She'd used her full strength to attack without being enhanced by Alex. Great, one last test. Grab the barbell. The disc that was hanging from the ceiling fell down into Gwen's outstretched hands and transformed into a barbell. Since there was no equipment in the warehouse, he'd ended up using the malleability of the symbiote body to create constructs to test out Gwen's abilities. Slowly the barbell started getting heavier. Alex was augmenting its density to make it heavier. He wanted to check how much she could lift without her strength being augmented by him. Its weight kept getting heavier and heavier as it reached Gwen's threshold of 10 tons. She seemed to be breaking a sweat but still didn't seem like it was her limit. Arg. She was doing her best as the barbell kept getting heavier and heavier. Soon, she wasn't able to hold out and ended up dropping it on the ground. 12 tons. No enhancement. See what I meant about breaking any limits that you have. As long as you train consistently, I'll have you contend with the likes of the Hulk and Thor, beings whose strengths are far beyond superhuman level and firmly within cosmic levels. Let's not talk about the world breaker Hulk. The Hulk in this timeline is close to the one in the MCU as he's shown, and let's have it stay that way. He didn't want to talk about how the Hulk is essentially a being with infinite potential. The angrier he gets, the more his strength increases. And the increase is exponential, which makes his physical strength unapproachable unless you take him out quickly. He also didn't talk about the various versions of Spider-Man that were better than her. He would have to explain a lot of stuff to her if he did that. She sat at an average level in the Spider-Man spectrum, not the weakest Spider-Man, but far from being the strongest. I can punch through a building to the point that it completely collapses. She seemed interested in the prospect. Sure you can, but it'll take time, effort, and patience. I'll manage everything else. Now though, it's time to test out my enhancement to your strength. Can we take a break? My arms are sore after pushing myself so much. Nope, I'll take care of the soreness. She was still wearing her ghost spider costume, so he was easily able to administer the right chemicals into her arms to bring her back to perfect shape. Are you going to do this every time I get sore from training? She asked with dread visible on her face. Of course. How else are you going to get strong efficiently? Don't worry, I'll make a sustainable program for you with plenty of incentives. Incentives? She had a bad feeling about the incentives that he was offering. Pick the barbell back up. Let's test the enhancement. He brought her back on track. She grumbled a bit but still picked up the 12-ton barbell with ease. Let's start increasing the weight, he told her as the barbell kept getting heavier and heavier. He noticed her start sweating after the barbell reached 30 tons. She finally dropped it when it reached 35 tons. A 3 times enhancement to your physical stats. Not too bad. I can probably increase this in the future. How? She was curious about his strengthening procedure. That's for me to know and you to experience. He wasn't going to tell her so easily. No fair, she pouted. Life isn't fair, baby. They spent the next few hours testing the enhancements on Gwen's various abilities, and when everything was finally concluded, they went home. On the way, Alex realized that he had quite a bit of autonomy over the system and that he could change and add quite a few things. He'd already made a few changes to the status panels. Status, Host 1. Name, Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. Bonding rate, 4%. Powers, Superhuman Physique, 12 tons, Spider Sense, Wall Crawling, Bioelectricity. He'd combined the physical powers into a single power instead of separate ones like Strength, Agility, etc. And he also added the amount that she could lift to Gwen's physique stat. He also realized that it would automatically be updated from now on. He only had to measure her base stats once to initialize this process. He'd also made an addition to his own skills. Skill Acquisition. EP 7. Own skills, Superhuman Grade Physique Creation, Enhanced Sixth Sense, Biological Manipulation, Basic Lightning Manipulation, Camouflage, Host Enhancement, Devour Copy. Host Enhancement, enhances the host's base stats by a factor of 3 times. Passive skill. Also affects the auxiliary powers that the host of the symbiote possesses. Power enhancement depends on factors like the type of the powers and compatibility with those powers. He saw his depressingly low 7 EP and got sad since it was stuck there unless he devoured a large number of people or increased the bonding rate with more girls. Sadly for him, increasing the bonding rate wasn't an easy task. It also kept slowing down as he went forward. Going from 0 to 10% was much easier than going from 10 to 15%. So it was going to take time. He'd already decided to use one of his bodies for extensive fucking purposes, as he was going to power level the bonding rate with a few girls to start actually generating the EP quickly. He would do it with the next version of Earth that he would reach. In his skills panel, he combined all the physical-based skills into a single banner physique, and also added the host enhancement skill, which will keep track of how much he can enhance his hosts. Good work, Gwen. You can do your hero business if you want or go home. I'll spend some time creating a training regimen for you, he told her before going silent. Hey Alex, she seemed hesitant. What is it? He asked. What's the incentive that you're talking about? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. Oh, you wanna know? He teased her with an amused tone. Why yeah, let's give you a little sneak peek. His words gave Gwen chills. The next instant, Alex separated a part of his body and turned it into a large and comfy bed. After devouring such a large number of people in the Amazing Spider-Man world, he had an abundance of mass that could be separated from his body. The best thing was that this mass was shared between all the bodies. There was an indistinct connection that helped to make a lot of things common for all the bodies. Alex assumed that this had to do with the fact that he was the only consciousness that was controlling those bodies. Sit on the bed. He commanded her, and Gwen instinctively followed his words. Her ghost spider suit disappeared as she was left on the bed while completely naked. For aesthetic purposes, Alex left a pitch-black collar on her neck. Hey, this is demeaning, she complained as she brought her hands to the collar and tried to remove it. Then why are you wet? He teased her, and that collar started expanding into a black leotard that started covering her body while leaving her breasts completely exposed. As the leotard covered her crotch, he started to tease her snatch. Alex, MHH, she couldn't hold back the moan that came with Alex's touch. 2 tendrils also appeared from the collar and wrapped around her nipples, using them as leverage to pull up her breasts and connect them to the collar. Oh, Alex, she moaned out loud and tried to bring her hands to her breasts and crotch to augment the pleasure that Alex was making her feel. You can't touch yourself, Gwen, Alex reprimanded her, and shackles formed on her wrists and pulled them away, tying her hands behind her back. Alex, she whined as she tried to struggle, but it was futile. NHH, she kept making cute sounds as Alex teased her. This is good enough. Let's try something different, he told her as he made sure that the teasing couldn't make her come, it would keep making her more and more aroused and desperate. Alex, her thoughts were starting to get blurred. Open wide, he told her as a phallus that came out of the collar suddenly assaulted her mouth. Her moans got muffled as the phallus started assaulting her mouth. I'll only make you come if you can keep the whole thing in for a full minute without gagging. What? Her thoughts were slurred and the telepathy reflected that. Start sucking. The phallus grew to 6 inches and started going deeper into her mouth. She started gagging soon, but an inch was still out of her mouth. Alex pulled out and gave her a moment to breathe before going back in. He was training her to suck cock like a pro. He was also enjoying playing with Gwen like that. He really liked the little nub of her tongue piercing that was touching his cock inside her mouth. Although not a human anymore, he was feeling all the human emotions and didn't seem to have lost his humanity completely. Though the same couldn't be said for his moral compass. At first, she resisted the action of sucking on the cock since she felt like it was demeaning. But soon, she started getting really desperate. Alex wasn't making her come, nor was he letting her do it herself. She ended up giving in and reluctantly started sucking on the cock that was invading her mouth. It took a while, but soon she was able to suck on the 6-inch phallus with relative ease. She was getting better quickly. Finally, Alex forced the cock to stay inside her mouth for 45 seconds before she started gagging. He started taking longer and longer intervals as she finally reached the 1-minute mark of not gagging while sucking the cock. She'd been utterly desperate and was trying her best to keep up for the last 30 minutes, and when she was successful, she finally felt some mental relief, knowing that she wouldn't have to endure the teasing anymore. "Good girl, here's your reward." After edging her for so long, he finally made her come as he pinched her nipples and massaged her neglected clit. "Ah!" she screamed and squirted, hard. Just as she orgasmed, Alex played her and started filling her mouth with his cum. Arg Alex. She was not prepared and tried to spit it out, but Alex was prepared. As she orgasmed like crazy, he made sure that she drank all of his cum by covering her mouth and forcing everything down her throat. It wasn't semen per se, it was more of a nutrient formula with the consistency of cum. He could make it taste like anything he wanted. Bonding rate, 6%. Shitty ass efficiency, he complained inwardly before putting the thought at the back of his mind. 13. Outburst. Back in the MCU Earth. After forming a preliminary bond with Natasha, Alex realized that his timing was impeccable. He'd infiltrated the Avengers at the perfect time since they were leaving on the same night of the day that he'd bonded with Natasha. The team would be consisting of Captain America, Falcon, Wanda, and Black Widow. That night, they boarded the Quinjet and left for Lagos. So Stark didn't come because Natasha trailed off as she was talking to Captain America. "He's busy with something, probably some sort of precaution against those 39 other versions of Earth," he told her. "Why are we sure that they're Earths?" she asked him. "They've researched and probed some stuff. Those planets are identical to Earth with signs of a very similar development of life and civilization. For all intents and purposes, those are copies of our Earth." He had a solemn tone. "So he's working on what? Some kind of planetary shield?" Natasha asked Steve. "Not sure, but knowing him, it's probably a spear. The alignment of the cluster doesn't point to us being at the center. We're at the outskirts of the main cluster, with all the planets orbiting around 2 central worlds." He described the structure of the cluster. "I'm surprised and apprehensive that the different gravitational poles haven't completely ruined all of the planets already. That all points to an external force maintaining the balance. I don't even know what kind of power would be able to do something of such a scale," Steve said with dread in his tone. "Yeah, like we didn't already have enough on our plate. With invading aliens, hammer gods, killer AI robots, and Hydra bullshit, this is what we were missing, some cosmic overlord playing experiment with our world." There was a sarcastic quip from the driver's seat. "You're not wrong, Sam," Steve agreed with Falcon. "But we have to keep going." Natasha said something that she thought Steve would be saying. Steve was indeed about to say that and looked over at her. Natasha had a cheeky smile on her face. "I know you better than you realize, Steve," she told him as she sat back in her seat, briefly glancing at the quiet Wanda for a few seconds. Wanda hadn't spoken ever since they'd boarded the Quinjet, seemingly deep in thought. At this time, Alex had been waiting for the right time to work his magic and bond with Wanda. He was waiting for everyone to get comfortable since it was going to be a while before they reached Lagos. Soon, he got his chance. Natasha was resting with her eyes closed, Steve was going through the mission briefing, and Sam using his phone as he sat in the pilot seat. The plane was on autopilot. Lastly, Wanda ended up drifting to sleep. "Now's my chance." An invisible tendril extended from Natasha and slowly made its way to Wanda. Within seconds, Alex's tendril reached Wanda and separated from Natasha. At the next moment, he completely merged into Wanda's clothes. Then he tried to bond with her. That was when things changed. Wanda's chaos magic started going haywire. Just as Alex formed his bond with her and took root inside her body, there was a red flash that created a wave of telekinetic force. It broke the seat that Wanda was sitting on, and threw Steve off of his seat while cracking the tablet that he was using to read the mission brief. Natasha was sitting on the seat behind Wanda, so the broken backrest of Wanda's seat was launched into Natasha's face, who barely blocked the huge projectile with her arm. Sam, who was sitting in the pilot's seat, got his head banged at the side. "Huh." Wanda, who had been asleep, was startled awake when she felt her powers go haywire. Although she quickly got herself back together, the damage was already done. No one was too hurt, but Natasha's arm was bleeding after she'd blocked the projectile while Sam had gotten a concussion. Steve was perfectly fine, though. He'd been enhanced by the super soldier serum and wasn't as easily hurt as Sam and Natasha, who, even though extremely well trained, were still in the realm of humans. Natasha quickly jumped up from her seat and jumped behind it, using the backrest of the seat as cover while taking a defensive position. She used that moment to wrap up her bleeding arm, which she'd used to block the projectile. "Wanda, what's going on?" Steve called out while also taking a defensive posture behind his shield. Sam was concussed, so he wasn't able to respond as quickly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Wanda had a worried and guilty frown as she repeatedly apologized to them with panic evident in her voice. Natasha and Steve made brief eye contact as they realized that Wanda's loss of control was involuntary. Are you all right now, Wanda? Natasha asked from behind her cover. Yes, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I was asleep and suddenly, my powers started going haywire, she was trying to explain with panic in her tone. It's fine, Wanda. Accidents happened. Steve understood the situation and didn't blame Wanda for this. Her powers would get unstable every once in a while when she had her emotions heightened, so he wasn't exactly surprised by this. It was unexpected but not too big of a deal. The situation wasn't bad as the jet wasn't damaged and no one was hurt too badly. So they continued on their mission after having a talk with Wanda. Damn, I didn't expect this. Alex was sweating inside. He'd realized that the chaos magic that Wanda had was very sensitive to foreign entities and it had detected him. The telekinetic burst was a defensive reaction by her chaos magic against the invading entity. Alex was basically a foreign entity that was intruding into her body and ended up activating the defense mechanism. If he'd tried to bond with Wanda after she'd had some practice and initial mastery over her chaos magic, then things would have been much more difficult. He probably would have been detected by her easily, long before he had a chance to touch her. Thank fuck I didn't delay this. She's very new to her powers and thinks that it's nothing but basic telekinesis and mind control, but chaos magic is just so much more. He knew of the true potential of Wanda's powers. The Scarlet Witch is one of the most overpowered beings in the Marvel multiverse. At one point, she wiped out every single mutant from the face of the entire multiverse with 3 words. All it took for her was to say, "No more mutants," and she warped reality to make it that mutants didn't even exist. Not just in Earth 616, but every single version of Earth. The Scarlet Witch completely warped reality within the entire multiverse with 3 words. And then she even fixed it, changing reality throughout the multiverse again. House of M was fucking bonkers, Alex thought as he recalled how overpowered Wanda is in the comics. Granted, this was a very specific scenario with quite a few conditions having been met, but it told of the huge potential that Wanda actually had. Next up he checked her status. Status, Host 4. Name, Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch. Bonding rate, 0%. Powers, low human physique, chaos magic, dormant. Yeah, that makes sense, all she's ever done is to use telekinesis and basic mind magic. It's not even a single percentage point of what chaos magic can do. Wanda had her hands wrapped around her legs and her head buried in her knees as she brooded and felt guilty about what had just happened. Hey, Natasha came to her and sat beside her. Wanda didn't reply. It's all right, Wanda. It wasn't your fault. All right. She tried to comfort her. I'm just a liability. Wanda's state of mind was a little unstable. Of course, not. You're very strong. You're coming with us for 2 reasons. The first is to get experience and the second is that you are our heavy hitter. Me, Steve, and even Sam. We can take care of almost any normal situation we want. But if we end up running into an unbreakable wall, we'll need you, okay? You're very important and far from being a liability. Nat felt like she was babysitting Wanda. You don't have to comfort me, Nat, I understand that I need to gain better control over my powers. Wanda's tone was helpless but also had conviction. Nat didn't say anything and put a hand on her shoulder as a show of her support before leaving her. 14. Lagos. After the little Quinjet incident, things went in a similar manner as they did in the movie. Their mission was to prevent Rumlow, a Hydra agent, from getting access to something that was being developed by a lab in Lagos. They'd eventually found out that it was a biological weapon. Rumlow's team infiltrated the lab. Falcon, Captain America, and Wanda were the assault team while Natasha was on recon. Captain America went into the building while Wanda and Falcon cleared out the people outside the building. Though, he was a little late as Rumlow was of the building out before Cap could get to him. Rumlow escaped the building while 10 more Hydra agents were backing him up. They were going to be making their getaway in an armored vehicle. This was when Natasha came in. She ambushed one guy with a precision strike to the back of his neck and incapacitated him. At the same time, she tossed another person. She ducked to dodge the attack of one person while swiping his legs as she tossed the guy who was approaching her from behind. She punched the guy who'd just fallen in front of her in the neck to incapacitate him. 4 down, 6 more to go. But by this point, 3 guys had approached her. She escaped their encirclement by using the hood of their armored car as a springboard to kick one of the guys right in his face, knocking him out. Then, she used the momentum generated by the kick to slide to the other side of the hood of the car. There was another person who had been approaching her from the front of the car as she moved to the other side. She wrapped her leg around that guy's neck and flipped him over while jumping off of the car's hood, pinning him down and knocking him out. By then, she had already been approached by another 2 guys and she had to get into a hand-to-hand melee with them. She dodged their punches while trying to counter and look for an opening. Within seconds she found an opening and parried one guy's punch while redirecting the other one's attack to the guy she just parried. This created an opening for her to stab one of them in the neck using a pocket knife while using her taser bracelet to knock the other out. Seeing that the last 2 guys were about to approach her, she opened the door of the car in the face of one of them, disorienting him for a second and taking advantage of that moment to shoot a projectile taser from her bracelet to the guy's face. Not seeming to care about his own life, the last guy approached her with a mad charge. Nat used his own momentum against him as she slipped around the guy's head and imbalanced him, making him fall face first into the hard concrete floor with a bang. All this time, Rumlow had been looking for an opportunity to ambush her. He'd let her take out every single one of his men just to get an opportunity to get her. Arg. He'd grabbed her hair and pulled her back. Nat turned around and hit his arm at a particular muscle release point which should have made him lose his grip. But after punching him 3 times unsuccessfully, she changed tactics and swiped his legs, trying to disbalance him while twisting him to use his own force against him. She was successful in getting him to loosen his grip on her hair since he had to free his hand to balance himself, but he didn't fall. As Rumlow balanced himself, she used her taser bracelet to hit his neck in hopes that he would get knocked out. That was when Alex interfered. He amplified the discharge by many times through the use of basic lightning manipulation. Arg. Rumlow fell to the ground. Ah. The shock wasn't only felt by Rumlow, who got incapacitated, but also by Natasha. Since Alex had used her bracelet as a medium to discharge a huge amount of electricity, it also got fried and got extremely hot. Natasha could see that it had gotten ruined after that extremely strong electric discharge and was really hot. She took it off as soon as possible and threw it off. Her wrist had some light burns after that. She was very surprised by the bracelet's malfunction. This was the first time that her weapons had done something like this. Although it helped her, she was curious about what happened. But she didn't have the time to think about the broken bracelet. She had to call her team here. She was seeing that the shock had only affected Rumlow for a few seconds and he was already getting up. She understood that he must have gone through some version of the super soldier serum made by Hydra. So, she wasn't going to be a match for him in direct combat. She needed backup. Guys, I got Rumlow. I need backup, she said into her intercom. Just as she finished, Rumlow had already gotten up and he was about to attack her. By this time, Captain America had come out of the building into a balcony and was visible to Natasha. Seeing that Rumlow was getting up with Natasha seeming pretty roughed up, he jumped from the 5th floor while using his shield as a cushion for the fall. Rumlow had already charged Natasha as she was barely defending herself from his assault. She had already realized that he had been enhanced by some sort of knockoff super soldier serum and was staying on the defensive, trying to buy time until the others came. Within moments, Steve ambushed Rumlow, who was about to deliver a punch to Natasha's abdomen, and swiped his legs. Cap was a far different beast when compared to Natasha. His swipe directly had Rumlow off his legs as he fell down. As Steve started to engage Rumlow in heavy melee combat, Natasha thought that she could get a breather for a few seconds before backing him up, but she didn't have that luxury. From the armored car that was Rumlow's getaway vehicle, 4 more men rushed out, probably the last of the assailants. Natasha sighed exasperatedly as she engaged them. Thankfully though, a flying bird came in time and helped her out by engaging 2 of the people. It was Falcon. He'd rushed here after he and Wanda had gotten rid of everyone there. Wanda was also on her way. Sam and Natasha made quick work of the last remaining 4 assailants. Then they turned to Rumlow and Steve's fight. You're coming with me. Rumlow had a malevolent look on his face as he pressed the button in his hand. Click. Instantly there was a big ball of fire in front of Captain America's face while Rumlow had vaporized completely. It seemed to have gotten stuck in its place though, as there was a crimson glow that seemed to be containing it. It was Wanda. She had contained the explosion with much difficulty as evidenced by the expression on her face. She tried her best to throw the explosion upward since she didn't know how long she would be able to contain it. Alex decided to interfere here again as he didn't want the destruction of the research center to be blamed on Wanda. There were still people in there. He didn't want their deaths to be on her conscience. Wanda didn't feel any different, but Alex channeled his new ability, weak magic affinity, that he'd gotten from bonding with Wanda. He tried to augment it with Wanda's chaos magic while trying to enhance her abilities to be able to channel more magic. Although this created a greater burden on Wanda's body, she was able to hold the explosion long enough to bring it up to the clear sky before letting it completely explode. The moment she released the explosion though, she fainted with a nosebleed. The improper channeling and overexertion had been too much for her physique. The major reason was that Alex hadn't had the time to augment her body yet. He wasn't able to enhance her base stats since there was no time. Unlike in the movie, Natasha had been able to at least hold her own for a while against Rumlow. This wasn't just because of the stronger taser, but also because she had been slightly enhanced by him over the previous night. He'd suppressed the host enhancement since he didn't want it to come off as unusual in such a situation. Natasha suddenly being able to beat a guy that's been enhanced beyond human levels would come off as very suspicious. It was the same with Wanda. He had suppressed the skill since he needed her to have a normal reaction to overexerting her powers. Natasha picked up Wanda as they looked at the huge explosion in the sky. Let's go, Steve, Sam. Wanda needs help, Natasha called out so that they would move to the safe house. 15 Introductions, 1/3. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha heard a voice in her head as she was in the bathroom of a safe house, nursing her wounds. Who's there? She instantly took a defensive posture and held the only thing that was near her and could be used as a weapon, scissors. Don't worry. I mean you no harm, I just wanted to introduce myself to you. He calmed her down with her words and also biologically by altering a hormone a little. What are you? She asked out into the air. I am an alien life form. Our species survives on a symbiotic basis. We join with our host and augment them as they provide us sustenance. Are you inside me? She suppressed the fear that she was feeling and put on a stoic persona. You can talk to me telepathically. Just think of some words while trying to convey them to me. He informed her. Are you inside me? She sounded much more vulnerable to Alex when she talked telepathically. Yes. I bonded with you when you were fighting that person. I was in an injured state and needed to bond with someone to save my life. He told her a random sob story. And you are now living inside me? Are you some sort of bug? She felt disgusted as she thought of that. I'm not a bug, please. That's offensive. I'm a slime-based species. We have no fixed form and can turn it into whatever we want. I've been living in this world for a while, Miss Avenger. You can call me Alex. Your name sounds human to me. She had sarcasm dripping from her tone. Yes, after living here for so long, I've decided to call myself Alex. I even have a face that I created based on what I thought I would have according to human standards. See, Alex decided to show her his face. Natasha saw a slime-like solid come out from her neck which then came to face her. That's creepy on so many levels, she commented as she looked at the floating face in front of her. Alex had black hair and a sharp face with a well-defined jawline. In her curiosity, Nat couldn't help but bring her hand up to the face that was floating in front of her and run her fingers over his cheek. That was when she realized something. Are you the reason that my shock bracer got fried? She'd remembered that her reliable shock bracers had malfunctioned at the time when Alex told her he bonded with her. Yeah, I had to. I could tell that the guy was too strong to get incapacitated by a normal shock, so I had to amplify the attack. I used the bracelet as the medium for the amplification, which was why it got fried. Alex patiently explained to her before retracting back into her. So, you saved me? She asked with slight disbelief laced in her tone. Well, I need you to be alive if I want to survive. Changing hosts is neither easy nor pleasant for our race. But it's possible, she caught on to his words. It is possible. But even that depends on the level of the bond that is present. For example, our current bond is completely superficial and I can detach from you with some effort and only a minor period of weakness. But as we go forward and our bond increases and strengthens, it'll become more and more difficult to separate from you. When the bond is at its strongest, our lives will be intertwined. You live, I live. You die, I die. He easily mixed some lies in with truths to her to sell the bond to her. Is that so? She had a thoughtful expression on her face. Can you tell me your powers? She asked him. Sure. They're pretty basic actually. I can enhance your physique to utter superhuman levels. Yes, you'll be able to beat Captain America in a one-to-one duel by completely overpowering him. I can't get you to levels close to the Hulk and Thor yet though. They are wholly different entities. But you can, she caught on to what he was suggesting. With enough time and a good enough host, we can both reach unprecedented levels. My presence has completely removed any limiter that you may have on your physical status. As long as you train, you get stronger. It's easy. Oh, and also, the physique enhancement will include enhancing your reflexes. You'll be able to react to things much sooner. Amazing. And that electricity? She remembered that he was able to channel energy. I have the ability to manipulate lightning. I haven't had the chance to train it yet so it's still in its early stages and is pretty weak. If that's what you call weak then what's strong? Natasha thought about the shock that seemed to travel through her entire body when he channeled the lightning. And it didn't do much to affect that Rumlow guy. He told her. How much would the physical enhancements be in your opinion? She asked. About 3 times your base stats for now. As I grow, that multiplier would increase slowly. Let's say you can press 1,000 pounds for now. With me, you can hit 3,000, easily. Alex glanced at her status as he told her. Status, Host 3. Name, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Bonding rate, 0%. Powers, Peak Human Physique, 1/2 ton or 500 kilograms, Melee Mastery Espionage Mastery. Hell, I could punch harder than her if I was separated from her. Alex's base strength without using a host was the equivalent of 15 tons. But that was after devouring a Spider-Man and forming a deep bond with another. The stronger people Alex bonds with, the greater enhancements he'll get to his own base stats. The main reason that he went for Natasha was because of her combat mastery. She was one of the most prominent and experienced fighters in the MCU without concerning enhanced people like the Hulk and Steve. The only reason she fell short was that she didn't have much physical strength to augment her skills. I'm going to get her to teach me everything about fighting and training. Alex also wanted to become a strong melee combatant while being able to train other superheroes that he bonds with. He knew that some of the people that he would bond with would mostly be like Gwen, 65 aka Ghost Spider. They would have no actual training and in the scenarios where they run into a foe that's evenly matched they would get completely decimated. I'm not that strong. She chuckled when she heard him say that she can press 1,000 pounds. Don't sell yourself short. It's 1,000 pounds, I can tell. Though it's your peak performance. You can only lift that much momentarily, your constant press weight should be around half of that. He had a pretty good idea about her biology. You're right. Damn. She was impressed. Other things include enhanced regeneration, increased lifespan, and eventually, your body will become the perfect human existence. Increased lifespan? It's an abstract thing. I can enhance your metabolism and make sure that your cells are able to keep splitting for far longer than possible. I don't know the limits of the ability for now. Damn. So, I'll deepen the bond now if you don't have any issues. Alex told her and only gave her a few seconds to think. Wait, it's now or never, Nat. But, don't hesitate. Just do. Think of all the good that you can do. You can truly protect your loved ones. He was basically enticing her like the devil. Okay. Nat had already been pretty convinced and she agreed after a moment of hesitation. That was the signal for Alex to work his magic. Black tendrils burst out of Natasha's body and ripped apart her leather combat suit, leaving her completely naked. Before she could say anything about the bizarre scene in front of her, a tendril came to her face and covered every inch of visible skin, going from her mouth to her nose, ears, and eyes. He suppressed all her senses as a mask formed over her face. Next, the tendrils started coalescing into 4 large ones that were protruding from her wrists and legs. They then got fixed to the ground and started extending, suspending Natasha in the air by her 4 limbs. Alex, her voice was low to convey her discomfort. She still wasn't panicking, but it wasn't exactly comfortable to have all your senses blocked, be unable to breathe, and be suspended in the air in a spread eagle position. It's all fine. It'll only be a minute. He told her as the tendrils started wrapping around her body and forming a secondary black-colored skin over her body which clung tightly to her curves. It especially made her perfect tits and ass look like they were just made to be fondled and played with. The next instant, Natasha felt a prick in her neck. It didn't even make her flinch since she had an unholy amount of pain tolerance. Alex formed a deeper bond with her as he enhanced her hormone production and metabolism while enhancing her sensitivity. 16. Introductions, 2/3. Alex formed a deeper bond with her as he enhanced her hormone production and metabolism while enhancing her sensitivity. Natasha's body was filled with hidden internal injuries that weren't possible to heal without superhuman healing, so Alex also laid the groundwork to start healing those injuries. There was a flinch in her thoughts. Her mouth was suppressed so there was no noise in the bathroom. It was the sudden secretion of dopamine which was making her really horny. The tight-fitting suit that was making her body all sensitive wasn't helping her situation. But she still didn't make a peep. She was someone with far more willpower than most people. Should we seal the deal, Natasha? Alex asked her as he formed his full body in front of the suspended Natasha and took out his cock. He exposed her crotch to the air and rubbed his cock over her snatch. Whole hat? Her thoughts were a little slurred. She was only able to hold back by gritting her teeth and not thinking anything. We will be sealing the deal with sex. He told her nonchalantly as he rubbed his cock over her extremely sensitive pussy lips. It's important. He told her with a serious tone. But you don't want to be fucked by an alien. He teased her while still rubbing his cock over her pussy, increasing her arousal more and more. At this point, Natasha just wanted to be filled. She was feeling so empty. She wanted a cock to ram into her depths. She was only holding herself back through sheer determination. I'll take my human form while we do this, okay? You can think of me as your very intimate partner who also strengthens you. He told her. He knew that he could easily fuck her without her agreement and be done with it, but that would result in losing her trust. She would never be able to fully trust him, and he didn't want that. She still held on and was hesitant. Alex made the mask that was suppressing all of her senses release her eyes and nose. She was already having a very difficult time with the loss of breath. And then she was able to see him. Alex was standing in front of her, fully naked with his Norse godlike body fully on display. Natasha was floating in front of him with her limbs spread apart and completely under his control. Alex held her waist as he rubbed his cock over her pussy while bringing his face close to hers. He hadn't removed the suppression on her mouth and ears as he didn't want her to make any noise, and the ear suppressors were just there because he wanted them to be. Will you trust me? He looked into her eyes with a look that would have made any girl swoon over him and caressed the side of her face. For the first time in a long time, Natasha revealed a rare vulnerable look and nodded. She closed her eyes, not wanting to think of anything else. That's my girl. He ran his fingers through her lovely fiery hair and pushed his cock inside her. She moaned as she felt his cock enter her as his other hand grabbed her butt. Alex kept going and completely buried his cock deep inside her snatch. Alex, she called out to him as she felt his cock completely fill her. It was so large that she felt that it would tear her in half. Natasha felt like her mind was melting from the pleasure that she was feeling here. Alex was enjoying fucking this woman silly as he played with her tits as the black suit started disappearing from her body, leaving her completely naked. He put his mouth over one of her breasts and played with the other using his hand. He would nibble, pinch, flick and tease her breasts as he rammed his cock into her. Natasha was completely under Alex's control while being suspended in the air at the perfect spot to be penetrated by Alex, who had his way with her. Even her thoughts were incoherent as she screamed and felt like she was getting overwhelmed by the pleasure. Within seconds, she started coming, hard. Alex kept going as she squirted all over his dick. He decided to go even further as he decided to try something new with Natasha. She was feeling overwhelming pleasure as Alex kept going even though she'd already come. There was a confused moan as she felt something poking her back door. Alex. She understood what he was about to do and felt that it might be too much for her. She already felt like she was bursting with his monster cock inside her. If he decided to fuck her anally too, then she was scared about what would happen to her. But at the same time anticipatory. You're amazing, Natasha, honestly, your insides feel heavenly. He complimented her as he teased her anal cavity with another identical 9-inch phallus. I don't think on, she tried to tell him about her apprehension. Don't think. Just enjoy the experience. He didn't let her say anything else as the phallus started invading her ass. Even while suspended in the air, her back arched as the cock started invading her ass. And, she was feeling too many sensations and her eyes had already rolled back as she could only accept the overwhelming pleasure that Alex was dishing out. Alex finally pushed it completely in and at this point Natasha was filled completely to the brim in both her holes. He deepened the connection with her even more as tiny tendrils seemed to extend from his cock and invaded Natasha's uterus. He used the chance to examine the state of her uterus to see how her sterilization works while deepening the bond. It would allow him to heal her with ease later on. Alex kept going at his pace for quite a while as he teased and explored her body completely, making her body feel so much pleasure that she wouldn't ever be able to live without him. In front of his invasion of her body, all Natasha could do was twitch and moan incoherently. By the time Alex was done, she had come tens of times and Alex had been sustaining her body and mind so that she doesn't break. I'm going to fill you up, my partner, he whispered to her. Before she could realize the significance of his words, Alex came and started filling up both of her cavities with an ungodly amount of cum. The force that the cum shot out with, made her orgasm once again. When Alex pulled out, a large amount of his cum fell on the floor from both of her holes. When he finally pulled out of her, she gave a sigh of relief inwardly and started drifting off to sleep. Even with inhuman levels of endurance and willpower, this experience was too much for her to bear and she ended up knocked out. The tendrils that had been suspending her in the air lowered her as Alex caught her in his arms. She's amazing, he thought as he sat with her in his lap, forming a comfortable chair. She curled up like a kitten in his embrace while she rested as Alex finally started making changes to her body. He'd also classified the bonds that he made with the girls into levels. Level 0, Initial Bond. Allows minimal influence to host biology. Can be established without the knowledge of the host. Current recipient, Wanda Maximoff. Level 1, Shallow Bond. Allows for influencing the hormonal levels of the host and basic biological manipulation. Current recipient, Gwen Stacy, Earth, 65 Ghost Spider. Level 2, Physique Bond. Allows for higher influence on the host's biology and allows greater augmentation and induction of permanent enhancements to the host. Current recipient, Natasha Romanoff, Gwendolyn Stacy. He hadn't explored a higher level yet so there was no need to think of that, for now. He also added this new section to the system's status interface. Status, Host 3. Name, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Bonding rate, 8%. Bonding level, 2. Powers, Peak Human Physique, 300 kilograms, Melee Mastery Espionage Mastery. He also saw that her physique had increased after the enhancements that he'd made to her body during their bonding session. The bonding rate had reached 8% and it would only be a while before Natasha also started providing him 0.1 EP/day. Now though, it's time to learn from her, he was going to wake her up. He was sitting on a comfy couch that he'd formed from a part of his body and had the naked Natasha curled up in his lap. Natasha, wake up. He shook her awake symbolically. It had no meaning as he did it just for fun. He could wake her up without doing anything. At the same time though, he rejuvenated her mind as he made her feel completely rested. That was what had her flutter her eyes open. Natasha, for the first time in a really long time, felt like she'd gone into a peaceful and truly deep sleep. She felt completely rejuvenated and at peace as she opened her eyes. What greeted her was the smiling face of a man. It was Alex. Morning Natasha, he greeted her. Alex, as if recalling everything, she looked at him with a complicated look. Don't think weird things. We're bonded, and for life at that. Now I'll merge back with you. He told her as he placed her on the couch and disappeared into her body. Seeing the man that had just turned into a mass of black tendrils, Natasha was feeling weird, and at the same time, was curious about what more he had in store for her. New weak people. Give me stones, please. 17, Introductions, 3/3. At the same time as he was bonding with Natasha, in another location in the safe house, Wanda Maximoff, Wanda heard a voice in her head but just shrugged it off. Her abilities have a habit of messing with her. Hey, Wanda. Alex looked at Wanda who was lying on the bed while ignoring him and felt a twitch of annoyance. What the fuck? The voice was too clear to be some sort of hallucinatory whisper. Hey, stop ignoring me. Alex didn't know whether to feel bad for Wanda or whether to be mad at her. Are you in my head? She instinctively talked to him telepathically. Kinda, it's complicated. Well, uncomplicated then, she threatened him as her magic suddenly started flaring up. Hey, no need to get violent. I mean you no harm. He made her lose her concentration by assaulting her sensitive spots. She shivered as she felt something massaging her nipples and clit. What are you doing? She asked with a slight slur as she had to pull back all her magic before it started flaring out of control. Distracting you so you don't start fighting me. I mean you no harm. I mean it. He told her earnestly while ignoring the fact that he just molested her. What are you? She asked him with a curious look on her face. She realized that if he wanted to harm her he could have done it long ago. My name is Alex. I'm from an alien symbiotic species that survive by bonding with a host. The host provides us sustenance and we enhance our host. Your name sounds awfully human for an alien, she quipped. I liked that name, so I took it up. Our culture doesn't have the concept of names, so I had to give myself one. He told her a random excuse. Why are you inside me? She asked the important question. When you were fighting those guys in the research center. I found you then. You had a very strong presence and I was hurt. I would have died if I didn't bond with you. He told her the same story that he'd told Natasha. How did you get hurt? She asked him as she tilted her head. My previous host, his voice was laced with venom. No pun intended. I don't want to talk about it. Can we talk about something else? He changed the topic as if he was too hurt to talk about it. If you say so. Wait. Did my power get stronger because of bonding with you? That explosion? Yeah, I knew that you wouldn't be able to hold it long enough and had to do something to help you. I hadn't bonded with you for long enough, so it ended up overtaxing your body. He had an apologetic tone. It's fine. You helped me. She was grateful for his help. I can do a lot more than that. I know the true origin of your powers. I can help you learn more about them and understand how they work. Isn't it just telekinesis and mind manipulation? She asked confusedly. That's what you've been told. You've always been scared of your powers, haven't you? You've never bothered exploring them deeply. But, my dear Wanda, what you have is chaos magic, an obscure branch of magic that has its powers in reality and causal manipulation. Your power isn't moving things with your mind. You can bend reality to your will. Are you sure? She didn't believe that she was that strong. You'll understand it all in due time. For now, we must form a bond, he told her. Aren't you already bonded with me? Not exactly. What we have is just the initial bond that allows me to talk to you telepathically and only augment you minimally. We need to deepen the bond to allow me to provide you with better benefits. What kind of benefits? She was now curious. Well, for one thing, my presence can enhance your physique by a lot, to the point of not having any limits as long as you keep exercising. If you think that it's not important, then look at what happened today. You channeled too much magic and that overtaxed your physique. A strong conduit is important for better powers. Other than that, your powers. The chaos magic, it's very obscure, but I can help you understand it and augment it in fights. He explained the other benefits of bonding with him, like the pseudo-immortality, enhanced healing factor, etc. And how does this bonding thing work? She asked him. It's based on the intimacy of our connection. The higher the level of the bond, the more benefits I can provide you and the greater your enhancements. I agree. I want to gain better control over my powers. As skeptical as she was about him, he'd shown that he could affect her use of her powers. She was desperate enough to trust a complete stranger if he could help her. Perfect. As Alex said that, her clothes disappeared. Alex. She was startled when she found herself suddenly naked. This is an important process, Wanda. He told her as black tendrils started wrapping around her body, slowly affecting her sensitivity. He wrapped around her just until he reached her neck and pricked the back of her neck. Ah, she felt that. That was the last sound she made as another tendril wrapped around her mouth, silencing her completely. Let's not alert the others. With that, he formed a level 1 bond with her and enhanced her hormone production and metabolism. Wanda felt black tendrils wrapping around her breasts, which seemed to be very sensitive, and was startled. Alex. What are? Before she could finish her thought, the dopamine rush started and she found herself writhing on the bed with a glaring need for release. Leave everything to me, Wanda. He stopped her hands from reaching her sensitive spots and shackled them to the top of the bed. Hey. She struggled, but only symbolically. There was no real struggle in her actions. She was enjoying this as much as Alex. Alex paid her no heed as he assaulted her poor breasts while neglecting her gushing wet pussy. He squeezed, kneaded, and played with her breasts as 2 smaller tendrils formed that played with and teased her nipples. He'd realized that her breasts were very sensitive and was going to make her come by only stimulating them. Alex, please. She realized her predicament as she was unable to move her hands and she was feeling so needy. All Alex was doing was teasing her breasts. She was needy to the point where tears started falling from her eyes. But all that did was turn on Alex even more as he continued his assault on her breasts mercilessly. A minute later, Wanda was coming, hard. Isn't my Wanda so slutty, coming with just her breasts? He teased her as he released her from her bonds and retracted back into her body, leaving her naked and a writhing mess on her bed. You shut it, and what the hell was that? She was embarrassed when she realized that she'd indeed come with just the stimulation in her breasts. I augment the bonding sessions with pleasure. It's a very good catalyst for us to get closer to each other. He told her. But, it's weird, she wasn't comfortable with a random alien dude having access to her body at all times. If it's really weird for you, I have a human form. One that I developed after seeing all kinds of people in the world. I think that it matches what I would be if I was a human. Would you like to see it? Really? Show me. She was curious. The next moment, black tendrils extended from her body and formed the figure of Alex standing over her at the side of the bed. Wanda looked at him and got embarrassed at her current state as she hurriedly tried to fix herself. She'd been lying splayed on the bed with her legs open, revealing herself completely. Where are my clothes, Alex? Seeing the person in front of her made her very conscious about her state. I don't think there's a need for clothes in front of me, Wanda. He had a teasing smile on his face. Why yeah, but still, she felt weird being naked like this in front of Alex. All right, don't worry. He smiled and a gray hoodie formed over her body. You can turn into clothes. She was fascinated. Yeah. He got close to her and held the side of her head. She looked at him with a curious expression as she was curious about what he was going to do. Will you be my partner, Wanda Maximoff? Will you be mine? He looked into her eyes with a gentle look. Yes. She agreed all too quickly. His looks were enough to make any girl swoon over him. Wanda was a very lonely and needy girl after her brother's death. Why else would she end up falling in love with a glorified sentient robot? Perfect. He sealed her agreement with a light kiss on her lips that delved into a full-on make-out session for the next few minutes. I'll merge back into you and we can start exploring your abilities and how I can augment everything. After he pulled away from the kiss, he disappeared into a mass of black that merged back with her body. Thanks for the stones, guys. Keep the book up on the rankings. I'll try to post an extra chapter later. Also, our favorite Spider-Gwen is coming back next chapter, so look forward to that. 18. Ambushing Ghost Spider. After bonding with both Natasha and Wanda, Alex told Natasha that he was going to learn melee combat from her. He could have learned everything from reading her memories, but he'd realized that it wouldn't be as good as learning from her. Reading memories is not the most efficient way to get skills. Its best use is to obtain information from someone. Skills and life experiences aren't passed on very well when reading memories. It can be thought of as a third-person experience. It's detached from the real deal. Even Alex's devour ability isn't perfect when it comes to this stuff. When he'd devoured Peter Parker in the Amazing Spider-Man Earth, Alex wasn't able to completely get his intelligence. So he'd rather learn it all himself. It was also a way for him to remember that things aren't as easy as devouring someone and being done with it. He would have to train his abilities himself. Devouring people should only be done as augmentation and not as the primary way to enhance himself. She didn't mind since she would have to retrain her body from scratch after Alex's enhancements. Suddenly getting 3 times stronger and faster wasn't going to be easy to get used to, especially since her melee combat relies heavily on precision movements. He did the same with Wanda. She'd had some very basic melee training as part of the initiation of the Avengers, but she'd never focused on it. Now though, Alex was going to train her to get good. He also checked Wanda's status and wasn't surprised with what he saw. Status, Host 4. Name, Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch. Bonding rate, 1%. Bonding level, 1. Powers, Human Physique Chaos Magic. The 1% bonding rate hadn't surprised him since they didn't actually do much. He'd termed the levels of physique in pretty broad strokes. It went from low human, which was basically an untrained human, all the way to peak cosmic, which was where he'd put Thanos after he'd gotten all 6 Infinity Stones. Low human, human peak human, low superhuman, superhuman peak superhuman, low cosmic, cosmic peak cosmic. Wanda was at human level, which was a person who'd received some training. The peak was when they were at the limits of the human physique. With those discussions done, Alex spent the rest of the time enhancing both Wanda's and Natasha's bodies as they stayed in the safe house. As night arrived, the team of 4 that came to Lagos left in their Quinjet. Both Wanda and Natasha were feeling completely rejuvenated as Alex worked his wonders on their bodies. So why do I not need any clothes anymore? Natasha asked as she boarded the Quinjet while wearing her usual combat uniform that had been formed by Alex. I feel offended that you would want to wear these things of inferior quality than to have me wrapped around your sexy body. He was offended. See, that sounds weird on so many levels. She informed him. I said it that way on purpose. I serve as something more than just clothes. This is armor that can easily tank high-caliber bullets without letting you feel a thing. Maybe armor-piercing bullets would be painful, but you'd still survive. I know, you're amazing and everything, but I don't know. It's weird. You're a guy. A guy that I was fucking just a while ago. Now, it's weird. I think it's better. I have full access to your body and can do anything I want at any time. Like this. With Alex's words, Natasha felt a phallus invade her pussy. Alex, she said with gritted teeth as she maintained her stoic expression. See, it's so much fun to see your cute reactions, he chuckled. Get rid of it. He'd been teasing her like this for quite a while and she was pretty annoyed. What do you say? He asked her with a teasing edge conveyed by his words. Please, there are the others here. She asked him nicely. That's my lovely girl. It wasn't that hard, was it? He asked as he retracted the phallus. Are you training me to be more polite with you? Alex could imagine Natasha looking at him with narrowed eyes as she asked that. Her expression was normal and stoic as she took a seat in the Quinjet as it took off. It didn't betray a single sliver of her mental talks with Alex. I don't know what you're talking about. I just don't want you to order me around like some lackey. Right, she didn't believe him but didn't pursue it. At the same time, Alex was having a similar conversation with Wanda, who was more curious and didn't mind Alex managing her clothes, so it went more easily. After going back, they laid low for the next few days at the Avengers compound. The team was going to rest and Alex was going to use that time to get used to the powers that Wanda had while learning some stuff from Natasha. Back in Earth 65, Ghost Spider's Earth. Boom. Gwen had been helping out a random civilian lady with a stolen purse when there was an explosion. She'd realized the presence of the danger mere moments before and was able to successfully jump away from the blast radius along with the old lady that she was helping. Spider-Woman, you seem to have gotten your powers back. Walking out from the smoke was the Punisher. Punisher, Gwen growled at the blatant attack in the middle of the street. He didn't say a word to her and attacked her with full force. He pulled out his sword from the scabbard as he charged her, intending to slice her with the momentum used from the draw. Gwen ducked the slicing attack only to be met with a kick from the Punisher who'd aimed the kick at her abdomen. Her enhanced reflexes allowed her to react to the kick in time and she pushed his foot away with both her hands, creating some momentum to make some distance between them. She jumped back and stuck herself to the wall of the building behind her with her wall crawling. She noticed that the people were already running away from the vicinity of the fight. The Punisher was walking to her with his second sword drawn as he looked at her menacingly. "I'm taking you down today, menace." He taunted her as he pointed his sword at her. "Fuck you." That got her slightly riled up and she used the wall behind her as a springboard to jump at him and punch him. The Punisher, who was already expecting her attack, knew that he couldn't match her in pure strength and instantly moved to the side to dodge her attack. As Gwen landed on the ground he attacked her with both his swords. Gwen had to push her enhanced reflexes to the limit to dodge all of his sword attacks. The Punisher was far weaker than her in both physique and agility, but he was able to match her using only his experience and combat training. Another reason for this was a typical Spider-Person problem. Gwen was pulling her punches. She wasn't going all out with her attacks. Nor was she using her full speed. Her actions were making Alex mad. It was like all the enhancements he'd provided her were meaningless but he held back on reprimanding her. He would deal with her after the fight was over. Seeing Gwen easily dodge his swords, the Punisher dropped them and pulled out his preferred daggers, moving to close-range combat which would allow him to predict her attacks and guide her to certain situations more easily. He knew he had weaker reflexes than her, but his training and experience made it easy to know how she would react, even if she tried to be unpredictable. He moved close to Gwen and swiped at her with his daggers as she defended while throwing a punch or two in his direction, but they didn't do any damage since she was holding back so much. "Incoming." Alex warned her a second before her spider senses started flaring. A second assailant had arrived at the scene, Kraven the Hunter. Bang 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 bang. Kraven started shooting at Gwen from an angle where she would be forced to jump right into the Punisher's attack. True to her enhanced reflexes, she jumped and used acrobatics to dodge every single bullet that he fired at her. Just as she was about to land, the Punisher attacked her with his daggers as she used her webs to maneuver herself away from his attack while moving around him to kick him in the head. There wasn't any trash talk since it was usually Gwen who liked talking trash, but even she was quiet through the fight. Probably because she was so focused on holding back. Meanwhile, Kraven had pulled out another weapon, a grenade launcher. And he fired a grenade at her just as she landed. She was forced to catch it with her webs and start coating around it in a desperate bid to form a cocoon and not let it explode. As she was doing this her attackers were already preparing to attack her. "Alright, this is it, Gwen. I'm fucking annoyed with you." She heard Alex's voice in her head and a moment later she felt like her body wasn't in control anymore. Alex had taken control of her body and she wasn't in control of her actions anymore. "You all are the best. Give me more stones so you can go even further beyond." 19. Gwen's story. 19. Gwen's story. Alex ignored the grenade as he ran up to the Punisher who was taking out his guns. He pointed the guns at Alex who was in control of Gwen's body and started shooting. Alex didn't even seem to be moving as he was dodging the bullets with ease. He fully used the enhanced power that Gwen possessed without holding anything back. All the Punisher saw was a white blur moving around as Spider-Woman walked toward him. Boom. There was an explosion in the back but Alex didn't pay it any heed and kept moving forward. "Alex. Stop. Alex." Meanwhile Gwen was shouting at him angrily for doing this. "Shut it. I will not have you die because of some fear. Especially not to these weaklings." His tone completely conveyed how angry he was with her while tuning her out. Meanwhile, as he was dodging the Punisher's bullets, Alex shot a web at Kraven, who was prepared and grabbed the web, pulling it toward himself. Turns out that Kraven had overestimated himself as he couldn't even make Alex move from his spot. Alex then pulled at the web, bringing Kraven flying with it. At the same time, the Punisher seemed to have run out of bullets as he decided on close combat. "You fuckers are annoying me." He changed the angle of his pull and slammed Kraven into the Punisher who was charging toward him. He then charged at the two of them who'd recovered almost instantly from the attack. Before they were even able to register his presence, Alex punched them both in their throats, knocking the wind out of both of them. Then he started webbing them up with the intent of cocooning them. But the Punisher almost instantly broke apart the webs using his ballistic knives and launched a kick at Alex's face. Alex calmly grabbed the Punisher's leg and slammed him on the ground. "Arg." The Punisher cried out in pain as the pavement seemed to have cracked from the force that he'd been slammed with. As Kraven broke free from the web, he charged at Alex who decided to finish up. Just as Kraven reached him Alex grabbed his throat at a speed no one could react to and channeled Gwen's bioelectricity while augmenting it with his own basic lightning manipulation, shocking him into unconsciousness. He did the same for the Punisher before cocooning them both up in webs and hanging them up before leaving. He arrived at the warehouse where he and Gwen had tested their abilities and gave back control of her body to Gwen. "Alex, you motherfucking asshole." She screamed out just as he gave her control over her body. "Whoa, Gwenny. Language." He imitated her father's voice. Gwen felt shivers go down her spine as she heard him. "Please, never use that voice." She was disgusted by the thought of Alex acting like her father. "Damn, here go my expectations of hearing you one day call me daddy," he joked. "Don't change the topic. What the hell were you doing? Why did you do that?" Gwen was so angry that she punched a pillar with her full power, breaking the concrete into chunks. You, and your oh-so-glorious brain, kept holding back. Far too much, mind you. After my enhancements, dealing with fuckers like Craven and Punisher should have been a piece of cake for you. He told her with seriousness lacing his voice. But, she got interrupted by him. Oh, no more buts from you. You will keep quiet and listen. He growled into her head. She didn't have it in her to say anything after hearing his threatening tone. You're scared after yesterday, you hurt that guy and realized that you needed to hold back even more. To the point, where someone could easily get the drop on you and capture you, or worse. You don't know me. She screamed at him, angrily stomping on the ground to the point where it made a large spider web of cracks. His words had hit the mark. After hurting that man yesterday, she'd indeed been scared of hurting someone and ended up consciously holding back far too much. All versions of Spider-Man have this issue. They hold back until someone with an equal power level gets the jump on them and wins. Gwen, on the other hand, was a case that was far worse, even by Spider-Man standards when it came to holding back. I know enough. I know that the reason you hold back so much was that when you didn't hold back, you killed an innocent man. He told her calmly. Stop it, Alex, she growled, with a hint of pleading in her voice. You need to hear this, Gwen. It's been years. You have to accept this. He's dead. The world hates you, hell they outright blame you for the death of Peter Parker. You are the public enemy #1 no matter what you do unless it's something too monumental to ignore. Do you think saving someone's cat is going to change people's opinion of you? Of course not. He showed her the reality of her situation. Something that no one had seemed to have done for her. Shut up, Alex. Gwen was outright crying at this point. Alex had bared her trauma and told her that what she was doing was completely meaningless. Seeing her expression that looked desolate as tears fell from her eyes, Alex's heart slightly melted and he decided to hold back on the reprimanding. He didn't say anything more and 2 tendrils formed from the suit to wipe away her tears. He warmed up the ghost spider suit that she was wearing and tightened his hold over her, giving Gwen the illusion that she was being hugged tight in Alex's embrace. You're an asshole and you don't know anything. She was feeling comfortable in his warm embrace but was also angry after he'd said so many mean things to her. Then tell me and I'll give you a solution. A realistic solution. Although he knew her story from the comics, he couldn't tell her that. Fine, I'll start from the beginning. I was still in high school when I got bit by the spider that gave me my powers. I was a popular and smart teenage girl, so I used my powers as a way of getting even more popular. It fulfilled quite a bit of my vanity. People started calling me Spider-Woman from then on. She chuckled as she was reminiscing about good times. Alex waited for her to continue. People loved me and I was something of a local superhero. Especially after my dad told me that I could help a lot of people. He was the captain of the NYPD back then. I didn't realize it, but Peter also wanted to be special. He looked up to Spider-Woman, so he created his own version of an enhancing serum to become like me. That was when things went wrong. Every single thing went wrong after that. She had a desolate tone as she told him all this. He turned into a lizard monster that ended up rampaging through the school. I was angry, impulsive, and an amateur. I hit him with my full strength. He was the first monster that I'd encountered. I didn't hold back with him like I usually did with small-time criminals. I kept beating him up, not knowing who that lizard was. Even when he pleaded for leniency I didn't stop, and when the injuries got to him his mutation depowered, and he returned to being good old Peter Parker. Tears were welling up in her eyes as she recalled the moment of her best friend's death in her arms. Alex tried to comfort her by wiping her tears and hugging her tightly. But he couldn't sustain his injuries and he died. I killed my best friend because I didn't know to hold back. So trust me, I'd rather hold back and let myself get hurt than repeat a situation like that again. She had bitterness marred all over her tone. That incident led to a spiral of problems. The police issued a warrant for my arrest. Even now, technically the manhunt is still going on for Spider-Woman. The unique situation of multiple worlds has slightly de-escalated the manpower being deployed after me, but it's still there. The initial manhunt led to my father finding out about my identity and his resignation from the force before another captain took over the manhunt. She was very guilty about her father's situation. I lost my powers after the woman who'd made the radioactive spider decided that she was going to fuck me over. She took away my power, or at least suppressed it, before beating the living daylights out of me. My life is pretty fucked up, Alex. I don't think anything can fix this all. She didn't have hope of a better situation for her life. Alex didn't know how to comfort her after she told him everything. He'd known all of this, but hearing it from her gave it a deeper perspective. Fine, you win. You can hold back all you want. But you're learning martial arts and more things that would augment your abilities and bring you real control over your powers. No more running on instincts that could end up with you killing someone or you killing yourself by holding back too much. And if you become too much of a pussy to hit back, I'll take over and pummel your enemy to the ground for you. What do you say? Fine, I am a girl though, so calling me a pussy doesn't seem I don't know, correct? She quipped with a smile on her face. As weird as it felt to not be in control of her body, Alex made sure that it wasn't unpleasant for her. He could have knocked her to take control out, but that wouldn't be of any use since she wouldn't be able to see and understand how he utilizes her powers. He's got much more ideas about the potential of her powers. I'm glad you're a girl. I can do so many things with you. Whenever I want, however I want, he said to her in a husky tone, and tendrils started extending from her suit to form a familiar bed in the warehouse. She moaned as she felt him caress her sensitive spots. Guys, what's up with the most liked reviews being the ones that are the shittiest? Makes me sad. Show the book some love. Pretty please. 20. Training and spar. After they were done with what Alex liked to call a bonding session, he decided to start her combat training. Bonding rate, 9%. She was only 1 percentage point away from generating daily EP for him. He would give her his love when they got back home from training. Haha. Gwen was breathing heavily after multiple orgasms in a row as she curled up on the bed. It was the most comfortable bed that she'd ever felt in her entire life. Consider this your pre-workout incentive. You have 5 minutes. Get ready for your training. We have 1 hour of intense physical exercise followed by 1 hour of hand-to-hand combat training. What? No, I'm tired, she whined. Training is important, he said in a hard tone that made Gwen unable to refute. She pouted and started getting her breathing stable while trying to prepare herself for the workout. What kind of physical combat am I going to learn? She asked him since she was curious. For now, none. I'm going to get you used to fighting someone who outclasses you in every way, with better reflexes, better senses, and better physical strength. Who's that? She didn't know whom Alex found. Me, of course. Did you think that I'm some sort of helpless blob of tentacles that can only help you live out your dirty tentacle fantasies? He called her fetishes out, embarrassing her to death. Hey, you're the one with tentacle fetishes, she grumbled. Right, get up. Your 5 minutes are up. He told her to get up. 2 more minutes, she pleaded. Alex didn't say anything and made the bed that was under her disappear as she fell on the floor. Hey, she complained. Alex had already covered the naked girl with her ghost spider suit as she fell on the hard concrete. Chop, chop, get to work, he told her. Fine. She got up and took a deep breath, getting herself into the zone. We'll start with 10 laps around the warehouse. That's it. Of course not. With 10 tons of mass pressing on your body, he told her as her suit seemed to have suddenly gotten extremely heavy. Eep, she almost fell when so much mass started pressuring her body. Alex, I think this is too much. She didn't feel like she would be able to complete a single lap like this. Get to it, Gwen. You can stop in the middle if it's too much. We have to start somewhere. Now go. At his signal, Gwen started running. Although she seemed to be walking while taking heavy steps, Alex paid attention to her body as it was exerted to its limits. Alex was patient with her as he cheered her on. Keep going, Gwen. You can do it. His words made a difference as she seemed to be pushing herself with full force to complete her lap. It took her 5 minutes to complete the first lap. We might have to increase the time duration for today. It's fine. It's not like she needs any sleep with me around. Alex realized that with her speed, it was indeed going to be difficult to get done so quickly. Gwen on the other hand was under excruciating pressure as she completed her first lap. She didn't have the luxury to pay attention to her position as she was only able to pay attention to each step that she took. She felt like it had already been hours since she'd started. Good job, Gwen. 1 lap completed, he told her as the weight that was pressing all over her body instantly disappeared. Haha. With that, Gwen fell on the floor while taking deep breaths. 60-second rest. Then we'll start the next lap, he told her. Alex, huff. I don't think huff. I can't do it, huff. She was huffing hard. You can do anything, Gwen. You should trust yourself more. And most of all, you should trust me more, Alex told her as suddenly, her body was rejuvenated to its peak state. She was speechless at this situation. I told you, with me here, you can reach heights that you've never dreamed of. You're going to torture me like this for a long time, aren't you? She asked him with dread in her tone as she stood up. For all eternity, baby, he told her as her suit started pressing on her again, increasing the weight to 10.5 tons this time. Go. At his signal she started walking. Arg. She growled as she increased her pace of walking. 40 minutes later, she was done with 10 laps. By the end, she'd made a lap with a weight of 12 tons pressing on her. That was the limit of her base stats on the previous day. Today, after this training, it had already increased to 12.5 tons. After the next part of the training, Alex knew that it would increase to 12.75 tons, and by the end of the hand-to-hand combat, she would at least be at the 13 metric ton threshold. Next up was strength training. Alex's presence had basically removed the need to buy any equipment as he was able to create whatever he wanted at a moment's notice. Another hour and a half later, she was done with her strength training. Alex had increased the 1-hour physique training time to 2 hours after realizing that the laps were going to take more time than anticipated. When she was finally done with her strength training, Gwen ended up flopping down on the uncomfortable concrete floor. Get some rest, you deserve it, Alex told her as he formed a bed under her. So now you have a conscience. She was bitter about being put through such a hellish training regimen. She was constantly pushed to her limits, and when her body was too tired to move, Alex would rejuvenate her body to its peak state. It was almost like torture to Gwen since her mind was being put under a lot of pressure constantly. Alex could have also rejuvenated her mind, but that wouldn't have been beneficial for her. He wanted her to get used to pushing herself to her limits constantly. Only then would it be possible for her to go all out without holding back when it actually mattered. Pushing herself to her limits should become second nature to her. I'll let you rest for 5 minutes before we get to the hand-to-hand combat part. Can't we do it tomorrow, Alex? I'm really tired. We'll be doing this every day, Gwen. No excuses. Gwen was horrified when he told her that. Every day. Every single day. My strength is very much linked to yours and I'm a very greedy and power-hungry symbiote. I will make sure that you keep getting stronger so that I can get stronger. But she didn't think she would be able to take this kind of intense training every single day. Nothing will happen to you. I can make sure that you not only get stronger but also don't end up breaking down. Think about it. Just in this session of 2 hours, you can now lift 12.75 tons from the previous 12 tons. No one has that kind of growth in normal circumstances. Alex spent some more time talking to her and convincing her. Fine, but if I wake up tomorrow and feel too tired and sad, I'm blaming you, she grumbled to him as she got up from the bed. The 5 minutes were up and it was time for the next lesson. As she got up, black tendrils started coming out of her suit and coalesced into a humanoid figure. It was Alex. His upper body was naked and he was wearing nothing but combat pants that were suitable for their training. Nice to meet you, Gwen, he smiled at her. Alex. She had a confused expression on her face. In the flesh. I took up a human name, taking a human form should hardly be surprising. I made my face look like something that suits my personality. He told her. Amazing. Gwen was admiring his toned body. You can admire me later, for now, let's get to fighting, Alex told her as he took a fighting stance. He'd already started some light physical and martial arts training with Natasha in the MCU Earth, so he had some understanding of how to fight. When the bell rings, we start fighting. It will end in 1 hour, no excuses. If you get too hurt, I will heal you up. So go all out because I'm not going to hold back. He told her as a bell was created at the side. Gwen had a determined expression on her face as she took a fighting stance. Although untrained, she'd fought for quite a long time and had some tricks up her sleeve. Ring. Both Alex and Gwen rushed at each other and threw a punch at each other. The two punches clashed, creating a slight shockwave as Gwen's fist was pushed back. She was at a disadvantage in direct confrontation, so she tried to use her speed to get the jump on Alex, but he was even faster than her and caught up to her. Even when it came to her senses and reflexes, her spider sense fell short of Alex's. This was because the symbiote race is better at sensing things and has an innately strong sensory ability. What followed was a one-sided beatdown of Gwen as she was shown what would happen if she met an opponent of a similar level or even stronger than her. It wasn't going to instantly fix her issues with using her strength, but regular training of this sort was going to be very beneficial for her. As the training ended, Gwen's strength had reached the 13-ton point and she was left with a battered body as she tried to recover from the torturous beatdown that she'd received. I feel like you're worse than that bitch who took away my powers and beat the crap out of me. She was really second-guessing her decision to bond with Alex. Are you pouting? Come here, my big baby boo, Alex teased her as he picked her up in his arms and brought her to the bed. She didn't have any strength to resist as he hugged her to his chest and cuddled with her. Stones, please. 21, training reward. You did great, Gwen. He hugged her to his chest as he ran his fingers through her hair. Thanks, Alex. Feeling extremely comfortable in his embrace, Gwen had a little smile on her face as she closed her eyes. Hey, Gwen, Alex called out. She was too tired to say much and only hummed in a questioning tone. I think your piercings are cute. His thumb brushed over the barbell piercing in her eyebrow. Yeah. She was just enjoying being in his embrace as she felt warm and protected. It's cute and hot. His hand brushed over her navel piercing while at the same time, that part of her spider suit disappeared when he touched it. I got these piercings as a sort of rebellion against my dad. It was a pseudo-goth phase. He was enforcing his own ideals on me. I didn't like that. Things got better with him after that, but I got attached to these piercings. She was too tired to speak, so she conveyed her thoughts through their telepathic connection. She didn't mind the intimate touch since she'd gotten pretty used to his presence. Ever think about getting more? He gently caressed her body. Kinda, it's a fun fashion thing, but they can be a pain to manage, she informed him, since these kinds of piercings can be a bit of a hassle to deal with. Well, with me here, you won't have any hassle with the piercings. He told her. What do you mean? She asked him out loud. Alex didn't say anything and gently opened the piercing in her eyebrow. As he took it out, he formed a tendril that went in its place and formed into the exact same shape and color as the previous barbell piercing. See, he showed her old piercing. Gwen touched her eyebrow and felt that the piercing was exactly the same. Crazy, it feels exactly the same. I know. His hand went to her navel and removed the piercing there too before using a tendril to form that. Hee, it's ticklish. She was feeling ticklish from his actions. Show me your tongue. He looked into her eyes. Can't you just do it inside my mouth? She felt embarrassed by showing him her tongue like that. Is my little ghost spider embarrassed? He teased her. Fuck you, she poked angrily before obediently bringing out her tongue from her mouth. I don't think it's enough, Gwen, he said to her before grabbing her tongue between his thumb and forefinger and lightly pulling it out. Such a troublesome spider, he commented before removing the piercing. When he let go of her tongue, Gwen was surprised to feel his mouth covering hers. She felt good with the kiss and moaned as she melted even more in his embrace. Before she could do anything else, she felt a tendril going into her tongue, at the spot of her piercing before pulling it into his mouth. Alex was forcefully moving her tongue around as he pleased. NHMM. She felt weird but moaned with arousal and pleasure as she felt him toy with her mouth. A few minutes later, he pulled back from her face as her saliva dripped down her chin. He'd already formed the identical tongue piercing as he pulled back from her face. Perfect. He looked at Gwen's flushed face and praised her. She had no strength in her words as she lightly hit her fist on his chest. Your ears now, he told her as his mouth directly went to her ear, to suck on it. Alex, her ears were a sensitive spot and Alex sucking on her ear was making her feel all tingly in her pussy. He enjoyed her light moans as he took off the earring that she'd worn today and filled that piercing with his own earring, before doing the same with her other ear. His actions had already left Gwen hot and bothered. Looking at her flushed face as she breathed deeply, Alex felt a desire for her awaken in his depths. I want you, Gwen, Alex whispered in her ear in a husky voice. Don't you already say that I'm yours. Her words were such a turn-on for Alex. Well then let's make it truly official. He told her as her suit completely disappeared, leaving her naked in his embrace. Gwen felt the air on her naked body and shivered a little. Alex, she called out to him in a hesitant tone. He didn't say anything to her and looked into her eyes gently. Then he turned and got on top of her, pushing apart her legs. Look who's ready. He looked at her already moist pussy as he rubbed his cock over it. Gwen's eyes widened as she looked at his monster cock. I don't think it'll fit, Alex, she said with dread in her tone. Don't worry, I'll make sure that it fits, he said to her as he teased her virgin entrance with his cock. Gwen was still hesitant and Alex saw that he would have to placate her a little. 2 tendrils came out of the bed and wrapped around Gwen's thighs, keeping her legs spread and freeing Alex's hands. He caressed the side of her face gently while brushing her hair as he teased her breasts with his other hand. Just leave everything to me, he said to her in a soothing voice and gave her a light kiss on her lips. Gwen leaned into his hand that was caressing the side of her face and closed her eyes, seemingly preparing herself for the worst pain in her life. Alex saw through her thoughts and chuckled. The pain was only going to be momentary, the rest of it was going to be all pleasure. He would make sure of that. He slowly pushed into her virgin pussy, making sure that it wasn't too painful for her and giving her enough time to get used to the girth. Soon, he felt a barrier blocking his intrusion. You're mine, Gwen. Forever, he told her as he pushed through and decimated her hymen. She screamed in pain for a second before that pain started morphing into pleasure. Alex, she called out his name as she was feeling very conflicting things. She was in pain from her hymen's ripping but was also feeling amazing pleasure as Alex pushed into her. His hands were playing with her tits as he gently pushed into her. Her body was already arched upward as she was feeling very strained from the intrusion. He pushed into her until the base of his cock was touching her pussy. Her speech was slurred as she was overwhelmed by the feeling of being filled to the brim. His cock was kissing her cervix as he finally started pulling back. Before Gwen could sigh in relief, Alex pushed in again, kissing her sensitive cervix. Alex kept pumping into her with gentle thrusts as he felt her getting used to his size. That was when he picked up the pace. He kept thrusting into her while toying with her tits as Gwen felt herself shake. Coming, Alex, she screamed out loud as she tightened around Alex's cock. That's my Gwen, he praised her while stopping his movements. He was still inside her as he didn't plan to stop so quickly. Gwen took deep breaths for the next few seconds, enjoying the respite provided by Alex. As she got a few seconds of respite, Alex created 2 thin tendrils and wrapped them tightly around her very erect nipples. Using them as little strings, Alex pulled on them. She felt the pain in her nipples and opened her eyes to see Alex pulling on them while thin strings were wrapped tightly around them. When she opened her eyes, Alex also got the piercing in her tongue to extend from both sides and form similar strings that came out of her mouth. Her tongue was forced out of her mouth as he grabbed all the strings. I think I should pierce your nipples, he said absently as he started moving again while pulling on the strings. Hun. She was startled at his words and even more so when he started moving. She'd thought that it was done. She was feeling weird with her tongue forced out of her mouth like that, so she tried to resist by pulling the string back with her hands, but Alex didn't let her do that. Bad girl, he said in a mocking voice as he tied her hands above her head. Her speech was messed up with her tongue being pulled out of her mouth like that. He enjoyed her debauched look as she drooled all over her chin and cleavage as he fucked her hard. The next few hours went by in a blur for Gwen as Alex completely had his way with her body. Finally, Alex ended it by filling her snatch to the brim with his cum. As he came into her, she was completely out of it as all he heard from her were her incoherent moans. When he finally pulled out of her, she fell asleep, too exhausted to do anything else after that intense reward session. 22. Progress and plans. Author's note: so I've posted an auxiliary chapter with some of the information to keep up with. Let me know if anything else seems necessary. Alex put her into a deep sleep and took control of her body to bring her back home. I was planning to do all of that when she got home, he realized that while swinging back to her house. Whatever. At least I got what I needed. He looked at her status. Status, Host 1. Name, Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. Bonding rate, 13%. Bonding level, 2. Powers, superhuman physique, 13 tons, spider sense wall-crawling bioelectricity. He'd already established a level 2 connection with her and after that intense session of sex with her, the bonding rate shot past 10%. Perks. EP generation, 0.2/day, 2 hosts at 10% bonding rate. As little as the rate was, at least it was there. As long as he increased the bonding rate with the other girls and added more, he would be able to get sufficient EP to buy whatever he wanted. After bringing her home, Alex put Gwen into her bed and let her sleep in peace. He spent the rest of the night making slight tweaks to her body and enhancing her performance. He designated a 6-hour period for each day when his hosts would sleep and he would tweak their bodies and enhance their performance while making sure that there weren't any hidden injuries. Gwen woke up in the morning. She was feeling like she was in her perfect state, not feeling the slightest fatigue from the previous night. Alex had made sure that she would be in her peak condition since they would be doing the same rigorous training for the next few days. When she recalled the events of the previous night, she blushed a little. "Alex, how are you, darling? Good morning." He greeted her in a cheery voice. Morning. She was feeling conflicted while at the same time having really enjoyed her time yesterday. "Let's get you ready for college. We have quite a bit of training to do." He poured cold water all over her thoughts and brought her back to the harsh reality of his brutal training. "Alex," she whined as he brought her back to reality. This was how the next few days were going to go. Alex was getting regular training with Natasha, so he was also getting better at fighting himself. Within a few months, he would become at least a competent fighter and would be able to teach Gwen very well. Combined with his superhuman physique, he would be a very deadly fighter, especially when he and Gwen would be together. That would go for all his hosts. He would make them become the best possible combatants to be able to defend against anything that was thrown at them. In the amazing Spider-Man Earth, Nerdy Gwen, as Alex liked to call her, was getting used to her new college as he thoroughly enjoyed his time with her. Her progress with the bonding rate was the highest and she also had the closest relationship with him. Status, Host 2. Name, Gwendolyn Stacy. Bonding rate, 20%. Bonding level, 2. Powers, peak human physique, superhuman intelligence. Alex had finally awakened her superhuman intelligence. All it took was some kinky stimulation and voila. There was a little fluctuation in her genome with every attempt and Alex took advantage of that to awaken her previously dormant superhuman intelligence. It wasn't as prominent of an awakening as some other abilities, but there was an immediate effect on Gwen's cognitive abilities and IQ. She was going to be his perfect slutty scientist that would be able to leave people the likes of Reed Richards and Tony Stark in the dust. Literally. He'd tested and her IQ was going off the charts. As long as she applied herself correctly, she would actually accomplish that. It would be a few weeks before uni started, so Alex decided to start on a very important project for this world. There was a major disadvantage that this world had. It was pretty much Earth with the presence of some small-time people with smarts. It was a solely Spider-Man world with no other superheroes. This kind of peaceful world was perfect to become Alex's playground and he was going to make sure that it stays safe. When he'd heard Natasha and Steve talking about Tony being busy with the creation of a planetary defense system, he decided that he wanted to make it for this world too. It would take a huge amount of resources and power, but Alex had quite a bit of time. And his greatest power, devouring someone before stealing their identity. He could essentially devour the higher echelons of the world before taking control over their domains and essentially controlling the entire world with ease. It would be a long process, but it was necessary for Alex. The resources that he needed were going to be far too much unless he united the entire world under his banner and got all those resources. This Earth was also at a disadvantage since there was no vibranium or adamantium here. He was going to be fighting an uphill battle and he would need all the resources that he could get. Meanwhile, with Gwen, Alex was doing some work in researching his initial targets for taking control. He needed to find the people that would be the most useful to take the identities of. As he was doing his research while sitting on Gwen's desk, she was kneeling under it while sucking his cock. Alex was practically having the time of his life. He'd wanted to get her to a 100% bonding rate as soon as possible since he wanted to see what benefits it would provide, especially after the 20% threshold didn't provide anything. Her EP generation was still 0.1 per day. Sadly for him, Gwen had her own life and he didn't want to break her mind with pleasure. He needed her smarts to support him in the creation of obscure technologies that would serve his purposes. Just a little longer, he thought as he saw his fourth body nearing its destination. That Earth was going to be dedicated solely to the purpose of EP generation. If he finds someone worthwhile there, he would pay some extra attention to her, but that was it. He turned his attention to Gwen, who looked like she was enjoying her time while sucking on her favorite lollipop, and ran his fingers through her hair. She'd already been sucking for quite a while and Alex decided that it was time for her reward. He held the back of her head and pulled her head into his crotch as she started gagging. Her nose was touching his pubic hair as she struggled instinctively, but Alex paid her no heed. He dropped his load down her stomach before finally letting her free. Cough cough, she couldn't help but cough as she got some respite. "Can't you be a bit more gentle?" she pouted as she got up from under the desk. "How could I do that?" he said to her and pulled her into his lap. Her voice was a little hoarse, so he let her drink some water. "Here, drink." He held up the water bottle in front of her face as she took little sips of the water. "Thanks," she thanked him after drinking the water. "We need to talk about some serious stuff, Gwen." Alex's tone was completely solemn. "I swear to God, if you're breaking up with me, I will rip off your dick." She lashed out at him. It seems that she still had trauma from being treated like shit and taken for granted by that fucker Peter Parker. Whoa, babe. I'm not breaking up with you. I love you to death. Period. He placated her and rubbed her back. All right. My bad. She blushed in embarrassment when she realized what she just said. What I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted. He gave her a look. I'm sorry, Gwen whispered as she buried her head in his chest. Was that we need to start making preparations? Very large-scale preparations. For what? She asked telepathically while getting comfortable in his lap with her head buried in his chest. The bizarre situation of the cluster of planets that we've just become a part of. After the initial mass hysteria, everything seems pretty calm, but we need to start preparing. What kind of preparations? She realized that they were going to be talking about important stuff. I'm going to start getting the necessary resources using my Spider-Man identity. The first thing that we need to do is to build a planetary shield. I don't trust anyone else, so it's only going to be the two of us who will be working on the shield. He told her his first agenda. A planetary shield? How would that even work? What would power it? Is it even a plausible thing? Gwen had skepticism lacing her tone. 23. Establishing a research center. Gwen was super smart and could create whatever she wanted, but she needed the initial idea and structure to truly start working on it. It's all possible. We'll start with an energy source. Oscorp had quite a few secrets hidden away, one of them being the arc reactor. It is a clean energy source that could power the entire energy shield and more as long as we implement it right. He told her. It wasn't from Oscorp, but he had to give her some explanation. He was going to form the schematics for it himself after referencing Tony's design from the MCU. In the worst-case scenario where he wasn't able to make it, he would outright steal Tony's design from the MCU Earth for both the arc reactor and the planetary shield. He and Gwen could then tinker with it and enhance it. Gwen was for sure much smarter than Tony, at least objectively, and given enough time and learning, she would be able to make anything she wanted. Oscorp, how did you get their data? Gwen caught on to his words. Well, before catching up with you, I ended up going to Oscorp to say my goodbyes to Harry. Turns out he'd become a monster. Yada yada, I beat him up, and as a sort of petty move, I decided to take all of Oscorp's data archives. When you're not here, I usually spent my time browsing through them. He told her with some hesitance in his tone, showing her that he felt affected by the Oscorp situation. Oh, Alex, she felt bad for him losing his best friend from his childhood and hugged him tightly. Now how do I tell her that I couldn't give a flying fuck about that, Harry? Alex thought while feeling awkward as he hugged her back. Anyway. He got back on track. I'm going to start obtaining some resources and set up a nice research center for the two of us to work in. We need to get everything done as soon as possible. Are you leaving? She understood. I'm never leaving, Gwen, I'm always connected to you. Always. He told her telepathically, reminding her of their connection. And then again, it's not like you'll be lonely. I can use the biosuit to have fun with you whenever I want. You seem pretty used to feeling my cock inside you at every moment. He teased her as he pressed his hand on her crotch. She'd spent quite a while with that snuggled within her snatch. On Alex, although she'd gotten used to the replica inside her, it didn't mean that it didn't make her sensitive. She'd just gotten used to not reacting to it. With Alex stressing her pelvis, she was sure to react. He didn't play with her for now and let her go after teasing her a bit more. It'll be a few days before I'm able to establish the research center, so you might not see me in the daytime. But I'll return every night since I want to sleep while cuddled up with my girl. He kissed her on the forehead as he got up with her in his arms and put her on her bed. Be safe, she told him. Always, Gwen, he told her as he jumped out of the window while camouflaging himself and disappearing. I miss him, she thought as she looked at the window that he jumped out of. You don't need to, she heard his voice in his head. Alex, she smiled as she felt his presence around her. I'm with you always. He told her the truth. His main body in this world was bonded to Gwen. What went out was just a separate part of the body. Even if that part dies outside, it wouldn't affect Alex much. Gwen was a biochemical major, so what Alex had introduced was completely new to her. It was a completely different field than what she was familiar with, and she would have to get familiar with energy dynamics and research. She would have to research and understand many things, and she was going to spend the next few days, while Alex was busy, getting a handle on the basics. It wouldn't be enough, but it would be a start. The rest she could learn on the job. Alex was out swinging through the city, planning to capture 2 of the targets today. They were very successful business owners with an abundance of liquid funds that were close enough for him to reach them. He was going to establish the research facility within close vicinity of the university. After getting the funds, he was going to start finding more influential people and start expanding his network. With each person that he devoured and took over, he would get their complete knowledge set and skills, albeit somewhat inferior. And that was exactly how he spent the next week. Taking over influential people's identities after devouring them, using a large number of their funds and influence to invest in the facility. He made sure that any authority figures that would cause problems later down the line were also taken care of. That was when he hit a problem. He discovered a limit to the number of people that he could simultaneously live as. His consciousness was extremely strong for a symbiote, allowing him to split and control a huge number of parts of himself, but there was a limit. And that limit was around 60 people. He theorized that his actual limit was 100 different bodies, but 40 of them were already occupied, leaving him with 60 empty slots. He felt strained as he lived the lives of 60 different people at the same time. This was when he realized that he couldn't brute force everything. He needed to play it efficiently. He went on to establish his own company. He didn't have any real identification, so he used the identity of a prominent businessman to establish a tech research company. Having taken over 60 very successful people with prominent skills was very useful. He decided to discard 50 of those identities and was going to work with 10 major identities to establish the board of directors of his company. The rest of them were discarded as all of their money and funds were funneled out of the country into an offshore account to access whenever necessary. He started employing a certain amount of finesse in his actions, and if that didn't work, he always had the ability to brute force everything. He got his company through a large number of required permits by manipulating the officials and getting through everything as quickly as possible. Within a week, the entire country's political and economic landscape had shifted and many undercurrents were running. At the center of it all was S.H.I.E.L.D. That was what he named his company. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't exist in this world, he took over that mantle. He was going to create his own version of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. All 10 identities of his were extremely prominent ones, with people owning industrial businesses, software behemoths, and all kinds of important companies within the European Union. For all intents and purposes, he would have the initial resources for his research facility. The company would expand rapidly and gain a monopoly over the energy sector first, making heat-based electricity generation obsolete as slowly the use of all fossil fuels would be finished. As the other identities got to work making this plan a reality, Alex and Gwen started working on creating the arc reactor. He also realized the threshold for the bonding rate that would increase the EP generation. It was 25%. Although it took a week for her to reach this point, her sole EP generation had increased to 0.2 points per day. In that week, he'd also reached the required 10 EP to get the first skill he wanted. Skill acquisition. EP 0. Owned skills: superhuman grade physique creation, 22 tons, enhanced sixth sense biological manipulation, basic lightning manipulation, weak magic affinity, lesser heat and sound resistance, camouflage, host enhancement, devour copy. Although it brought his EP to 0 points, at least he got some resistance from weak sonic impacts. During this week that Alex spent preparing for the research facility, in Earth 65, Gwen had gotten used to the heavy training that she'd been doing with Alex. They would spend a few hours training followed by her reward that sent her right to sleep. Status: Host 1. Name: Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. Bonding rate: 24%. Bonding level: 2. Powers: superhuman physique, 17 tons, spider sense, wall crawling, bioelectricity. She'd gotten stronger after the week of training and this growth was sustainable. It wasn't going to plateau and stop at some point. It was going to keep going. It was the same with Natasha and Wanda in the MCU. They'd both been training regularly and also had quite a few improvements to their abilities. Status: Host 3. Name: Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Bonding rate: 19%. Bonding level: 2. Powers: low superhuman physique, 1 ton, melee mastery, espionage mastery. Status: Host 4. Name: Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch. Bonding rate: 8%. Bonding level: 1. Powers: peak human physique, 1/3 ton, chaos magic, dormant. Natasha had finally gone beyond the human levels and reached the threshold of superhuman, although just barely. Wanda was also doing well. She'd reached the level of peak human with her strength firmly at 1/3 of a ton. It was a very good increase after going from an average human to this point. He'd also been holding back on having sex with Wanda. It was because of her chaos magic. He was a little apprehensive about it and was waiting until he had some understanding about it and would be able to suppress it if push came to shove. After 4 days of peacefully laying low, it was time for the MCU to go through some shifts. Ross had come to give them some news. The Sokovia Accords had come to fuck the Avengers over. Keep up the stones, people. Thanks for the first spot in the monthly rankings for the previous week. It motivates me a lot. 24. Farming Eye. Author's note: 2,300 words. Disclaimer: the art, 18, is a bit more rough than usual. Just a bit though. Don't complain later that it's too much for your innocent minds. I've added a tag before and after the scene so that you can skip it if you want. And if you're impatient that the Civil War stuff hasn't started after I said that it will in the previous chapter, then it's starting from the next chapter. After that, it's all pure story for a while. During the week that Alex was busy with multiple things, the fourth body landed and found itself in Central Park, reliving a scene that Alex had gone through 3 times before and was extremely fed up with. Fuck you. That was all Spider-Man heard before being enveloped by a huge black mass that devoured him completely. Alex could tell that there was no big superhero organization in this world like the Avengers, so he didn't hold back on devouring this Spider-Man, receiving the one measly EP provided by him. Tobey Maguire, huh, nice. This works perfectly. This place is exactly like the Amazing Spider-Man world. No big organizations to go against me, even Oscorp's under divided leadership, it's perfect. Alex was inwardly thanking the company that made these movies separate from the main Marvel multiverse. Alex could use both of these worlds as his playgrounds. Time to take over as the President of the United States and find Mary Jane so that I can fuck her silly. There's a version of Gwen in this world too, isn't there nice? This world was going to be his EP farm. and he was going to make sure that he had a good and safe EP farm. He first split into two halves. One stayed as Spider-Man aka Peter Parker and the other was going to go to Washington. He had some work to do in the White House. Peter Parker, on the other hand, was going to do something else. He was going to look for the version of Venom that dropped on this Earth. Alex was going to devour him. He knew that it would be very useful for him. Devouring Venom might even increase his limit of 100 simultaneously existing bodies. It wasn't hard for him to find. Peter had kept Venom contained in his closet ever since the incident. He'd stored it in a reinforced container. Alex made his way through Peter's rundown apartment and rummaged through his closet, eventually finding a cylindrical container that contained Venom. "Come to Daddy," Alex said weird creepy words as he opened the container with the Venom. What greeted him was a mass of black slime cowering away from him. Venom could feel Alex's presence, and was intimidated by him. It had only been a while since Venom was captured and it hadn't had much time to develop itself. Alex didn't waste any more time and devoured Venom. There was a horrifying screech as Alex devoured Venom. It instinctively resisted being assimilated into him, but Alex was too strong and devoured it. With that though, came not only an influx of memories but also an influx of utter bloodlust and anger. The memories were easy to deal with for Alex. He devoured hundreds of people along with their memories. He could easily sort away the memories and take care of them. The problem though was the huge amount of negative emotions contained within Venom. No wonder this fucker became a cheap-ass villain while being so utterly overpowered. With so much blinding obsession and hatred, you couldn't use your brain. Alex had to spend some time suppressing those emotions as he wasn't going to let them all loose at once. He would slowly let them loose as he went through his day-to-day life, not letting them affect his thought process. Once he gets done with those emotions, he would be able to utilize the benefits provided by devouring Venom. "Peter, Peter, are you there?" It was MJ, that bitchy redhead that Peter Parker was a simp for. The chick practically fucked his best friend for some acting gig and he still gave her another chance. He doubted that she might even be fine with fucking someone else as long as she saw the right benefit. She'd come into his apartment after hearing the sound that Venom made while resisting being devoured by Alex. Perfect. A nice power-up needs to be celebrated with debauchery, he thought darkly as MJ walked into the room that he was in. Before she could even say anything, her mouth was blocked by another pair of lips. As he was kissing her, Alex started forming a bond with her. As he did that, her clothes dissolved into nothingness and she was left standing naked. Status, Host 5. Name, Mary Jane Watson. Bonding rate, 0%. Powers, bitchy. She was startled and tried to pull back, but Alex wasn't interested in caring about her. He was only interested in increasing the bonding rate with her. I'll add the end tag when the scene ends. And don't complain for no reason if you end up reading it. The evil MC tag is there for a reason. The dude's into dubcon, deal with it. MJ treated it as some sort of roleplay that he wanted to do with her and got into character. She started struggling in his embrace as if enacting some sort of forced damsel in distress play. As she struggled, she felt a prick in her neck as Alex made the level 1 bond with her. Though, he even suppressed the telepathic connection since he didn't want to hear her talk to him and call him Peter. As he did that, he focused on heightening her sensitivity and increasing the estrogen production in her body. He wasn't going to make her stronger or anything. She was going to become the optimal bitch for him to fuck every moment of her life from today. MJ's struggles were starting to get annoying, so he wrapped 2 tendrils around her wrists and brought them above her head, attaching the tendrils to the ceiling. Her arms were spread apart while being stuck above her head as she could only stand on her tiptoes. Another tendril extended around her neck and formed a dog collar. For aesthetic purposes, it also had a dog tag with the label Alex's Bitch 1. From that collar, more tendrils extended and covered her eyes, ears, and mouth, leaving her only able to breathe as she hung from the ceiling. At this point, it was already too late for her to react to what was going on. Alex had already made her so horny that she wanted something to fill her up no matter what. Anything would have worked for her right now. It was as if she was under the influence of the highest grade aphrodisiacs. Alex pulled back from her as he shortened the tendrils connecting her wrists to the ceiling so that she was completely hanging from the ceiling. He also created tendrils to wrap around her ankles and attach her to the floor, spreading apart her legs. She was suspended in the air making an X shape. She couldn't speak, see or hear anything, and the only thing on her mind was her glaring need. She needed to be filled by something. And Alex provided her with that something. He grabbed her waist and thrust his cock into her snatch. MJ arched her back as the monster cock invaded her. It was too late for her to realize that this monster cock wasn't her boyfriend's, and neither did she have the presence of mind to realize that. She was far too needy right now to think about anything else other than her pleasure. With the invasion, she also came, squirting her juices all over Alex's cock. He didn't care about her and only went even faster, not giving her any respite. He invaded her uterus and formed the level 2 bond as MJ came once again from the extreme stimulation that came with his action. All this hardcore stuff had MJ shaking in her place even as she was suspended from the air. She felt like her body was about to break from the extreme stimulation. But that was only what she was feeling. Alex could sustain her for years without any issues. He could spend years pouring his seed into her and using her as a cum dump without letting her do anything else, and she would still be perfectly fine. All that was heard in the room were MJ's muffled moans. He'd made the mouth gag a little different. He didn't want to fuck her in complete silence since that would feel eerie to him, especially since the telepathic connection was suppressed and he didn't want to hear her in his head either. As he kept fucking her to the point where she wouldn't remember anything but his cock, he grabbed her tits and pinched her nipples. "Let's consider this practice for when I do this for my little ghost spider," he said with an evil smirk on his face, and 2 tendrils wrapped around her areolas and made her nipples ripe for piercing. Alex formed piercing pliers and a needle before grabbing one of the nipples between the plier. "Should I numb her? Nah. I'll heal her in a jiffy," he thought as he punctured her nipple with the needle. Instantly MJ started thrashing in her bonds as she screamed loudly, most of it being muffled by the gag. Alex turned that needle that went through her nipple into a ring that hung from it. He was still fucking her, and just as she was thrashing from the pain, she orgasmed, squirting even more of her juices. Then he did the same for the other nipple as a similar ring hung from it. It left MJ thrashing even more as she struggled to get herself free. He'd instantly healed the injury as he pierced her, so her thrashing was mostly because of the mental residue of that pain. He hadn't stopped fucking her for a second as he did all that, and MJ had already lost herself in the pain and pleasure by now. Alex took it a step further as a thick tendril formed from the back of MJ's collar and went to tease her anal cavity. She seemed to have realized his intentions as she started thrashing again, protesting against anal. He hadn't cared about her protests yet, and he wasn't going to care about them now. The tendril formed an identical shape to his cock and entered her anal cavity. It was pretty rough as it ripped her anal rim and she started bleeding from there. Alex didn't care about it and instantly healed her minor injury, making her a bit stronger in the process. He didn't want her to break from his intense fucking. MJ kept feeling conflicting feelings as Alex fucked her. On one hand, it was the heavenly pleasure that was ever present in her snatch. On the other hand, she kept having to endure moments of extreme pain that would leave her crying. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, within moments of that pain arriving, it would disappear and she would be left with the feeling of pleasure in the spot where she was in excruciating pain. Alex was going for efficiency, so he decided to fuck her mouth too. The gag that was covering her mouth started invading her lips, pushing apart her teeth, and it formed a replica of his 9-inch cock in her throat too. MJ's gagging was the only noise in the room for quite a while, but Alex didn't care. He started fucking her throat brutally, forcing her to deep-throat his 9-inch cock. After she squirted again, Alex was wondering if she would get dehydrated. Luckily he had the perfect solution for that. The cock that was deep inside her throat suddenly twitched and it released a huge load that went down her throat and into her stomach. It was going to be all the sustenance that she would get for the foreseeable future. After fucking her for a few hours like that, Alex got bored. He changed positions and put her on all fours in front of him like a dog with her ass facing him while he created a leash from her collar and grabbed it, while the rings going through her nipples got 2 bells attached to them. He pushed 2 dicks into both her holes as her back arched with the intensity of the penetration. The bells kept chiming with her every movement. She was already drenched in his cum and he wasn't planning to stop any time soon. At the same time, his other body in this world was spending time taking over the country. After working with Gwen to create the planetary shield, he was going to create the same device on this Earth. He wasn't planning to let his EP farm get destroyed. By the end of the week, MJ's bonding rate looked something like this. Bonding rate, 32%. She'd already started providing him with 0.2 EP per day. He'd realized that the higher you go, the more time it takes. He'd spent every moment fucking MJ in all holes for the last week, and even then he'd only reached 32%. Alex theorized that it had to do with an emotional connection that he was missing with MJ. The deeper the connection, the better the efficiency of the bonding rate increasing. The nerdy Gwen Stacy in Research Earth was the perfect example of this. She'd spent far less time having sex with him, but she'd still hit the 25% mark. And that was without anal. He looked at MJ's tired body in his arms. After this entire week of overstimulation, she'd completely passed out and wouldn't wake up for a few days unless he woke her up. I guess I could give her some care, he thought absently as he ran his fingers through her hair. Stones, please, my lovely readers. Where's my monthly first spot? 25, Sokovia Accords. In the MCU Earth, it had already been 4 days since the mission in Lagos. Alex had gotten pretty familiar with both Natasha and Wanda this week, having spent quite a bit of time with them. Both training and intimacy. He had a bit of difficulty when avoiding Vision. Wanda was fine since her chaos magic provided her with innate protection from sensory abilities. Alex was hiding within her body, so he was able to go undetected when she was with Vision, but he still told her about his worry. This made Wanda keep a little distance from Vision since she was relying on Alex to learn about her magic and control it. Just in this week, she'd gotten better at controlling it and her output had also increased since he'd enhanced her physique. Natasha wasn't too much of a problem since she didn't have much contact with Vision. She peacefully spent her time training in the compound since not many people disturbed her. Ever since she'd realized that she could get better and stronger, she'd gotten a sort of drive to her better at what she does. She wanted to keep her dysfunctional family of misfits together. Today was a big day. The Secretary of State had arrived at the Avengers compound for a meeting with the main team. He had conveniently come at a time when most of the main team was present at the compound. Tony wasn't present here today though. He was busy. The people in the room were Steve, Rhodes, Sam, Natasha, Vision, and Wanda. Ross was in front of them giving his speech. Alex didn't care to pay attention to how Ross acted like a hypocrite. He said that the world owed the Avengers an unpayable debt and then told them that they would be treated as weapons going forward. They would only be allowed to act when a UN committee sits and agrees that they were needed. The Sokovia Accords classified each member of the Avengers as a nuclear deterrent that had to be kept under constant supervision, especially the truly enhanced individuals like Wanda. He played all the tricks in the book, showing them how much damage they left in their wake, how 2 of their most important members were missing, telling them that opposition was meaningless and that 116 countries had agreed to the accords being established. Wakanda was missing since the Lagos incident was prevented and no Wakandans died there. After basically strong-arming them into either accepting the accords or retiring permanently, Ross left. He told them that the next UN panel would be sitting in 3 days in Vienna. They had to come to a decision within that time. As Ross was leaving, Steve asked him, "And Stark? What?" Ross turned to look at him questioningly. "What about Stark? Where is he? What's his take on this?" "Mr. Stark is busy." Ross dismissed Steve's questions. "And?" Steve knew what Tony was busy with, but he wanted a concrete answer. "And nothing. What he's working on is classified. But I can tell you that Mr. Stark has already agreed, and he will be present at the panel," Ross told him before leaving. Steve's wasn't exactly pleasant as he glared at Ross's back. "So let's say we agree to this thing, how long before they jack us like a bunch of common criminals?" Sam wasn't willing to give up his freedom of action. 116 countries have already signed on, Sam. Who knows how many more will sign on at the UN meeting tomorrow. Rhodey said. Steve was going through the details and the clauses mentioned in the accords. "I have an equation." It was Vision. "Oh, that'll be fun." Sam turned to Vision. "Ever since Mr. Stark announced himself to the world, the number of enhanced entities has increased at an exponential rate. Same with the number of world-ending threats." "Are you saying it's our fault?" Steve interrupted Vision. "I'm saying, there may be a causality. Our very strength invites challenge, challenge incites conflict, and conflict breeds catastrophe. Oversight is a very viable possibility." Vision said something pretty cool. "Tony needs to be here for this," Natasha said. "He's already agreed, Nat. No discussion necessary." Steve was low-key angry at Tony for not consulting with them. "This is happening, Steve. Either we agree or they make us agree." Natasha understood their situation. "Aren't you the same woman who told the government to kiss her ass a few years ago?" Sam was astonished that Natasha agreed with this. "I'm watching how things flow. This is happening, whether we like it or not. It's better to agree and have some control over things instead of fighting them and losing all control when the world comes after us." She was being pragmatic. They all spent time discussing it with no unified conclusion coming up, especially since Steve left in the middle of the discussion after hearing that Peggy died. Wanda was completely against the accord since they impacted her very much. Unlike the others, she was a truly enhanced individual and would have much greater restrictions put on her. She would be tracked 24/7 and in the event that the panel deemed her volatile, they had the right to detain her in the maximum security prison specifically made for enhanced individuals, the Raft. It was a boat in the middle of the ocean that held extremely dangerous people. The others would have some leniency and would have a warning with house arrest first, but people with dangerous powers would be sent straight to the Raft. Seeing the others disperse, Wanda felt a little desolate. Alex had been keeping himself hidden within Wanda and Natasha so that he didn't end up on Vision's radar. "Wanda," Alex called out to her, understanding her feelings. Vision had already left and Wanda was in her room. Alex could talk to her freely. "Alex, what do I do?" She had developed a sort of dependency on Alex after seeing him help her with her powers with good proficiency. Her powers were a very sore subject for her. And she was always scared of her powers. She kept looking for something to help her control and understand her powers. This was one of the biggest reasons that the Darkhold was able to corrupt Wanda's mind so easily with negative thoughts. She developed a dependency on it after realizing that it could allow her to utilize and control her powers better. "You don't have to worry. You can go against the accords. Steve is definitely not signing that contract that puts you all in glorified slavery. He's going to rally people to stand with him. You're not alone in this. Just stay calm and wait for the signal." Although Iron Man was busy for now, the UN bombing will get him to focus on the situation of the Avengers. At the same time with Nat. "What do you think, Alex?" She consulted him. She knew that he wasn't going to say anything in front of Vision since he didn't want to be discovered. She showed him her trust by asking him and treating him as her partner. The Avengers are splitting Nat. People like Rhodey and Tony don't have any issues with authority. At the same time, they won't have many restrictions on them because they, unlike Wanda, are normal humans relying on technology. Wanda though is a different story. To the people, Wanda is a living, breathing nuke. She cannot accept the accords. Neither is Steve. After S.H.I.E.L.D., he's lost all trust in governmental authority figures, and I don't think I need to say anything about Sam. The guy is basically Steve's lackey. He'll follow him to the end of the world. "And what about me?" she asked him with an amused smile on her face since he seemed to have understood so much about the team after just a few days. "You just want to keep your family together, no matter how inevitable the split may seem," he told her his conclusion. Natasha fell silent when he said that. Alex's words had hit the mark. Though her eyes had a deep look that Alex didn't realize was there. Although he'd been helping her, it wasn't going to be easy for her to trust him so easily. A master seductress like her didn't treat sex as a big deal, and actually getting her to trust him was going to be the most difficult thing for Alex. Sex was no more than a tool for Natasha. Alex wasn't planning to influence the plot, for now. Tony's absence may change some things, but not that much. For him, the splitting of the Avengers was the best thing, especially since he would have ample time with Natasha and Wanda after that to strengthen them and make their bonds deeper. Although he was going to try to change some minor things. After Steve disappeared from the discussion, he went to Peggy's funeral. She was basically his last link to the world, and at this point, everyone he knew about from his life was gone. Except Bucky, he thought as he was walking to the altar while supporting the front of the coffin on his shoulder. Though, Bucky didn't even remember Steve. After that, there was a speech from Peggy's last living family member, her niece Sharon Carter. Steve was surprised that Peggy had a niece in the first place, but he paid his respects while listening to her speech for Peggy. When the whole world tells you to move, that's when you plant yourself in the ground and say to them, no, you move. That was something that part of her speech got to Steve and made him decide on the accords. After everything was over, Natasha came to Steve to talk to him. When I got out of the ice, I thought that everyone I'd known was gone. Then I found her. I was lucky to have her back, he told Natasha, referring to Peggy. She had you back too, she comforted him. Who else signed? Vision and Rhodey. Clint. Says he's retired. Wanda. TBD. Wanda wasn't going to agree to the accords, but she didn't outright say no since that would be problematic. Steve looked to be deep in thought. He hadn't mentioned Sam since he was with him and knew that Sam wasn't signing the accords either. I'm off to Vienna for the signing. There's plenty of room on the jet. Natasha tried her best to convince Steve, but she understood him. He wasn't going to agree. I can't sign off, Nat. I know. She smiled wryly. Then why are you here? I didn't want you to be alone, that's it. She gave him a tight hug before leaving. Keep up the first spot, guys. It helps with my motivation. 26. Tragedy. The 3 days passed by in a blur. Alex's bodies in the other worlds had made nice progress and he was getting nice EP each day. Perks. EP generation 0.6/day. Host 1 0.1, Host 2 0.2, Host 3 0.1, Host 5 0.2. He was going to continue things as they were going in the other worlds. Gwen, 65, i.e. Ghost Spider Gwen, was spending her time training with him, both her martial arts and her physical abilities. He was also having fun teaching that innocent virgin about the pleasures of the world. In the Amazing Spider-Man Earth, he'd established his research center and had started working with the Gwen of that Earth on making his own version of the arc reactor. In the other Spider-Man Earth, he'd made enough progress with MJ by spending a week doing nothing but farming the bonding rate with her. After realizing that it was going to take some time, he decided to try some different tactics with her to increase the efficiency of the bonding rate. He was also going to find other girls to bond with within that world. He was mostly going to be focusing on the MCU Earth for a while, at least until the Civil War stuff finished. Soon, it was time for the UN conference. There were quite a few agendas that were to be talked about at that conference, but the first and main agenda was the Sokovia Accords. Although 116 countries had signed off on the accords, all the member countries of the UN were present, including the Wakandan king and his son, T'Challa. Is this what you call fate? Alex had thought that after not killing any Wakandans in Lagos, Wakanda would probably only send a proxy to this conference since they didn't have any important agenda to talk about. I thought that the presence of this clusterfuck of different planets would cause any fate and plot bullshit to get negated. I guess that whatever external force is keeping these planets together and intact without breaking apart is also trying to keep the plot running. Why though? Alex couldn't understand the reasoning behind this. This was something completely different from Battleworld, where the Beyonder threw different versions of heroes into a single place to have an all-out brawl. This situation, on the other hand, was much more sophisticated. Just like the question of who sent him here, Alex decided that he didn't want to think about it and paid attention to the stuff that was going on currently. Natasha was sitting on the panel as the representative of the Avengers while the others were busy with their own thing. They were all going to publicly sign the accords in front of the committee. It could have been done privately, but this was a symbolic thing, a show of trust for the representatives. Since the Wakandan king wasn't spearheading the accords this time, someone else came up to introduce them and initiate the signing. It was the US representative. Alex expected that bomb to go off any time soon. Boom, and soon, it did go off. Unexpectedly to Alex though, the bomb didn't go off from a news van outside, and instead somewhere much closer or maybe within the building. It didn't just kill the person on the podium who was speaking, but also quite a few people in the hall. With the explosion, half of the ceiling fell out, smashing right into a large section of the people sitting in the hall. Natasha was included in that section. Half of the building had completely been destroyed. She reacted quickly and tried to get away from a large piece of debris, but sadly she wasn't able to get far enough as another piece fell on top of her. She tightly closed her eyes in preparation for her inevitable death. There was no sadness on her face, only acceptance. But the pain never came. Like hell, I'm going to let my partner die so pathetically, she heard Alex's voice in her head. She was still in the suit that she was wearing, only there was a large pillar that was coming out of her back that held up the huge piece of concrete. Nat was surprised and blinked her eyes a few times. Thank you, Alex. She didn't expect that Alex would be able to help her here. You're still thanking me. We're a team, partners, we have each other's backs. She felt his hand caressing her cheek momentarily before it disappeared. The action brought an imperceptible smile to her face. Alex pushed that piece of debris to the side as Natasha discreetly made her way to the side. With Alex's camouflage ability, it was a piece of cake. When people saw that she disappeared in the leftover cameras, she could tell them that she got out of the debris after a while. You need some makeup, Nat. You don't seem like you've just been through an explosion, he informed her. She'd been making her way outside and made a turn to a discreet location, spending 30 seconds, making herself look like she'd just been through an explosion, with real injuries to match. She left. You're brutal, babe, Alex told her as she held the side of her arm that had a deep gash while making her way out of the building. That's what I was trained to be, she said in a bittersweet tone. They were brutal people, Alex said. You have no idea. She shook her head. Your womb. They were the ones who sterilized you. He brought up the topic of her womb. Natasha froze in her spot. How do you know? She had a cold edge in her tone, thinking that he'd been given that information. She was feeling betrayed. I've been deep enough inside you to know about every single nook and cranny of your body. You think I wouldn't know that you can't have children? Alex's answer was slightly sarcastic. He understood that her mind had instantly gone to the worst-case scenario. Ahem ahem ahem. Natasha started coughing at his mention of how deep he'd been inside her. I'm a lady, you shouldn't be so uncouth and direct, she said in a righteous tone, with all hostility forgotten or at least hidden since she understood that he was intricately familiar with her biology. Right, what happened to, go harder, daddy? He imitated her tone. Whatever, she was speechless and stopped talking to him. I can fix it, you know, he mentioned as he got her full attention back. You better not be joking, Alex. Her tone was as serious as it could get, almost to the point of being threatening. Please, I can regenerate lost limbs. I can even regenerate your hymen so that you can enjoy the feeling of being fucked as a virgin again. Your uterus is far from a big deal, he said in a proud tone. Please don't, just my womb will do. Though she said that in a nonchalant fashion, Alex saw tears gathering up in her eyes. Hey now, don't cry, I'll get it done. Though I will need some time. Our symbiotic bond isn't deep enough yet to heal such an internal process easily. I'll let you know when I'll be able to do it. She was still camouflaged as Alex wiped away her tears with a tendril. He gave her the feeling that he was hugging her through her clothes. It's fine, thank you, Alex. For everything. His presence hadn't just allowed her to protect herself better, but it would allow her to get back something that she'd thought she'd never be able to get. What did I tell you? Alex couldn't take much of this mushy atmosphere and slapped her, but with enough force to make her jump. Hey, that hurt, she protested. Find a good spot to get back in camera vision, I'll remove the camouflaging, he told her while ignoring her protest as he squeezed her butt. She had already gotten familiar with how much of a pervert Alex was and had given up on going against him, only teasing him every once in a while. She knew that he wouldn't get her in any trouble. As rough as he was with her, she was always left feeling amazing after their bonding sessions, as he called them. She couldn't help but be left wanting more after it was over. This was also a reason that she'd come to love training. After every training session, Alex would give her an amazing reward. She knew that he wanted her to train more and was basically conditioning her with it, but she didn't mind since he was doing it so that she would get stronger. She was sort of just going along with his whims for now since she saw quite a bit of benefit in being bonded with Alex. When she finally walked out of the building, Alex noticed someone. Chala. I guess some things aren't changing, huh, he thought as he looked at his desolate expression. Natasha also realized that as she looked at him and took a seat with him. She'd talked with him before the meeting since he seemed to be curious about the Avengers. His father had brought him to introduce him to his father's contacts at the UN conference. He was going to be the next king. It was a signal that his father was going to be enthroning him soon. Sadly though, that soon ended up becoming a now. Chala would have to take up his father's mantle of the king now. Natasha understood his situation and sat on the bench at the side. I'm very sorry, she said to him. In my culture, death is not the end. It's more of a stepping off point. You reach out to Bastion and Symbiote. They lead you into the green belt where you can run forever, he told her with a reminiscent tone. It sounds peaceful. My father also thought that I am not my father. His tone revealed that he was planning something. Chala, the task force will decide who brings in Barnes. She understood his undertone and tried to calm him down. Don't bother, Miss Romanoff. I'll kill him myself, he told her as he walked off with determined steps. Natasha sighed and dismissed his words, not taking him seriously. Ring, she got a call from an unknown number. Gimme the stones. I want that top spot in the rankings. 3:27, James Buchanan, Bucky Barnes. 27, James Buchanan, Bucky Barnes. Ring. Natasha had gotten a call from an unknown number. Yeah? She asked after picking up the phone. She seemed to know who it was. Are you okay? It was Steve. Yeah, I'm fine. I got lucky. Natasha got a chill that made her feel that someone was watching her. She shrugged it off, before continuing. I know how much Barnes means to you. I really do. Stay home. You'll only make this worse. For all of us. After coming out of the building, she'd seen a few reporters in front of the wreckage reporting that Barnes was the main suspect in this bombing. Are you saying, you'll arrest me? he asked her. No, but someone else will if you interfere. That's how it works now. She tried to show him the reality of the situation. If he's this far gone then I should be the one to bring him in. He said stubbornly. Why? Nat couldn't understand his motivations. 'Cause I'm the one least likely to die trying. He hung up. I wanna call him an arrogant prick, Alex said in her mind. I don't disagree with you on that. She was annoyed that he didn't listen to her while at the same time worried for her friend. Wanna help him? He understood her dilemma and offered his help. How? I have to meet with Stark. I can't exactly bail on it. She did want to help him, but she didn't plan to risk her freedom for helping Steve save the Winter Soldier. You seem to have forgotten about my ability to turn into a living breathing person. I can separate a part of my body to form a temporary clone of you. You can go help Steve and I'll manage whatever is necessary. He told her. And if they talk about something you don't know? She wanted some assurances. The separated part of my body is connected to me and I can telepathically ask you something I don't know at any time. And my mannerisms? I've been reading every single tiny movement of yours for the past week. I know how to act like you. He said with a husky whisper. You just had to make it sound sexual, don't you? Nat was convinced. It's necessary. He told her as if he was doing God's work by making double innuendos every once in a while. Any idea where Steve might be? She consulted him. Look for Bucky, you'll find Steve. He told her. Before she could sigh at his useless answer, he told her, or you could turn around and start walking, he was just there. What? How long have you known about his presence? She asked him as she started walking to the spot where Alex was directing her. About a minute before he called you. He was waiting for you to finish your talk with the Vibranium King. He told her. Vibranium King? She was confused by the address. You'll find out soon enough. Alex was having fun by being cryptic with her. Fuck you, Alex. And where is Steve? Natasha looked around while asking him. Turn left, he's in the third shop. And I would gladly fuck you, Natasha Romanoff. It's one of the greatest joys of life. He said. Aren't you an alien? Why are you so into having sex with a human woman? She asked while walking to the place he'd told her about. Aesthetics are very important, and you are very aesthetically pleasing, especially your insides heavenly. He was completely frank with her. What have I told you about being so straightforward with a lady? You sound barbaric. She dismissed his words. Yet my words are the ones that make you wet, he teased her. She didn't reply to Alex and walked into the bar that he had indicated Steve was in. Could you please camouflage me, Alex? She asked him before walking to a discreet location. Of course, my dear partner. That wasn't so hard, was it? He'd finally gotten her used to not ordering him when she needs something from him. Yeah, fucker doesn't want me to say thank you but wants me to say please every time I need to share his powers, she thought to herself. You're damn right I do. He generously confirmed her thoughts. Natasha rolled her eyes. She'd already seen where Steve was and gone near him. He seemed to be standing with Sam and Peggy's niece. Natasha was going to spy on them and follow Steve to reach Bucky. Hey, Alex, I need a suit. Like a suit that's distinct from my combat suit. While spying on their conversation, she realized that she couldn't use her identity and had to get some disguise. Don't want to be Black Widow anymore? Alex asked with a mock heartbroken tone. You know what I mean. She said. Yeah, and I have just the suit in mind for you, he said in an anticipatory tone. If it's a damn sex suit, I swear to God. Natasha realized his intentions. Damn it, you're no fun. Fine, I'll put it on you during our next reward session. He sounded disappointed. The important topic here, Alex. She ignored it while acting nonchalant about it, but inwardly, she was anticipatory about what he had in store for her. I know what you need. When you can get rid of the camo, I'll show it to you. He assured her. Nat, in her invisible state, followed Steve after he found out about Bucky's location. She followed him all the way to Bucharest. Meanwhile, Alex formed Natasha's exact replica and that replica went to meet with Tony about the aftermath of the signing. You know me. Steve looked at Bucky while in his Captain America costume, ready for a fight. They were both standing in a rundown apartment. It was the place where Bucky had been staying for a while. You're Steve, I read about you in a museum piece. He told Steve something that anyone would know when looking at his current attire. All right, smart guy, there are people coming after you. He told Bucky. I wasn't in Vienna. I don't do that anymore. Bucky's presence changed when he realized that he was in danger. I know you're scared, but the people who think you did are coming here right now, and they're not planning to take you alive. Steve tried to negotiate with him. -1 minute cap, Sam called out to Steve from the intercom. The local law enforcement was arriving. Smart. Barnes smiled almost self-deprecatingly. The tension in the room was almost solid. This doesn't have to end in a fight, Buck. It always ends in a fight. Bucky took off the glove that was covering his metallic hand as he said that. -5 seconds, Sam told Steve. You pulled me from the river. Why? Steve asked, referring to the time when Bucky helped him when the helicarrier crashed during the events at the Triskelion. I don't know. Bucky lied. Yes, you do. Before they could continue their talk, a flashbang broke through the window. Steve blocked and threw it away with his shield while another was thrown toward Bucky. Not caring about Steve, Bucky kicked the other flashbang at him. Steve used his shield to cover the impact of the weak explosion of the flashbang. A large number of things started happening at the same time. A few people dressed in SWAT armor broke in through the windows while another team started ramming the door with a battering ram. Their orders were shoot on sight. They weren't planning on getting Bucky alive. Like the seasoned veterans that they were, both Steve and Bucky engaged the assailants. After incapacitating one of them, Bucky picked up a table with his metal arm and threw it with a huge amount of force to the small area where the door would open, jamming the door completely. It would only open if they broke the hinges and pulled it out. Bang 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 bang. Steve pushed a cop's rifle away from Bucky as he started before knocking out the guy. Looking at Steve once, Bucky moved to another area of his apartment and punched through the floor, taking out a duffel bag. Probably something he'd stored for emergencies. Then he threw it out the window to have it land on the roof of the building in the next block. Bang, there was the sound of a shotgun shot. Bang bang. 2 more shots were fired at the hinges of the door. They were preparing to pull it out. A metal hand came out of the door and grabbed the shooter's head, banging it against the door before dropping him. Bucky then punched the door out of its boundary, getting out and punching one of the guys in his chest and dropping the other 2 down the stairs. The glass of the roof shattered as another person started rappelling down the roof while shooting at Bucky. He blocked the bullets with his metal arm while moving to grab that guy and incapacitate him while using the rope as support to swing down to the next section of the stairs. He kept running into assailants that he kept beating down while going down the stairs as Captain America followed behind him. He made sure that Bucky didn't end up killing anyone while supporting him whenever he could. Soon, he was at his destination. It was a balcony with the perfect route to his escape plan. He was a trained veteran. Even though he had been laying low, he still made sure to have an escape route planned in case of such a day. Bucky charged through a small hallway to the balcony and jumped across to the next building on which he dropped his bag. Reaching the roof of that building, he grabbed his bag and ran as if his life depended on it. Which it did. Though his bad day wasn't going to end anytime soon. Bucky noticed a shadow looming in front of him and quickly turned around, only to have his nigh-indestructible metallic arm get scratched by what seemed like the claws of a panther-themed armored individual. "Sam, bogey, inbound," Steve told Sam after noticing a helicopter. "On it." At the same time, Steve followed after Bucky and jumped down while a gunner from the helicopter started raining bullets on Bucky, who was standing behind the Black Panther. Just before Sam arrived, there was the arrival of another person. Someone appeared from thin air beside Bucky and the Black Panther and shot a grappling gun directly at the machine gun that was being used to shoot them from the helicopter. It was a female figure who was wearing a white combat suit with a helmet-like sleek mask that extended from her collar and covered her face. "Hey, guys," she turned to the 2 people that were fighting on the rooftop. 28, White Knight. Author's note: imagine Natasha wearing the white combat suit from the Black Widow movie with a white face mask that lets her hair free. "Hey, guys," she turned to the 2 people that were fighting on the rooftop. Alex had tweaked her voice so that she wasn't recognizable to people who knew her. Nat was smiling under her costume. Alex had made this for her and she absolutely loved it. It was sleek, made her look sexy, and most importantly, it was bulletproof. Then again, even her usual comfortable home clothes were bulletproof. After getting rid of the annoying gun that could have killed either Steve or Bucky, she turned invisible again and kicked Black Panther's head. He wasn't able to react and was thrown to the side. "Cap, is it just me, or did that woman just turn invisible?" "She did, and she seems on our side. Try to help her out. I'll try to get Bucky out of this shitstorm." Steve ignored the cat-themed man who seemed to have gone crazy as he kept getting punched by air and followed after Bucky. "Stand down, Your Highness," Nat called out as she kicked him behind his knee and turned around to hit his head. Alex had already informed her who was under that vibranium suit. She was trying to pull him away from the fight. "What?" he asked from behind the mask as he clawed the air in a place where he thought she would be. Sadly for him, Natasha was just as good of a physical fighter as him. Coupled with her ability to turn invisible at command, she was basically unstoppable unless you were Tony Stark, who had all kinds of different sensors like infrared and heat sensors in his suit. "King Chala, this is not your jurisdiction. Stand down." She punched his face again. Although he seemed to be getting a beatdown, Chala wasn't feeling anything since the suit was made of vibranium, a metal that is known for absorbing and negating force with ease. He wasn't getting hurt by a single one of her punches. After realizing that trying to fight her was futile, Chala changed tactics and started ignoring her. He ran after Bucky and Steve at full speed while ignoring the blows that Natasha was hitting him with. The vibranium was taking care of mitigating the force so that he didn't get too affected. "Well, this is a problem. Is that suit completely made of vibranium?" she asked out to no one in particular. "Yep. Wakanda is far different from what they portray themselves to be. It's the strongest country on Earth with a literal shit ton of vibranium. I'm not exaggerating. Their entire culture is based around vibranium. Vibranium houses, vibranium tech, even fucking vibranium clothes. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they eat and shit vibranium too." Natasha was speechless at how to react to the information that Alex had just given her and just followed after Chala. "Alex, can you turn Steve and Bucky invisible too?" She got an idea. "Nope." He instantly shot it down. "What's the problem? I'm not wrapping myself around a dude's body. It's gay. Isn't your race gender neutral?" Natasha was both speechless and annoyed at his meaningless reason. "Doesn't matter. I'm a male. I will not be cupping a dude's sweaty genitals. Ugh, I did not need that image in my head. Natasha was disgusted. Exactly. You just made this thing a whole lot harder. If anything, I made it easier. Do you think that it would be as easy for you to wreck Chala without going invisible? As they both bantered, Bucky was running ahead with Steve pretty close to him. Chala seemed to be gaining on them since he wasn't being hindered by as many cops as they were, especially since he could easily shrug off the bullets. Natasha, being invisible, had it the easiest, and she soon surpassed Chala and started gaining on Steve and Bucky. With her initial speed, Natasha couldn't have hoped to contend with these enhanced people, but with Alex increasing her limits and base stats and the enhancement provided through the bond, she was equivalent, if not better than them. Her stats had been increased by a factor of 4 times with his enhancement, so it was pretty significant. It had increased from the initial 3 times to 4 times since her bond was a level 2 bond. Alex updated that information in the skill description of that skill too. Host enhancement enhances the host's base stats and auxiliary powers that the host of the symbiote possesses. Passive skill can toggle on and off. Auxiliary power enhancement depends on factors like the type of the powers and compatibility with those powers. Enhancement increases with the level of the bond 2x at LVL 0, 3x at LVL 1, 4x at LVL 2. After they went down that building, it was a big fucking chase. Steve after Bucky, Chala after Bucky, and the police after all of them. Nat was the unknown variable here. Soon, she reached Bucky. What she did first was to taser the fucker and grab him like a sack over her shoulder. Before either Steve or Chala could react, the woman clad in white armor started turning invisible from bottom to top. Neither of them had the presence of mind to realize that it was different from her usual disappearance style where her entire body turns invisible instantly, especially since Barnes disappeared with her. Fuck. Steve shouted out before hearing the whirring of another helicopter and some sirens. Sam. Extraction, Steve called into his intercom as he heard them getting closer and closer. Natasha meanwhile was running at full speed away after taking care of Barnes. She knew that Steve would escape the authorities after she got Bucky away. It would be the same with Chala. And she was right. The moment they realized that things were out of hand, they both retreated. You were really serious about not wanting to wrap around a dude, huh? Natasha observed as she felt Alex's presence surrounding Bucky but not actually touching him. Bucky was inside an invisible sphere while still being hung on Natasha's shoulder. As I told you, I'm very much attracted to the fairer sex and only the fairer sex. Natasha chuckled but at the same time felt warm inside. Although he disagreed with helping her out due to feeling uncomfortable, he still did end up helping her and making things so much easier. Otherwise, she would have had to do a whole lot more work to escape with Bucky. Soon, after effortlessly getting through numerous checkpoints and encirclements, Nat reached the safe house that she had planned on using. Talk about security, Alex commented after remembering the huge amount of manpower that must have been mobilized for this manhunt for Bucky. Of course, it was the UN committee that was bombed, not some random meeting. They have to find the culprit or the UN will be left as a joke in the public eye. Natasha didn't like politics, but she understood it extremely well. After dropping the unconscious Bucky on the floor, whom Alex seemed to avoid like the plague, Natasha sent a text to someone from a burner phone. It was the address of the safe house. Hello. Steve called out as he broke into the apartment that he got from the address. As he walked in, he found the unconscious Bucky on the floor, along with a note left on him. Steve picked up that note and read it. Try not to split up the Avengers. The world needs you all. White Knight, that was all that the note said. White Knight, is she a kid? Hearing the name that she'd called herself, Steve thought that she was a kid that liked Disney movies too much, or had a hero complex. He chuckled at her name for a second and dropped the note at the side, paying attention to Bucky's condition. Only after checking his vitals and knowing that he was okay did he sigh in relief. Someone's after him. Why frame him for this? Sam, come in. I got Bucky. We're leaving. White Knight. Seriously? You couldn't think of anything better? What? It suits. I wear white armor and I want to protect my family. It's perfect. Not to mention a nice antithesis for my Black Widow namesake. At was on her way back to meet with Tony and replace Alex's copy of hers. Whatever, it's not bad per se, it's just a little cringe. No, I take offense to that statement. Whatever. How'd you like acting like a nice vigilante superhero for once? I had fun. And tossing that fucker Bucky was just so fun. Nat was a vengeful person. She didn't take kindly to being brutally beaten up by him during the events of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fall. Is that so? Alex trailed off. Meanwhile, with Wanda. Wanda was planning to go on a walk after being cooped up in the compound for so long, though she was intercepted by Vision. What's up? I was just about to go take a walk, she said as she picked up a windbreaker. Alternatively, Wanda, how about the backyard? I hear it's got beautiful flora. Vision suggested after abruptly coming in front of her just as she was going. Wanda almost narrowed her eyes. Vision, are you not letting me leave? She understood that his flimsy excuse was no more than an excuse. Vision looked down for a moment, almost seeming guilty. It is a question of safety. I can protect myself. Wanda wanted to know the real reason and skirted around him to walk out. Vision still stopped her. Not yours, Mr. Stark would like to avoid the possibility of a public incident. Until the Accords are on a more secure foundation. Wanda's face had a slightly annoyed look, but on the inside, she was feeling much more. She felt angry, untrusted, and worst of all betrayed. She hadn't done anything wrong. She'd even made sure that no one got hurt in that explosion that Steve should have been able to prevent. But this is what she gets. Is that so? She said that and turned around to go back to her room. Hi guys, it's Fanfic Novel here. If you want to listen to all parts of this audiobooks, join our paid service. For $5 per month you get access to all parts and to plus 100 novels with audiobooks. Also you can request weekly your favorite novels. What are you waiting for? Contact me now at Telegram or Discord. 29. Prelude. You really want to do this, Steve? Tony was talking to Steve over the phone. He didn't do it, Tony. Someone's after him. You know that. Steve wanted to protect his friend. Damn it. He killed 5 people, Cap. He will be brought in and you are going to get burned right with him. Tony was almost shouting right now. What do you want, Tony? Steve said calmly. I want you to sign the Accords. We can make the last 24 hours legit. When Barnes is brought in, and he will. Instead of a maximum security prison, he gets transferred to an American psyche ward. Tony tried to convince him, even though he's innocent. Steve asked. That's the best deal we can get, Cap, Tony said with a helpless tone. He wasn't against Steve. As much as they bickered with each other, they were still comrades in arms. They just had too much pride. I'm not completely against signing the Accords, Steve finally compromised. Before Tony could say anything he said, but there would have to be amends and safeguards. Steve was not willing to accept the number of restrictions that the Accords put on him. Great. Once we put out the PR fire and tell everyone that all the Avengers have signed, the documents can be amended. I'll file a motion to have you, Sam, and Wanda reinstated. Everything goes back to normal. Wanda, what about her? Steve caught onto Tony's words. It's nothing, she's currently confined to the compound, Vision's keeping her company. Tony tried to dismiss it, knowing that Steve would lash out at him for his decision. God, Tony, every time I think you see things the right way. As Tony expected, Steve was completely against Tony's actions. It's 100 acres with a lap pool, there's a screening room. There are worse ways to protect people. He tried to defend his decision. Protection. Steve was flabbergasted. Is that how you see this, Tony? This isn't protection, this is internment. She's not a US citizen, Tony tried to reason with Steve. Oh, come on, Tony. Steve thought that it was dumb reasoning. And they don't grant visas to a weapon of mass destruction. Tony's volume was increasing. She's a kid. Steve said with a loud voice. Give me a break. Tony slammed the table. I'm doing what has to be done to keep us together. Keep telling yourself that. Steve scoffed and hung up the phone. Well, that was entertaining, Nat says from beside Tony. God, when did you get here? He didn't even realize her presence in the room. I've been here a while. She smiled. She just switched with Alex's copy of hers and came to Tony only to see him having a screaming contest with his phone. That's so. Tony pinched his eyebrows. You didn't do things right, Nat told him. Oh yeah, how? First of all, you should have been there when Ross came to tell us about the Accords. It was a dick move to agree without even consulting the team. I don't have the time. Nat, fucking politics. The world is scared and they all want the Avengers under their control. I would have done better if I wasn't so busy. We don't know when we'll start dealing with a literal intergalactic war, and Steve here is throwing his temper tantrum because of his trust issues with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was completely exasperated with this shit. Nat didn't know what to say after Tony laid everything bare like this. Her stance on authority figures was similar to Steve's, that was why she ended up helping him out with Bucky, but hearing all that laid bare like that left her a little speechless. So just as she was going to speak, Ross walked into the room. I don't suppose you have any idea about where they are. Secretary Ross walked in while posturing. It's funny how he keeps trying to act up like a little rooster in front of the Avengers. It's like he's wagging his tail feathers while saying, look at me, praise me, admire me. Alex said into Natasha's head. Ha ha ha. Natasha had to turn her head slightly away so that she doesn't look at his face. She would laugh right in his face if she looked at him. Alex, all I can imagine right now is that fucker haha with a little beak on his face with haha wagging feathers behind him. Ha ha ha. That image was burned into Natasha's brain right now. I should get better with biological manipulation so that I can make that image a reality. Alex really didn't like this fucker. We will. GSG-9's got the border covered. Recon's flying 24/7. They'll get a hit. We'll handle it. Tony told Ross that the German feds were focused on their task. You don't get it, Stark. It's not yours to handle. You have more important things to do and it's clear that you can't be objective. I'm putting special ops on this. Ross said in a final tone. Natasha frowned. And what happens when the shooting starts? What, do you kill Steve Rogers? If provoked, yes. Barnes would have been eliminated in Romania if it wasn't for Rogers. There are dead people who would be alive now. He glared at Tony as he said the last sentence. All due respect, Ross. Guns and bullets aren't going to work here. You've got to let us bring them in. 72 hours. Guaranteed. Tony gave his final words. His tone left no room for refusal, and Ross knew that it was impossible to have Tony change his mind on this. 36 hours. Ross gave in, but he had to get in the final word to satisfy his fragile pride. Barnes, Rogers, Wilson. He said the names as he walked out. You okay? Nat walked up to Tony and asked him. Always, he said nonchalantly, deep in thought. We're seriously understaffed for this, she mentioned. Yeah, I've got a few ideas. What about you? Tony was in contact with a group of people that he was planning to bring on for this. Yeah, me too. Nat also knew someone who had a reason to be involved in the fight. I'm angry, Alex. Wanda was looking out the window while talking to Alex. Then let it out. Let all your anger out. Alex was all in to see the world burn from the Scarlet Witch's wrath. That's a risk that I'm not willing to take. She knew that her powers were unstable and didn't want to risk blowing up the entire compound. She'd never really understood the true potential of how strong she was. Go into the mountains then, find some secluded spot, and let out all your anger. Destroy the entire mountain if that's what it takes. Alex joked. That sounds kinda sorta fun. Wanda smiled at his suggestion. As she was talking to Alex, she abruptly turned around and threw a knife from the kitchen at the person that she'd captured in her senses. And at the same time, there was an explosion nearby. It served as a minor distraction to lure Vision away for the next few seconds. Clint. The tension of the fight left her body as Wanda realized who it was. Oh, my God. What are you doing here? Wanda walked to Clint. Disappointing my kids. He fired 2 electromagnetic shock arrows at 2 sides of the window that she was standing in front of as a trap to suppress Vision for a bit. I was supposed to take them to the water park. Come on, Cap needs our help. He grabbed Wanda and started walking out with her. Clint. It was Vision. You should not be here. He phased through the window and was floating toward Wanda and Clint. Really? I retire for what? 5 minutes and everything goes to shit. Clint stopped and turned to look at Vision. Please consider the consequences of your actions. Vision was objective in his actions. They're considered, Clint said as he activated the electromagnetic suppressors. There was a constant electric burst from the arrows that destabilized Vision's artificial body and froze him in place. Let's go. He hurried Wanda as he started running. Wanda didn't follow after him as she looked at Vision. It's this way. He pointed to the exit, hoping that he doesn't have to give her another pep talk. She said, those arrows won't hold him long enough. He indeed didn't have to give her a pep talk. Talking with Alex regularly, she'd already been planning to leave sooner or later. Her mental state had been much better than it would have been otherwise. Wanda was someone who desperately needed some sort of pillar in her life, especially since her powers were very volatile and she was terrified of them. Alex's presence not only helped her find someone who was with her at all times, but it also gave her real hope that one day she would be able to control her powers. It's like she'd always lived with a monster within her that would sooner or later devour her. And one day, Alex came and helped her control that monster and became a confidant for her. Before Vision could get free from the electric prison, Wanda extended her hands with a red glow in them. Wanda. Vision tried to dissuade her as he felt his body's connection with his core getting suppressed. Wanda didn't listen to him as she suppressed the connection between the Mind Stone and Vision's vibranium body, making his body flicker between tangible and intangible. Then she put a large amount of pressure on his body, making sure that it started floating in a fetal position while being unable to move. That's new. Clint was surprised by the fine-tuned control that she had just displayed with her power. I've been training. This should hold him for a few hours. We should get going. Wanda was proud of her newfound control over her power. This was because of the large amount of training that she'd been doing with Alex. She was still a little hesitant to use her powers, but after seeing how Alex suppressed her outbursts easily, she started getting more confident in her use of the power. All Alex did in the name of suppressing her outburst was to absorb all the excess chaos energy in her body. She was able to naturally generate it at all times. Her so-called outbursts were because when she didn't use her powers for a long time, the chaos energy would get accumulated and at one point, it would burst out. Hence the so-called outbursts. Wanda never bothered to explore her powers or understand them, so she wasn't able to control that generation of chaos energy in her body. Alex had been constantly absorbing a portion since she didn't exactly have much use for it, and it helped her prevent her outbursts. Initially, he'd planned to convert it into EP so that he could buy the teleportation skill, but that didn't work. Chaos energy is a powerful energy on the level of cosmic energy. It has countless uses, but it can't help Alex buy skills since he needs biological energy for that. Even though EP was on a similar level as chaos energy, he didn't have any way to convert one to the other. So, he did the next best thing. He started experimenting with it to see what he could do with it. He could use it since he'd gotten weak magic affinity after bonding with Wanda. Theoretically, he should be able to use chaos energy, but it's not that simple. He hasn't found any use for it yet, mostly because he had practically no control over chaos energy. Clint and Wanda left the compound and then went to grab another person that Cap was planning to recruit, Ant-Man. After that, the three of them left on their way to infiltrate Germany. Although the German police or the GSG-9 were paying strict attention to outgoing traffic, it wasn't exactly difficult to infiltrate and get inside the country. It was going out that was difficult. At the same time, Tony had started getting together his side. Natasha grabbed Chala, Black Panther. She decided to make some flimsy excuse that she deduced his identity and was offering him a chance to bring his father's culprit to justice. Similarly, Tony grabbed Spider-Man, the bane of Alex's existence. Alex had reached 4 different versions of Earth and every single one of them had him run in with Spider-Man in an identical scenario. He was almost going crazy. Tony had also gotten into contact with a certain group of people that he'd recently discovered and was going to invite them to the conflict. Steve had assembled his team consisting of himself, his lackey Sam, Bucky, Clint, Wanda, and Ant-Man. Cap had also invited some loose strings that he'd known about and had practically called in every favor. Tony had gotten himself, Rhodey, Natasha, Peter Parker, T'Challa, Vision, and lastly, the mysterious group that he'd invited. Though Alex had a host on both sides, he didn't know the exact situation and was going to be in for a surprise when the complete situation unfolds. He only knew what Wanda and Natasha knew, and that wasn't a lot considering that neither of them had the time to coordinate with their respective teammates. They were both extremely busy. Some things are bound to happen, Alex thought as he realized that even after all his interferences, everything was building up to the same thing. I want extra stones for this 2,200-word chapter. It took quite a while to write. 30, Civil War, 1/5. Steve and Bucky were running toward a helicopter at full speed. They'd figured out a bit of the gist of the situation and were going to Siberia to double-check and finish up everything relating to the other Winter Soldiers in the Hydra facility that Bucky had remembered being trained in. They were both running on a clock and had to get there as soon as possible. Though they both knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Clink bzzz. Before they even got to the helicopter, there was a clinking sound of something sticking to it, and an electromagnetic pulse fried the helicopter's rotor motor. Stand down, Cap. Tony came flying through the air and pointed his repulsors at Cap and Bucky while midair. You know I can't do that, Tony. Steve shook his head. Then you leave me no choice. He said as there was the sound of his repulsors powering up. And then it was pandemonium. Wanna fight for both sides again? Alex asked in Nat's mind as she ran through the staff entrance of the airport toward the center of the conflict that had just started. She'd received the signal from Tony to arrive at the scene. The only family I've felt in far too long is falling apart, Alex. I don't want to choose sides. Natasha's mood wasn't the most stable. It's happening, Nat, whether you like it or not. Alex felt sad about it too, but he knew that at this point it was inevitable. What do you think I should do? If you want my opinion, then you should help Cap leave. Make sure that the rest of the people don't end up imprisoned in the raft. He and Steve are going to Siberia, to the facility where Bucky was turned into the Winter Soldier. There's more of him. More Winter Soldiers. Let them both leave. Stark and the War Machine guy can follow them and deal with what needs to be dealt with. How do you even know this? Nat was surprised that he knew so much. I may have planted an indetectable bug on Bucky when you dropped him in the warehouse, a tiny tendril of my body. I couldn't hear everything perfectly since it was a very tiny tendril and most of my focus was on gathering his plans, but I heard enough. He hadn't done anything of the sort, but he couldn't just say that he knew the plot from the movie. Now that I think about it, this would have been a very nice spying method, Alex regretting not having this idea earlier. You didn't think to tell me this before. Nat frowned. It would only make you feel bad for not telling Tony about it. And I know you wouldn't have told him about it. That would lead to you feeling guilty for no reason. Alex said. You don't know that, her thought lacked conviction. At this point, Nat finally reached the open area and saw Steve and Bucky fighting against Iron Man and War Machine. Incoming. Before they could continue their conversation though, a strong shockwave was blasted toward Natasha's head, with the intent of incapacitating her. With Alex's timely warning though, she instantly jumped back. The ground where she would have been at this point in time was blasted apart. She noticed and noted that his voice was really panicky when he warned her. Quake. Alex said in her mind while feeling rattled from the shockwave that spread from the impact. He was feeling glad inwardly that he'd gotten that lesser heat and sound resistance. Who's that? Nat asked him as she shot a taser dart at Daisy who was floating in the air. Daisy. Coulson's subordinate. The vibrator girl. Alex told her many terms to remind Natasha about her. That sounds wrong on so many levels. Natasha remembered whom Alex was talking about, but was weirded out by him calling Daisy the vibrator girl. She'd skimmed through almost all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data and knew about many of the high-priority individuals of S.H.I.E.L.D. She also knew quite a bit about the Inhumans too. It's accurate. Alex shrugged. Right. Nat trailed off as she saw Quake release a sonic blast at Nat's taser dart and destroy the projectile. Alex looked around at the battlefield and noticed that it was much more chaotic than it should have been. The Defenders agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is that the fucking Ghost Rider? The Punisher? These guys are all on Cap's side. Shit changed. Amazing. Alex felt a sort of internal excitement to fight all of them. He also saw that Iron Man's side was also much more crowded. The most prominent being almost 100 different versions of Iron Man suits piloted by Friday. Also, the presence of a few of the Inhumans. No wonder this fucker ended up on a break with Pepper. He's probably made a fucking production line that creates the base suit and then he personally enhances them with different purposes in mind. Alex even noticed a weaker version of the Hulkbuster fighting with the combined forces of Luke Cage and Iron Fist. Those Inhumans probably came out since the new reality made them want to get more involved in the world. These people can't stay hidden in the shadows any longer. Even Wakanda will have to expose itself soon enough. Alex saw Black Bolt, Karnak, Gorgon, and a few other Inhumans that he didn't recognize. Yo-Yo and Daredevil were fighting against Karnak and an unknown Inhuman with fire manipulation. Yo-Yo was being assisted by some drones that were blocking blows for her while helping with the fire. Ghost Rider and Ant-Man were fending off the combined forces of Black Panther and Gorgon. Did he get the upgraded suit already? Alex thought as he saw Chala's suit absorb most of the impact from Gorgon's shockwave manipulation ability before releasing it at Robbie Reyes aka Ghost Rider. They had created a combo attack to beat Ghost Rider. A whole lot more stuff was going on at the same time. Alex already knew that the entire airport was going to get trashed in the aftermath of this fight. Nat, I'm joining in the fight, Alex told her as a portion of his symbiote body left Natasha's body in a camouflaged state. Which side? She asked as she jumped up at Daisy who was floating only slightly above the ground, intending to engage in a fistfight. Both of them. He told her. He just wanted to fight a good fight. He was going to help whichever team would have the weaker hand and even out the field. He knew that by the end of all this Steve and Bucky would be making their way out of this place in the Quinjet. He was confident in all that fate bullshit that was going on. He told Wanda the same thing as a part of his body separated from her and merged with the camouflaged body that was outside. She was with Hawkeye and they were dealing with Vision and a couple of Tony's suits. Finally, Alex did something he'd wanted to do for a while. He made himself visible in the middle of the battlefield. He was wearing completely black armor with a prominent belt wrapped around his waist that seemed to have many tools. Only half of his face was visible as the rest of it was covered by a mask that had two tips going out from the ends. He'd turned into Batman. Noticing an unfamiliar face on the battlefield, one of Tony's suits moved in to attack Alex. Alex also wanted to check his tanking capabilities so he let the repulsor blast hit him, though for safety measures he used the palm of his hand to receive that attack. Okay, it stings, I'm not invincible. Alex's palm was a little charred but healed back in an instant, but it helped him calm down from all that excitement. After seeing this utter chaos, he was excited to the ends of the earth and wanted to fight every single one of the people in this airport. Now though, he'd calmed down a little. Alex moved to dodge the other blasts that were shot at him as he moved with an inhuman level of speed toward the suit that was attacking him. His hand formed into a spike and he leaped into the air, piercing through the suit's chest. He discreetly grabbed the arc reactor with his tendrils and kept it within him. He was going to see if it could provide him with any insight into the new metal that Tony had created for his upgraded arc reactor. He landed in the middle of a fight between Jessica Jones and an unknown Inhuman who had the power to manipulate metal. The Inhuman was fighting her while having his fists covered in the scrap metal of an airplane while at the same time bombarding her with scrap metal projectiles. Jessica, despite being physically stronger, was forced to keep dodging the projectiles while being at a disadvantage in the fight. Seeing that Jessica was on the losing side in this fight, Alex decided on his opponent and slightly changed his trajectory midair toward the metal manipulator. A few of the stray projectiles ended up hitting Alex but he easily shrugged them off. He increased the mass and density of his leg and swung it at the guy. The metal manipulator blocked Alex's kick with his metal-coated arm, but that ended up giving Jessica an opportunity to punch him. He flew back from the huge recoil but used some more metal to slow his fall and did not get too hurt. Hi. He smiled charmingly at Jessica. Author's note, this fight's going to get chaotic as fuck with a lot of elements. I made a rough illustration for my own reference to keep up with what was going on throughout the fight. I'll post it on my Discord after the 5 chapters are all published, you can check it out if you get confused. It might spoil the fight so I suggest you look at it after reading the 5 chapters. The Discord link is in the synopsis of the book. Stones. It's a new week. The book will be shifting in the rankings category this week. Help it keep the top spot when it does. Thanks. 31, Civil War, 2/5. Hi. He smiled charmingly at Jessica. Do I know you? She asked with a weird expression. She felt like the expression that she was seeing on the unknown man's face shouldn't exist. No, but I know you, Ms. Jones. I'm Batman. He said the last 2 words in the harshest and heaviest voice possible for him. Ahem, he ended up coughing due to the bad attempt at trying the heavy voice for the first time. Before Jessica had the time to quip with him about his weird bullshit, one of Tony's suits approached them and shot its repulsor blasts at both of them at the same time. Alex had already reacted before the suit even shot, courtesy of his enhanced sixth sense, and picked up Jessica in his arms before dodging the shot and using one of his new abilities. He put Jessica down and jumped up at the suit. Just as he was about to use his ability, an arm punched through the suit and damaged the connection of the arc reactor with the rest of the suit, scrapping it. Huh. Alex was momentarily confused but then he saw Jessica giving him a dirty look as she dropped to the floor with the destroyed suit. I didn't need you to save me. I'm plenty strong myself. She gave him that line and moved back to the metal manipulator guy that she'd been fighting before. Feisty, I like her. Alex didn't care about Jessica anymore as he'd already left a part of himself on her. He would be bonding with her after the fights were over and everything was settled. He presumed that bonding with her would provide quite a nice boost to the physical stats of his superhuman-grade physique creation ability, allowing him to create stronger physiques. Alex stayed as far away as possible from people who were fatally dangerous to him, like Black Bolt and Ghost Rider. He was sure that if he gets blasted by one word from Black Bolt, all parts of his body in this world would get completely decommissioned for a long while, with its effects probably extending to the bodies in the other versions of Earth too. And that was after getting some minor resistance against those forces. He wasn't even going to mention Ghost Rider's hellfire that could literally burn his soul. He wouldn't even survive if he got hit by that fire. Ghost Rider could literally burn the evil in him. And there was a lot of evil in him. Even right now, he was killing a couple of officials in Research Earth and Farm Earth to take over their offices. Next up, he decided to interfere between Luke Cage and Iron Fist versus the mini Hulkbuster that Tony had brought out. He turned invisible using camouflage, since that was the best way to avoid most of the conflict in this huge fucking mosh pit. I thought that too soon, Alex thought as he jumped back from 3 Iron Man suits that had attacked him. By turning himself invisible, Alex had actually ended up painting a target on his back. Tony had a set of suits using infrared cameras monitoring the battle. After seeing the Inhumans, and how they had such varied powers, he decided that he would take all precautions necessary. Well, good enough for a training session, he said as he created a springboard under his feet and used it to propel himself toward one of the suits. At the same time, he created a drill in both his hands to attack the suits. He accurately jumped at a suit, but it grabbed his drill hands and quickly attacked him with the Unibeam blast directly from the arc reactor in the chest. Alex had already moved himself to the side and avoided the blast, but he wasn't able to avoid it completely since the suit was grabbing his hand and it turned with him. He was left with a huge gash on his left side which regenerated momentarily. Note to self, don't throw yourself in front of an Iron Man suit. Sometimes the super senses aren't enough. This fight was going to help Alex find out his problems. He wasn't a combatant. No matter how many skills and memories he'd got, this was the first true fight that he was experiencing. He didn't count that brawl with the Punisher and Kraven in Gwen 65's Earth, since they were no more than humans with slight enhancements. Alex could literally overwhelm them with his physical strength. As he dodged the attack of the first suit, the 2 other suits' tiny shoulder-mounted shot missile darts at him. He tanked the darts using his body and stabbed the suit that was trying to keep him in place after freeing one of his drill hands. The suit was made with the intention of having high physical stats and was bulky, so his attack wasn't enough to completely destroy it. Alex then used his basic lightning manipulation and electrocuted the suit. That made the suit freeze for an instant. He used that instant to free his other hand that had been grabbed by the suit and made it into a sharp axe. Just as he was about to stab the suit though, another one came over and grabbed his hand that had been turned into an axe. Okay, this is just annoying. Alex used his full physical strength to pull that new suit close and headbutted the suit. He'd increased the mass of his head to a few tons, so it was going to have quite a few effects. And it did. That suit wasn't one with high physical stats and its head was flown straight off from Alex's headbutt. He then finally was able to rip off the head of the bulky suit that he'd been grabbing. It took him some effort since it was made to withstand quite a bit of damage. 2 down, 1 more to go. After grabbing the arc reactors from both the terminated suits, he used the Devouring suit he was on as a springboard and jumped to the back of the next last one. Having learned his lesson from before. This suit was one with a large number of weapons and had been bombarding him with quite a few weapons that he'd had to tank. It wasn't too big of a deal, but it was annoying for him. He used a new move and used his energy as a magical source and created a compressed ball of magical energy in his hand before pushing it inside the suit that was shooting him while trying to shake him off. At that instant, the suit burst open from the inside and Alex jumped back to the ground. He developed this move after working with his weak magic affinity and exploring its capabilities. Its main use that he'd discovered till now was to convert his own raw energy into so-called magical energy. Alex could use that magical energy for myriad purposes. He hadn't been able to cast real magic yet and could only use this crude way of compressing the energy into a ball and having it explode. This wasn't done through the use of the biological energy that gave him EP, nor through Wanda's chaos energy. It was his everyday energy that was used to run his body. He could easily obtain it through easy means like food, and even his hosts constantly generated quite a bit of it for him, so it wasn't a scarce resource for him. He was basically converting his stamina into magical energy, or mana as he decided to call it from now on since it was convenient. When he was done, he decided to look for another opponent, this time one from Captain America's side. He was playing both sides and he was going to make it seem that he was playing both sides. Wanda felt that Alex's body was moving away from her, but she could feel that he was also inside her, and what was separated was only a part of Alex's body from inside her. The invisibility wasn't very effective on Wanda since her chaos magic acted as a natural detector when she was focusing. With more practice and proficiency in chaos magic, this kind of thing would become a passive ability for her. She was holding back Vision's Mind Stone beams while also creating shields to defend herself and Clint from the repulsor blasts of the 10 Iron Man suits surrounding them. Does Tony not have anything better to do? How does he have so many fucking suits? Clint felt like crying as he shot an arrow at a suit's vital spot. 2 repulsor blasts attacked him at the same time. He dodged one while Wanda formed a shield to block the other. This told me that he's pretty obsessed with this work. It ended up with him and Pepper on a break. Wanda commented offhandedly as she counterattacked against Vision. You seem pretty lax right now. Clint noticed how she was being pretty carefree. Well, we just have to hold back Vision until Cap and his friend can leave. And then I blow everyone away and walk out in stride as if I own the place." She smiled with a very rare confident look in her eyes. Clint was surprised at how uncharacteristic Wanda seemed. "You don't hear that every day." "Well, maybe I'll just fly away. But I'm sure as hell not getting caught and put in a hole like some animal." She had a furious glint in her eyes as she said the last part. "Incoming," Alex warned Wanda, and she created a shield to directly block the web that was shot at her. His warnings weren't limited to words. Telepathically, Alex is able to instantly convey the exact direction and location of the danger. She telekinetically grabbed Spider-Man and lifted him before throwing him at Vision, who was preparing to shoot another beam at her. "Hey, Vis, I'll show you something fun." Wanda smiled and decided to unleash something she'd been preparing for a few minutes. "Stones, people. Get me those stones." 32, Civil War, 3/5. "Hey, Vis, I'll show you something fun." Wanda smiled and decided to unleash something she'd been preparing for a few minutes. "Clint, duck," she told Clint before a big red shockwave of chaos magic spread out from her as the center. "Fuck, Wanda, give me a timely heads up." Clint was full of complaints as he barely ducked to stop himself from being thrown away from Wanda due to the effects of the shockwave. That chaos shockwave spread out in the blink of an eye, reaching Vision, Spider-Man, and the 8 Iron Man suits that were attacking them. All of them froze in their place from the effects of the energy that was coating them. Wanda could have just immobilized those suits, but she decided to trash them, causing some loss to Tony. She was still bitter about being treated as a prisoner when she didn't do anything wrong. With a thought, the 8 suits started compressing into balls of metal, basically becoming ruined. It was her telekinesis, but it wasn't exactly telekinesis per se. She was able to release chaos energy to coat her targets and then manipulate that energy to move the target around. Then she separated Spider-Man from Vision and threw those Iron Man balls at Vision. She knew that Vision could take it, but Spider-Man would die. In the end, this conflict wasn't a deadly conflict. She knew that both Steve and Tony had told their people and the hired help to not kill anyone. Vision prepared to turn intangible, but Wanda used a familiar trick to stop him. The Mind Stone got a red glow and Vision lost control over his body, disrupting his concentration. He was able to snap out of it quickly this time since he'd made some countermeasures, but it wasn't enough. He still ended up getting hit by 2 of those super compressed spheres. They made him lose his concentration, and Wanda was able to use her old trick to put him out of commission for a while. She'd seen that Spider-Man was just a kid that Tony'd gotten, so she held back and threw him at the Punisher's opponent. It was one of the physical power-based Inhumans. She didn't care much for most of the people that were here, nor did she care that the Punisher was on their side and would now be dealing with 2 assailants. Her goal was to make sure that Cap and Bucky were able to leave. She moved to look at the center of the fight where Iron Man and War Machine were fighting Captain America and the Winter Soldier. "You couldn't have done that before," Clint said as he took deep breaths. "It takes preparation. I had to make sure that the blast was controlled. I don't want to end up killing someone. The last time I did this, it ended up decimating every single Ultron robot in the surrounding 200 meters. Wanda said nonchalantly, referring to the time her brother died, and she felt an unbearable heartache, releasing a huge shockwave of pure chaos energy. Crazy. Clint was about to continue speaking when they were attacked by a cold breeze before it blew into a full-on icy tundra. The area around him and Wanda was covered in ice as a female Inhuman with the powers to manipulate ice walked out of the icy mist that she'd created. Wanda wanted to support Steve and Bucky and tried to finish it fast, so she sent a concentrated beam of chaos energy at their new opponent. "Everyone's got a gimmick now." Clint was full of complaints and knocked an arrow at her chest. It was an electric stunner. Just as Wanda's chaos beam was about to hit her, an ice wall came in front of the ice girl, blocking Wanda's attack. Though the chaos beam managed to destroy a huge chunk of the ice, it didn't hit the girl. The same happened with Clint's arrow. Destroy the surrounding ice. She's using it to augment her abilities. Clint was a battle-hardened veteran and was able to easily discern the attack source. On it. Before Wanda could release a large blast to clean out the surrounding ice, she and Clint were bombarded by extremely sharp spikes, so she had to form a shield to defend herself. Seeing as there were too many spikes in the surroundings, Wanda released a strong red glow that formed a sphere around her and Clint, creating a shield around them. "Get ready, Clint, the shield isn't going to hold for long." Chaos magic wasn't very stable and Wanda wasn't proficient enough to create a long-lasting shield. So, though the shield was strong and protected them very well, it was a strain on Wanda to maintain it. She took a deep breath and gathered a large amount of chaos magic, planning to create another shockwave. At the same time, Clint knocked another arrow to stun the girl. This time, the ice girl wasn't able to stop her since Wanda and Clint were shielded. Now, Wanda gave Clint the signal before the shield dropped and a strong shockwave spread out from her as the center. She'd taken longer this time with full concentration, so she was able to bypass Clint and he wasn't affected by it, but the surrounding ice was completely pushed away. Clint had already released his arrow and at the moment the ice cleared, revealing the ice Inhuman, his arrow hit her in the stomach, shocking her and incapacitating her. "Let's go." They didn't waste any time as they ran to the center of the fight. With Natasha. She knew that she wasn't Quake's match when she saw her. Nat spent some time avoiding Quake as she looked for a way to get rid of her. That was when she noticed someone who seemed to be just viewing the fighting, seemingly not planning to get involved. When did Tony meet with the Inhumans? She recognized Black Bolt. The S.H.I.E.L.D. archives had quite a bit of information about the Inhumans and their kingdom. He's going to be perfect to deal with her. But she decided to lure Quake to Black Bolt so that they could do their own thing. She did exactly that, and in the end, she didn't even have to convince them to fight. They seemed to have something of a feud among themselves. Alex was relieved after Quake stopped fighting with Nat. He hadn't planned on revealing his weakness to her and was glad that Nat took the initiative to get rid of Quake instead of continuing the fight. He was in utter pain and wanted to kill himself from the effects of the vibrations. If this is after I have some resistance, what would I have felt without it? Alex felt shivers go down his non-existent spine. He had no plans to bond with Quake despite how overpowered she was. If he's bonded with her while she uses her powers, he would probably be annihilated. He looked ahead and saw that the fight between Black Bolt and Quake seemed to be personal. I should have watched Inhumans and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alex didn't understand the conflict. He'd stopped watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. after Coulson died and was brought back for the 15th time. Probably related to her mother. He thought that it probably had something to do with Jiayin Quake's mother, who was supposed to be connected to the Inhumans. Nat, I doubt that you can help much in this crazy brawl without using some powers. How about I create a decoy of you and you use your White Knight persona to go all out? Alex suggested. He wanted to see how much better he would be able to act when connected with a host. He'd realized that without being connected with a host, although he had a very strong physique, that was all he had going for him. He wasn't able to channel his powers as well. Both lightning and magic were nerfed when he wasn't with her or Wanda. He was only able to tell this difference at this point because all the training that Alex had done with Wanda and Nat had been without separating from them. He never had the chance to test things while separated from them. The compound was under constant and complete supervision by Friday except for their personal rooms. So he couldn't actually separate from them within the compound except for their special activities in the personal rooms. Sounds like a plan. Nat also liked fighting in that persona and going all out. Beating up the Black Panther had been pretty fun. Alex formed a large bubble around them while camouflaging things as if Black Widow was just standing there before separating from her and turning an identical replica. Nat on the other hand lost her usual combat suit, which turned into her white armor with the face mask and everything. It all happened within a period of 5 seconds as an invisible White Knight went away from Alex's copy of Natasha, who had someone approach her for a fight. Seeing an invisible person going through the battlefield, 3 of Tony's suits instantly targeted Natasha, aka White Knight. Friday had registered White Knight as someone who helped Steve and Bucky and treated her as a hostile individual. Side-to-side comparison, Alex smiled as he warned Natasha of the incoming danger. Even the set of suits was identical, one used for physical combat, one for weapons, and another for auxiliary support. Having months of a looming apocalypse does this to a man, Alex thought as he understood some of the reasons that Tony has so many suits right now. The presence of the multiple worlds made him panic and he did the only thing he knew how to do. He built another fucking army of suits. Stones. They motivate me a lot. 33, Civil War, 4/5. Having months of a looming apocalypse does this to a man, Alex thought as he understood some of the reasons that Tony has so many suits right now. The presence of so many different planets made him panic and he did the only thing he knew how to do. He built a fucking army of suits. Nat pointed a gun at the incoming suits and shot her taser darts at them. They were amplified by Alex's lightning manipulation and packed quite a heavy punch. Alex had formed that gun to shoot darts of lightning. It was a replacement for her taser bracelets. He couldn't channel electricity through Nat's body since she wasn't immune to it like Alex, who had the power to manipulate it. The suits though dodged her shots, though Natasha kept shooting a few of them as the suits approached her. One of the darts finally ended up grazing a suit and it was all that was needed for a tiny explosion of electricity to burst out and fry half of the suit. The auxiliary suit had been destroyed, but by then the suits had already reached her position as the physical suit lunged at her with a punch while the weapon suit started bombarding her with different weapons. Nat jumped back while throwing a kick at the skull of the suit. It didn't phase the suit and Nat jumped back from it to make a little distance. Invisibility was useless against these suits, so she had to get creative. She knew about Alex's lightning manipulation abilities and was going to use them to take care of things. Alex, she gave him a signal and leaped away from the suit that was attacking her while dodging the missile darts and bullets that were being fired at her from the ranged weapon armor. She leaped toward the fried suit that was descending toward the ground. She wanted to completely get rid of it first. She reached it and stood in its trajectory while dodging the attacks from the other suit. She had it easy dodging the attacks since Alex was able to telepathically share his sixth sense ability with her, allowing her to know where the attacks were coming from. Just as she reached the half-fried auxiliary suit, she jumped high up and swung her leg around, aiming for the chest of the suit. Alex waits, she wanted Alex to make her leg that she just swung heavier. As she hit the suit it fell to the ground and the arc reactor powered down. Before she could sigh in relief, she had to jump to the left as the physical suit had already caught up to her and punched her in the back. Though she was able to dodge due to Alex's sixth sense sharing. Alright big guy, unlike Alex, she was a master of physical combat and that was one domain in which she thrived. She used everything that she had in her arsenal, not caring that her use of her full melee combat style would end up letting Tony know who she was. I'll explain everything to him some other time. Nat had already decided to go on the run and was going to help Steve. If she wasn't necessary then she wouldn't compromise herself for no reason, but if she had to then she was going to choose Steve and help him. Using her usual style of fighting to its full extent, with the crazy enhancements that she had gotten by bonding with Alex, she was able to utterly decimate that suit. It feels good to not have to hold back, Nat sighed in relief. Right, Alex agreed with her. If she was in her Black Widow persona, she would have to hold back and make it seem that she wasn't as strong. But wearing this suit allowed her to use her full capabilities without worrying. Tony probably already knows who you are. Friday can analyze your fighting style. He won't tell on me. Nat smiled as she told him. She trusted Tony enough to know that this wouldn't ruin her relationship with him. They were comrades in arms. All of the original Avengers were. They all had implicit trust in each other. That's why even though Steve and Tony had brought in so much external help, there was not a single death. Some of the people were going to get roughed up, but it never went beyond a certain point. It was just a clash of ideals, not a clash to the death, especially in the scenario of the multiple worlds. They were going to need all the fighting strength they could get. She started running toward the center of the conflict where Tony, Rhodey, Steve, and Bucky seemed to be fighting. People were constantly involving themselves in that fight. They were, after all, the main reason everyone was here. Half of them to help Steve leave and half of them to help Tony stop Steve. Sizzle zap. Nat's path was intercepted by an electricity manipulating inhuman. He jumped in front of her and attacked her with the intention of immobilizing her. Aren't you supposed to be on Tony's side? Alex teased Natasha. Shut up, Nat growled at Alex. Her having to fight those robots gave the surrounding people the impression that she was from Cap's side. Before the man in front of her could do anything, Nat turned invisible. Although Tony had set up contingencies against invisible people, it was clear that he'd only hurriedly done everything. He hadn't actually created a real countermeasure against them. Nat was still able to use invisibility to fight her other opponents with an advantage. It was just the suits that could detect someone like Nat. As he saw Nat disappear in front of him, the Inhuman got alarmed and instead of looking around, he closed his eyes and started sensing around him. Just as Nat approached him and was a meter away from him, he turned to her and extended his hand at her, releasing a blast of lightning. Nat was surprised and even with Alex's timely warning, she ended up getting shocked by a part of the lightning. She was faster than before, but she wasn't fast enough to the point of being faster than lightning. Lightning traveled very fast and even with a timely warning, her physical limitations failed her. Though the lightning didn't affect her at all and her suit easily tanked everything, the stun that Nat was expecting never came. I can manipulate lightning, Nat. Immunity to it is necessary for me to use it. Do you think Thor needs to keep himself away from his lightning? Alex laughed at her. My bad. Nat was embarrassed since in the middle of the fight, it had skipped her mind. Ignoring the electric Inhuman's shocked expression, Nat jumped up and kicked him right in the face before he could attack her again, making him go to sleep. Let's move, she said. At that moment there was a huge change in the battlefield. As Nat was running toward the central battlefield, a huge man appeared in her vision. What the fuck, she whispered as she saw a huge 60-meter-tall giant wearing a red-themed suit with a silver helmet. It was Ant-Man turned Giant Man. Well, this just got interesting, Alex said in her head. Right, interesting. Nat's thoughts were a mixture of sarcasm and disbelief. What the fuck? Wanda and Hawkeye were looking at the huge giant. I know you said you have a distraction but I never expected this, Clint said into the intercom for Ant-Man aka Scott Lang to hear. Let's go people, it's the last stretch. Don't waste the time that Scott just bought us. Wanda and Hawkeye heard Cap's voice from the intercom and started running toward the hangar with the Quinjet that they were going to use to escape. Their plan was to have Cap and Bucky escape with most of the people that had come to assist them, but it didn't seem that feasible right now. Ant-Man grabbed Rhodey's leg and stopped him from being able to move forward. Let go of my Rhodey, Iron Man said as he pointed his repulsors at Ant-Man. With that 10 more suits also came as they also aimed at Scott. Guys. Some help here. Scott was terrified of so many attacks. I got you. Daisy aka Quake said from the intercom, levitating near Ant-Man and releasing a huge shockwave toward Tony and a few of his suits. At the same time, an Earth manipulator Inhuman came to assist Tony as he threw a large amount of debris at Quake to distract her. Quake used her vibration powers to destroy those huge pieces of debris before moving to incapacitate that Inhuman, but she wasn't successful. As Quake engaged with the Earth manipulator, Ghost Rider was fighting Black Panther while Ant-Man had been stomping on Gorgon all this time, who kept trying to release some shockwave blasts to remove Ant-Man's foot from him but was unsuccessful. Ant-Man had served as a nice distraction for all this chaos as Captain America and Bucky slipped away from Iron Man's watch. Cap noticed one of Tony's suits chasing after them and decided to get rid of it first. Buck, boost me up, he told his old friend. Bucky didn't have to ask him what he was planning as he allowed Steve to use his metallic arm as a footrest to propel himself into the air. They timed it just right such that Steve shot into the armor that was chasing them and his fist punched right through the armor. Let's go. They continued on their way, ignoring the scene of Ant-Man swatting away Iron Man like a bug. Captain Rogers. I'm afraid that I must stop you here. A yellow beam of light was fired at the pavement in front of them, making them stop in their tracks to not get burned. Vision, Steve said as he looked at Vision with some apprehension. Please, Captain Rogers, stand down. Vision's tone was forceful. You know I can't do that, Vision, Steve said and took a defensive posture. Then you leave me no choice. Vision prepared to fight as Captain America charged ahead. Stones, please. 34, Civil War, 5/5. Then you leave me no choice. Vision prepared to fight as Captain America charged ahead. The next moment both Steve and Bucky were flung far ahead with a red glow on their legs. Wanda had pushed them away from the conflict and sent them closer to the hangar. This is so similar to canon, Alex thought. Vision ignored her and tried to fly after them but was stopped by Wanda compressing her chaos energy and launching a chaos beam at Vision. He was forced to confront Wanda but he knew that she had some obscure way to cause a lot of problems for him, so he tried to find a way to stop Steve and Bucky. That way came in the form of Vision launching a beam from his mind stone at a radio tower at the side of the entrance of the hangar and destroying it. It ended up falling right on their path to the Quinjet. Keep going, Cap. Steve heard from the intercom just as he and Bucky were slowing down. Daisy aka Quake was using her vibration manipulation to keep the tower in the air and bought them precious time to enter the hangar, though just as they entered, she was hit by an extremely strong sonic wave that made her fall right to the ground while clutching her ears in pain and screaming. Fuck, even at this distance, it's painful, Alex almost whimpered in pain from the horrible feeling of the sound waves that Black Bolt released. And he was inside Wanda at the moment who was nowhere close to the place of the impact. But it was all finally over. Steve and Bucky were already at their destination. Thump. In the background, a loud thump sounded as Ant-Man fell to the ground after Spider-Man's Empire Strikes Back idea. He had wrapped his webs around Ant-Man's legs and Tony and Rhodey had used their thrusters at full capacity to kick Ant-Man down. It's over, Wanda sighed in relief as she saw the Quinjet leaving with Stark, Rhodey, Sam, and Vision after it. It's just starting, Wanda, I don't want to see you end up in the raft. You need to go all out. She heard Alex's voice in her head. I know, Wanda got a determined look on her face. Inside the hangar. I've been waiting for you. Chala's voice sounded out as he stood in front of Steve and Bucky in a standoff. Your Highness, Steve looked at Black Panther. They'd already found out his identity since he'd officially revealed it before joining up with Tony. I did not bomb the UN. Nor did I kill your father. Bucky tried to reason with him. I don't care. Chala didn't believe him and lunged at him with his usual Panther-style martial arts. Before he could reach them though, he was punched in the face by an invisible force that sent him flying. Hey, Cap. White Knight revealed herself. Nat, Steve called out in a really soft voice that she was only able to understand since she'd been looking at him. He made sure that Chala didn't understand what he meant. How'd you find out? Nat was surprised that he found her out so quickly. I noticed your fight against Tony's armor. I could recognize that fighting style anywhere. Also, White Knight, the name is a glaring reveal. He told her while holding back his laughter. I should really learn a different style of fighting even if it's for appearances. She seemed to be grumbling but was smiling under her mask. I'll take care of Chala. You guys leave. She told them before going invisible and dodging Chala's attack and countering him with a kick. Thanks a lot. I owe you. Steve called out before getting into the jet and leaving. You already owe me a lot. Nat shocked Chala with a heavy bolt of lightning which seemed to work momentarily but not completely. But since she was invisible she could keep him occupied for some time without any issues. In the end, Nat stalled him enough that Steve and Bucky left. Before she could do anything after that though, there was a red glow in her vision. Wanda, that was her last thought before she fell into a deep sleep. We did good with all that training, huh? Alex smiled as he held Wanda in his arms and looked at her with a proud smile. Huff huff huff. Wanda couldn't say anything as she was pretty much wheezing from how tired she was. She'd just released a huge shockwave that knocked out every single human in a 5-mile radius. Take care of me, Alex, she said in a spoiled tone as she fainted. Her output just now had been far greater than she's ever had before. Although her strengthened physique was able to handle it. Her mind was extremely tired and she fainted as Alex held her in his arms. Rest up, honey. I'll take care of everything now. You did amazingly. He telepathically conveyed to her and she smiled imperceptibly. Such a cutie, he couldn't help but think that she was cute as she slept peacefully in his arms. He pushed her hair behind her ear and caressed the side of her face before kissing her forehead. Let's get to work. He stood up with Wanda in his arms. The police were going to be here soon and he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. And Alex wasn't sure whether Vision or any of the others would be coming back or not. The Quinjet is extremely fast and he hoped that he wouldn't have to deal with those guys for a while. The whole fight was very hectic for him and also gave him perspective. He was extremely weak in the grand scheme of Marvel. The MCU already had nerfed versions of the heroes that were in the comic books and he wasn't a match for most of them. Hell, he was having trouble with Tony's random mass-produced suits. I need to get stronger, he felt conviction bubbling inside him. For now, though he focused on escaping, Alex didn't care about the others. The only reason he went so far was that he didn't want to get Wanda and Natasha targeted. He was going to help everyone from Cap's side escape while going away separately with Wanda and Nat. In the end, after all this, they were all fugitives and had to disappear from the public eye. Alex soon found 2 undamaged jets far away from the battlefield. He split into a large number of bodies and started piling up all of the people that were here to help Cap in one of the planes while he put Wanda and Natasha in the other. It took him less than a minute since had an abundance of manpower. That was when he split into 2 clones and expanded to cover both of those planes. He was going to use the camouflaging effect to make sure that he didn't end up getting bombed or tracked. He had already devoured 3 people with knowledge of flying with good proficiency when he killed everyone in Oscorp in the Amazing Spider-Man world. He'd also devoured an experienced commercial pilot with some influence from his second world or the Research Earth. He wasn't worried about not knowing how to fly the plane, especially since it was all mostly autopilot. He went to the cockpit and started flying both planes. As the planes were lifting off, he saw the cops surrounding the airport while Vision returned at Tony's orders to take care of the mess that had been left behind. Though he was already too late. Both of the planes had already flown far away in a camouflaged state. Thankfully Vision doesn't completely understand how to use the Mind Stone. Otherwise, he would have been able to locate my mental waves even though I'm miles away from the airport. I'm not proficient enough with mind manipulation to completely hide my own mental waves. Alex thought as he focused on flying away at full sustainable speed from the battlefield. He'd already stocked up on a whole lot of fuel and would be able to run each plane constantly for more than 48 hours. Probably more if he went with it more efficiently. The plane with just Nat and Wanda had even more time of constant flight, 64 hours. This was because the weight in that plane was much lesser than the other one, which was filled with people. He also took this chance to form a preliminary level 0 bond with Jessica, who was still knocked out in the overcrowded plane. He was driving that plane in his Batman persona. He could have bonded with Quake too, but he didn't want to. People might mistake him for some sort of masochist if he bonded with her. Her powers were literally the bane of Alex's existence, and she didn't have anything called vibration immunity that he could leverage. Though that would be an overpowered defense ability, Alex thought about vibration immunity. Fucking Vibrator Girl, he had felt quite a bit of pain from her and Black Bolt's stray attacks throughout the fight. So now what? He thought as he flew the planes and waited for everyone to wake up. He was also going to tell Nat and Wanda that he'd bonded with both of them. He didn't know if they would mind, but he would have to deal with whatever happened after that. Gimme stones. 35, Aftermath. Ugh, Nat groaned as she woke up from sleep. Alex, she first called out to her partner. I'm here. Nat. Alex came to her in his human form. He had a separate body monitoring the plane's autopilot. What happened? She asked while groggily waking up. Wanda released a huge blast of energy. It put everything within a 5-mile radius to sleep. It had already been evacuated, so the only people that got knocked out were the ones at the airport. He told her the details since she would have been worried if Wanda had ended up killing some civilian. Where are we? Are we on a plane? She asked as she saw her unfamiliar surroundings and the indistinct feeling that is felt when in an airplane. Yep. Taking advantage of her putting everyone to sleep, I got everyone that was there to help Cap out of the airport before the police came. He told her. Where are they? She asked him. On another plane. He smiled. What? I already had to steal a plane. I decided that I was going to steal 2 instead. He smirked. Who's flying that plane? She asked with a confused expression. You seem to have forgotten that my main constitution is a slime. I can turn into 100 people without any issue. He said nonchalantly. My bad. I'm still a little groggy. I forgot, she said, since it was something that she would have usually remembered. Don't worry about it. In the end, this plane has you and Wanda, while I stuffed everyone else in the other plane. He told her. Wanda too? Nat was confused. She'd thought that he'd got this plane for them to have some private time together. Alex seemed to have a sheepish look on her face. Well, you see, he showed that he was hesitant. Tell me. Nat felt weird seeing him like that. I'm also sort of bonded with Wanda. It happened at the same time as you. In Lagos. He told her as if it was something that had been making her feel guilty for a while. He knew that he could have lied to her, but at some point, those lies would end up getting caught, so he might as well go with the truth right from the get-go. He could lie about his origins and shit, but the rest of the lies were easy to catch if one paid enough attention. So, he decided that he doesn't want to lie to either her or Wanda. Oh, she said, 3 times with increasingly long pauses of realization. So she wanted to know whether Alex's relationship with Wanda was as intimate as it was with her. Well, not yet, but it will be. I've been holding back since I don't understand how her powers work and I don't want them to cause a violent reaction when He had the decency to not mention it directly in front of her. Is there a specific reason for bonding with 2 hosts? I thought that you could only have a single host at the same time. Nat didn't seem mad or even cheated. She was just curious about his reasons. I can bond with as many people as my mind can support actually. The more hosts, the better. Bonding with Wanda has allowed me to wield her powers to a slight extent while allowing her to use more of her power without straining her body. He said. I see. Is she awake? Not yet, she tired herself out after that last attack. She won't be waking up for a while. He could wake her up with a boost, but there was no real point in doing that. And he could rejuvenate her body and mind, but her power would still be strained. I see. And plans for a destination? Not really. You both are fugitives and can't really be seen in public too much anymore. He told her. Yeah, Nat seemed a little downcast about it as she frowned. You don't have to worry. Steve will contact you sooner or later. He put a hand on the side of her head and ran his fingers through her fiery hair. I have an idea about somewhere we could go. It's pretty secluded and in the mountains. There are enough supplies there to hold out for a while. Nat told him. I'll map out the route. Alex led her with him to the cockpit and they set the route. I don't think I'll ever get used to these clones of yours. Nat was a little weirded out by the presence of another Alex in the cockpit. It's not a clone, Nat. They're like my own limbs. Parts of my body that are connected to my main consciousness, he explained. Come on, let's drink our sorrows away. You've just been branded a worldwide fugitive and an enemy of the world. How does it feel to go from protector to fugitive? Alex held her hand and brought her to the bar area. It was a nice corporate jet and had a few amenities. Like shit. She said bluntly with an indescribable look on her face. I could make you feel better, he teased her. And if Wanda wakes up? She asked. She could always join in. Alex leaned closer to Nat after taking a sip of whiskey. Is that so? She trailed off and closed her eyes in anticipation as Alex moved in for the kiss. Nat was feeling pretty tired and shitty, and having a partner to enjoy her time with was just what she needed. She would probably be open to having a threesome with Wanda if Alex played his cards right during their secluded retreat in the mountains. But that was to be determined. In the other plane, with the others from Cap's side, Alex had decided that he didn't want to deal with the bullshit from the others, so after setting up everything on autopilot, he disappeared into Jessica Jones at the time that everyone would be waking up. There were groans throughout the plane as people started waking up. They quickly realized that they were in a plane and no one was piloting it right now. It also served as a signal that one of them brought everyone here when they all went to sleep. Soon, a few of them took control of the situation and decided on a destination. Quake knew how to pilot a normal aircraft and was the one who set their route. They were suspicious that one of them was responsible for this, but there wasn't any lead, so they didn't focus on the issue. Meanwhile, Jessica was sitting in the back with her arms wrapped around her legs and her face buried in her knees. What's up? Luke came to her and asked. I don't think we can continue investigating the hand, she mentioned. Yeah, bummer. The heat that they would have after this incident was sure to make them unable to be seen in the public eye for a long time. If they were caught, they would probably be sent to either the raft or put on house arrest depending on their powers. Take care, Jess. He patted her shoulder for comfort and left after they talked for a while. Alex was going to make himself known when she was alone and had some peace to herself. They all were probably going to some old S.H.I.E.L.D. bunker. Daisy was the current director of the new S.H.I.E.L.D. and had all the information from Fury about it. With Steve and Bucky, Tony, Rhodey, and Sam had tracked the Quinjet to Siberia and were going in to confront Captain America and Bucky. With Wakanda's resources, it wasn't difficult for T'Challa to track them, and he also came, but he hid. He'd calmed down after the fight at the airport and realized that it may all have been a setup after the fight in the hangar. Falcon held Rhodes back outside the facility and Tony ended up going in alone. The events from the original timeline played with an almost exactly identical situation, with one key difference. Tony's suit was much better than it would have been. After the widespread panic when the different worlds suddenly appeared in the sky, Tony pretty much went all in with working on his suits. He also ended up neglecting his relationship with Pepper. That's why they were on a break right now. Just as it happened in the original timeline, Tony found out about how Bucky was the one who'd killed his parents and completely blew his top. He lashed out at Bucky, trying to kill him with everything he had. And he almost succeeded. Almost. Steve was fallen to the ground with his shield in pieces, with tears gathered in his eyes as he looked at the pitiful state of his friend. Tony had ripped off not only his metal arm but also the other arm from his body. Same with one of his legs, Tony had ripped it off from below the kneecap. He was even kind enough to stop the bleeding by burning the flesh in the affected areas. Bucky's whole body had been riddled with third-degree burns as he'd already passed out from the pain. Even the brutal training that he'd gone through during the Winter Soldier program hadn't been enough to prepare him for the kind of pain that Tony had put him through. The only thing worse than an angry Iron Man was an angry Iron Man who was prepared for a war on a galactic scale. Tony looked over at his comrade of many years fallen on one side and the murderer of his parents on the other. I won't kill him, he whispered in a gruff voice loud enough for Steve to hear, and then he left the facility after taking care of things, which meant killing the other Winter Soldiers that were present in the cryogenic chambers. He didn't want more of these Winter Soldier guys running amok and giving Hydra the manpower to cause more problems than there already were. After that, Tony left with Rhodey. T'Challa had his talk with Baron Zemo and captured him as the real culprit of his father's murder. He felt slightly guilty for causing so many problems for Bucky and Steve, and seeing the pitiful and broken appearances of the two, he decided to help them out. It wasn't going to be a big deal for him anyway. And that was how the Civil War of the Avengers ended, almost exactly the same as it did in the movie. Even after so many different elements, everything ended up being perfectly balanced. As it should have been. Sorry for today's later chapter. I was tired and fell asleep. 36. Hiding. With Wanda and Natasha. Alex had just had an amazing time with Natasha and put her to sleep. They were still flying since their journey was a bit long and the plane was a simple public-based one and wasn't some secret high-level tech from S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, Wanda also stirred awake. The moment he realized that she was about to wake up, he'd come to her and wrapped her in his embrace. They were sitting in the comfortable seats with Wanda snuggled in Alex's lap. Alex. She felt comfortable with his warmth and hugged him tighter. Morning Wanda, Alex smiled as he felt her press herself close to him. How are you, Alex? She asked him with a groggy tone to her voice. Wonderful. And extremely proud of you. You did amazingly. You knocked every single person within a 5-mile radius. And no one was hurt, other than maybe hitting their head on the concrete and getting a concussion, but that's it. Alex went on a bit of a tangent but got back on track. She had a pleased smile on her face as she enjoyed his praise. What happened after that? She asked him as she got up from his lap and stretched. No matter how comfortable the recliner couch-like seat was, she'd been sleeping in that sitting posture for almost 12 hours. Even with Alex making sure that she was comfortable, it couldn't be as comfortable as a bed. Well, I found 2 planes and loaded everyone that had come to help Captain America in one of the planes. I separated a body and used it to fly that plane away. They're going to take care of themselves. This plane only has you, me, and Natasha. Nat. She had a confused smile on her face as her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. I'm bonded to her. Just like you. I happened at the same time as I bonded with you. He had a hesitant look on his face and seemed as if he was feeling apprehensive about her reaction to the news. He knew that he had to placate her a little to make her feel like she matters to him. Is that so? Wanda was a little stunned and blinked her eyes a few times while tilting her head a little. Yeah, I can bond with as many people as I want as long as I have enough mental capacity. It helps me to get better and stronger at a faster pace. Alex told her some very valid reasons. I see. Where are we going? She didn't seem to want to talk about the topic for long. She seemed to want some time to think about this. Alex understood her. Natasha told me about a nice place in the mountains. It's got enough supplies to last us for a while, so I'm piloting us there. We can't really be seen in the public eye for a while. He told her about the place that Nat had told him about. That sounds like a nice peaceful place. She seemed to like the prospect of being away from everyone for a while. It will be. We can spend the time we have there to develop our powers and to get stronger together. We'll also have enough time to do some other things. He trailed off with a suggestive look on his face that made Wanda blush. Sounds like a plan, she said with an expectant expression on her face. You guys seem to be having fun. Nat's voice sounded from the side. She was awake and had got up from her seat and walked toward Wanda, who was standing in the middle of the aisle. Wanda seemed to be a little tense and the atmosphere got a little oppressive. Natasha was someone whom Wanda admired quite a bit. She was strong and confident and seemed to be in control of everything. Alex told me about what you did. Thank you. Natasha didn't let the tenseness continue and gave Wanda a tight hug that surprised her, but she returned the hug nonetheless. As the tense atmosphere faded away, things got much more harmonious. It's nothing. Alex has been helping me train my powers recently. I've gotten much better with them. Wanda told Natasha. I'm proud of you. Nat was happy for Wanda. Especially since Wanda was the only female Avenger besides her. There was a slight feeling of camaraderie between them. And Natasha, much older than Wanda, thought of her as a sort of younger sister. Hearing Tony tell Steve that he'd confined Wanda to the compound had made Natasha want to break Wanda out as soon as possible. But she knew that Steve would be doing that sooner or later, so she didn't try to convince Tony or act. We'll be there in 10 minutes, Alex informed them as they were both talking. How are you going to land the plane? Nat asked. There was no runway to land a plane in that villa. It was hidden in the mountains and could accommodate a helicopter at most, but a normal aircraft would be impossible to even park there, let alone land, which requires a full runway and everything. Well, for that, Wanda, I'm going to need your help. Alex said. You don't have to do too much, just coat the outside of the plane with your chaos energy and try to bring it to a halt after I give the signal. I'll take care of the rest. Alex said, to which Wanda agreed with a serious expression on her face. Can you stop it? Nat asked with a worried look on her face. She knew how narrow the valley was, in which the villa was hidden. It was made in a place that would be inaccessible and difficult to reach and find. It was going to be pretty hard to get the jet to land there. I can take care of it. Don't you worry. Alex smiled and placated her worries. He could easily calculate when he needed to make Wanda start decelerating the plane to make sure that they reached the correct spot. The three of them went to the cockpit as Wanda covered the plane's hull with her energy and waited for Alex to signal her to halt the airplane's movements. Alex, why do I feel like the hull of the airplane is you? Wanda was confused since the hull of the plane felt the same as Alex felt to her. She had very intimately registered how her energy responds to Alex and was able to identify it easily. That's because I've wrapped myself around the hull of this plane and camouflaged it. We couldn't really go out in the open like that. It's not safe for us after today. He explained as he timely stopped the engine so that the plane would come to a stop with Wanda's assistance at the right time. You've been camouflaging us for so long. Nat seemed a little worried. Alex saw through her worries and told her, I'm very different from a human, Nat. I'm essentially an immortal alien life form and can run at optimum efficiency perpetually as long as my mental power doesn't get drained. And I'm far from tired. Oh, yeah, Nat had forgotten since Alex had been acting as a person with them all the time. Both Nat and Wanda remembered that Alex's real body was bonded with them, which was sort of correct. The way Alex's connection to all of the parts of himself in the different versions of Earth worked could be thought of as a tree-like network with a singular root or the main trunk of the tree. The main trunk was his central body, which was within the spaceship floating in space right now. That trunk had 5 distinct branches extending from it that were considered permanent and stable branches, one for each host that he currently had: Gwen, 65, Nerdy Gwendolyn, Natasha, Wanda, and Mary Jane. Those permanent branches were able to form more branches that extended to his other bodies. He hadn't formed a main branch with Jessica since the bond with her was still at level 0. So, the branch connecting to her was dormant. The main trunk also had 36 dormant branches connected to the other shuttles en route to the other versions of Earth. It wasn't always like this. At the start, when Alex created bodies, they would be directly connected to his root body, but he created this system to make it more efficient. Each world had at least one anchor node that would be used as Alex's main connection to the world. The rest of the bodies that he creates within that world would use the anchor node of that world to connect with his main consciousness. The symbiotes were a special race where the consciousness or the soul of the beings did not reside in their bodies. But Alex hadn't fully understood any of that stuff yet. He just felt that his true soul or consciousness wasn't actually within any of his bodies and he was only using the nodes to connect with it. He himself was exploring how everything worked and how the symbiote's hive mind connected them over such large distances. He was still exploring himself. For now, all he was able to do was disguise himself as a normal symbiote so that the others within the hive mind don't end up flocking to him due to his complete consciousness. This so-called complete consciousness was something he just assumed. He'd realized that the sentience of the symbiotes was very limited, so their consciousnesses were probably considered incomplete. It was completely uncharted territory, so he was going to take time to understand himself completely. He was glad that Null was in a dormant state for now. Or at least that was what he assumed. Being the creator of the symbiotes, he would be able to control every single symbiote. Though if that fucker Venom was able to resist Null's order, then I should be able to too. Alex was weirdly competitive with the original Venom from the comics. New week, extra stones, people. 37, Safehouse. Now, Wanda. Alex gave the signal to Wanda, who used her powers to slow down the descent of the plane at the optimal time, and she didn't waste any time before starting the deceleration. Alex paid attention to the ground to make sure that they don't end up crashing. He wanted to keep this plane with him so that at some point, he could modify it to make it better and use it as a transport tool. Soon they were almost stopped as the plane started to fall, and that's when 4 huge black legs erupted from the bottom of the plane, grabbing onto the snow-covered ground and accurately controlling their descent to make sure that the plane wasn't damaged and they could easily get out. Good work, Wanda. Alex praised her. She smiled with a pleased look in her eyes. Where do we go? Alex asked Nat. He'd brought her to the exact spot that she told him. They were somewhere within the Alaskan mountain regions at the exact spot that Nat had told Alex. Alaska shouldn't have taken them so long to get to, but Alex had to take a really long detour. He basically took the long way around the Earth to get here. And even with that, he had to make some detours to avoid many regions, since although he was hidden from sight using camouflage, there were plenty of other ways to detect an aircraft. The 3 of them exited the plane and were greeted by white snow everywhere. The winds were extremely chilly as the temperature went far below freezing point. Wanda could directly feel her breath crystallize in the wind. Alex, I'm cold, Wanda told him. She was just wearing a full-sleeved sweater with some jeans and was far from optimally dressed for this temperature. Nat, on the other hand, was in her combat suit and didn't feel too cold. The next instant, both of them completely stopped feeling any cold. Their clothes didn't change, but the cold wind and temperature completely stopped affecting them. Thanks. I know where we are, we just need to hike for 10 minutes. Nat, who'd been looking around for some signs, thanked Alex and told them how long it would take to reach the safe house. Let's go then. Alex didn't want to waste any time. Neither of the girls was feeling any cold, so it wasn't any problem for them to hike for a while. What was weird though, was the presence of the walking airplane behind them. Alex had literally created legs for that plane and was bringing it with them. You need to bring this. Nat asked. I want to tinker with it and make something good, Alex said while shrugging his shoulders. You boys and your toys. Wanda couldn't help but comment. I've got some different toys in mind though. Alex trailed off with that ambiguous statement. Instead of having the effect he wanted, his comment made the atmosphere a little awkward. Neither of the 2 girls was very comfortable with sharing the same person whom they were in a physical relationship with. As unique and different as the situation was, it was going to take some time for them to get used to this. The scenery's pretty amazing, huh? Alex could only badly attempt to change the topic since he realized that his words didn't hit the way that they should have. Neither Wanda nor Natasha spoke, but they both had slightly amused smiles on their faces. The 3 of them made their way to the villa with a slightly awkward atmosphere that Alex tried to placate on the way. Well, this is far from a bunker, Alex commented, as even though Nat told him that it was a villa, he was still expecting a sort of bunker in the snow. But this was a modern villa with 2 stories and a backyard. Although the place seemed unmaintained and covered with snow, it was still very beautiful. Told you it was a nice place, Nat said with a smirk as she enjoyed Alex and Wanda's surprised expressions. We need to clean this place up though. Wanda said, but Alex looked at her with a look that scared her. What? You have telekinesis powers, you can get all this cleaned up in a jiffy, Alex told her. It doesn't work like that. My control isn't that fine yet. I could damage the building. Wanda made excuses since she didn't want to clean the place herself. It's fine, I have a way to control your output of energy. As long as you don't push really hard to bring out more energy, I can seal it and only allow some of it to pass through. You can think of it as training your fine control. Alex told her with a smile on his face. Wanda narrowed her eyes. You just want me to do all the work, don't you? Pfft, what? No, Alex lied to her. He wasn't in the mood to do this cleaning work. The training was just something he used as the reason. He didn't want to do so much work. He would have to create tens of clones and clean everything up. It was a tedious task. Right. Wanda kept looking at him as Alex turned his head away with a somewhat guilty expression on his face. Pfft, ha ha ha. Nat burst out laughing and broke the tension completely. Come on, let's go in. The cleaning can be done later. The inside of the place is pretty well built and should be maintained. They entered the villa and Nat grabbed a sheet that had been covering the couch and pulled it off. This was one of Fury's personal safehouses. He is the only one who knows about it other than me. Even I found out by a fluke when he let me stay here for a few days after a mission. Nat informed them about it. Well, this place is actually in a very strategically safe location. The mountains around us provide a very good natural cover from the cold winds and snowstorms. And the valley works as a very nice spot if we ever need to abruptly ditch this place and escape. It's very well thought out. Alex commented as he also started taking off the sheets covering the rest of the furniture. He didn't try to unnecessarily hurry everyone. It also provides a nice cover from satellites. That's why this isn't a bunker and a fully open mansion. Nat said. They had plenty of time with each other and would spend most of the time training. Some relaxation right now is fine, but when they start training, Alex was going to make sure that there was no waste of time. He had far too much to learn from both of them. Natasha was going to teach him her decades of active combat experience while he was going to work with Wanda to help her understand her magic and improve his use of magic through weak magic affinity and try to upgrade that ability. He would also be teaching Wanda some basic physical hand-to-hand combat. It would be useful for training her physique and strength. As far as Alex understood, she needed to have a strong physique to truly output massive amounts of magic without burdening her body. Most of their time would be spent training and the rest of it would be dedicated to increasing the bonding rate with them. Alex wasn't going to ever let these girls go and would make sure that their bond was completely unbreakable. Hey, Nat, does this place have a gym or something? Alex asked. Yeah, the lower level of the basement. But there's no equipment except for a few basic dumbbells and calisthenics support equipment, but that's it. That works. And, lower basement? Alex asked her. Yeah, there are 2 floors below ground here. One is for storing long-term supplies and the other is an empty area that was supposed to be a gym. This is a personal safe house. Wanda was dumbfounded. It's Fury, Wanda. You're not that familiar with him, but he has contingencies for contingencies. Even those contingencies have further contingencies. He's a paranoid man. Nat told her while rolling her eyes when thinking about Fury's bullshit paranoia. I see. Wanda nodded in understanding. All right girls. We have quite a bit of time to ourselves and have very much to do. I'll set up a schedule for us and the 3 of us will start training with full force. Nat, we'll train hand-to-hand combat while we work together to get the best possible electricity manipulation coordination. We'll focus on these abilities to create a combat system that's suited for you. And Wanda, we'll be using your magic abilities and exploring the potential of how far you can truly go while still maintaining control. I want us to have at least some sort of mastery over your powers. All 3 of us need to get stronger. A lot stronger. We have to be prepared for the inevitable galactic warfare that's coming in the very near future. Alex naturally took up the spot of a sort of leader with the girls. Sure, I don't mind. It's better to focus on a specific power set than diversifying unnecessarily. Nat agreed with Alex. I don't mind either. Wanda also agreed. Then let's start, Alex said. Stones, please. 38, an old friend. It had been 5 days since the events of the Civil War in the MCU Earth and things had been going by pretty well in all the worlds that Alex was currently in. The research center had been stably established in the Amazing Spider-Man Earth, and Gwen, with the help of Alex, would make the planetary shield. On his farm, Alex had already taken over the US and was on his way to taking full control of that world. He'd also been completely focusing on MJ of that world. Sadly though, progress was very slow with the bonding rate not even reaching 40% yet. He knew that he should apply different tactics to tame her and was still thinking about how to go about things. This was also the reason that he wasn't looking for anyone else for now. He first wanted to see how he would work with it all. He was still experimenting with different methods. In Earth, 65. Oh, Alex, Gwen moaned as Alex grabbed her golden blonde hair roughly and pulled her head back, using it as a sort of leash. He bunched up her short hair so that it would be less about the pain and more about control as he railed Gwen from behind. They'd just finished training and Alex was rewarding Gwen for her efforts after completely pushing her limits to get her stronger quickly. I'm coming, Gwen screamed as she shook in her spot while Alex kept holding her hair and pulling her head back. A few hours later Gwen was completely out of it and was sleeping soundly in Alex's arms without a care in the world while feeling protected and loved. This had been exactly how their days had been going for the past 2 weeks. Gwen had been following a pretty regular routine every day. She would wake up feeling as fresh as the sun, go to college, and spend a few hours after college being Spider-Woman and helping people out while also working at her part-time gig at the Dollar Dog a hot dog bodega, and then she would train for 3 hours with Alex. The reward sessions lasted varying amounts of time, though the minimum was at least 2 hours. Alex had also pulled an all-nighter with Gwen when she had a libido high day. She was grateful for Alex's biological manipulation that was able to keep her rejuvenated, otherwise she wouldn't be going to classes that day. Even though Spider-Woman wasn't well received by the public and was termed a wanted vigilante by the police, she still kept going and kept trying to help people, just because she felt that it was her responsibility. Her stats looked something like this after the 2 weeks since she started training. Status, Host 1. Name, Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. Bonding rate, 29%. Bonding level, 2. Powers, superhuman physique, 22 tons, spider sense wall-crawling bioelectricity. Her superhuman physique had basically gotten an amazing rounded boost and her physical stats had been enhanced by 25% in the last week. And she'd also passed the 25% threshold in the bonding rate and was helping him generate 0.2 EP per day. Boom. Gwen had been out for her usual after-college patrols for a while and was just about to change up to go to her part-time job when she heard an explosion nearby and swung there as fast as she could. Just as she swung past a building to reach her destination, her web was cut off by some sharp blade. Although she now had organic webs that had far better tensile strength than her old web shooters, they were still cut off by the attack. Whoa! She hurriedly cast another web with her other hand and grabbed it to stop herself from planting face-first into the building in front of her. Spider-Woman. She heard a familiar voice call her and was instantly surprised by who it was. Harry. Gwen recognized that voice. It was Harry, Gwen's and Peter's best friend from back when they were in high school before she killed Peter. After that incident, Harry completely disappeared from the map, cutting off all contact with Gwen. Die. He shot rounds of machine guns at her. What's going on? Gwen couldn't understand what was going on as she instinctively dodged all the bullets. With her enhanced reflexes and spider sense, it was a piece of cake for her. When Gwen turned to look at her assailant, what she saw was something that terrified her. What did you do to yourself, Harry? Harry looked like he wasn't even human anymore. He was flying on a glider and was wearing metallic dark green armor. But that was the most normal part of it. His face was completely out in the open with green veins running up his neck and over his face. His eyes were slitted and his ears were slightly pointy. Who are you? Gwen asked as she shot a few webs at Harry's armor. She couldn't just act as if she recognized him since she didn't want to reveal her identity. You will die for what you did, Spider Menace. And know that it was the Green Goblin that killed you. Harry seemed to have lost a lot of his intelligence. Right, even Gwen rolled her eyes under her mask after hearing that third-rate villain dialogue. Then again, the Green Goblin wasn't much more than a third-rate villain. She shot a few probing webs at Harry to probe his strength, but he flew to the side and dodged those webs. She shot more webs at him and he completely dodged all of them while trying to attack Gwen with his bombs or guns. Soon though, the entire area was filled with webs and Harry ended up colliding with the webs and getting stuck. Finally, Gwen thought as she was waiting for this. She jumped to the spot where Harry was stuck and looked at him. Why are you doing this? Gwen didn't want to beat up her old best friend after he'd disappeared from her life for so long, at least not without talking to him. Harry was struggling to free himself from the webs when he heard Spider-Woman's voice. Deciding to stall for time, he humored her. Why else? You killed my best friend, you cunt. Harry snarked with a venomous tone. Well, there's no need to be so rude. Gwen resorted to her only defense mechanism when it came to topics that were hurtful to her, snarky quips. The bread and butter of all variants of Spider-Man. I'm not alone, Spider-Woman. There are more people that are coming after you, and will only rest after you're dead. Harry said. And just as he finished, 2 more people flew here, one of them going for Gwen and the other moving for Harry to cut off the webs that were trapping him. Gwen sensed the presence of the person attacking her and jumped back, giving the other one a chance to free Harry. The new assailants were dressed similarly to Harry with gliders that they were flying on. She webbed the back of her assailant's glider and grabbed it in an attempt to pull it down but ended up being pulled into the air by it since she didn't grab any support to stop the glider that was flying in the air. She webbed the building at the side to get some leverage to stop the glider, and it did work for a second, but the rider simply took out a red glowing knife that seemed similar to a tiny lightsaber and cut off the web from the back of his glider. As Gwen dropped down to the ground, she was surrounded by Harry and the 2 people who seemed like his lackeys. Wanna start going all out yet? Or do you want to wait till they throw you off the top of a clock tower and snap your spine due to the fall? She heard Alex's snarky and dissatisfied voice. Gwen wasn't a fan of his criticism but she knew that it was for her own good. Though she didn't understand why Alex's words were so specific. She decided to push her speed to its limits and webbed the bottom of the 2 henchmen's gliders before pulling them down while also attaching her feet to the ground stably. They tried to resist her pull by using their gliders to their full extent but that didn't stop Gwen from pulling them down. Just as Harry was about to attack to cut off her webs, Alex shot a charge of lightning at him combined with Gwen's bioelectricity, immobilizing him for a while. Seeing Harry fall, the henchmen tried something else and flew to the side in an attempt to free themselves. Before they could cause too much trouble though, Gwen burst out with all her strength and pulled them down with full force, so much so that the ground under her cracked. She had just utilized her full strength, which was enhanced by her bond with Alex. They lost control of the gliders and fell to the ground. Gwen knocked them out just as a safety measure. As Harry regained himself, he saw that his 2 henchmen were already on the ground, knocked out. He lashed out, "Spider-Woman." Before she could say anything, she saw Harry take out a vial of some green serum and inject himself with it. He started developing features that were very familiar to Gwen. No. Gwen had a horrified expression under her mask. Harry was turning into a lizard monster, similar to Peter. "Stop moping, attack him before his transformation is completed." Alex's voice brought her back to her senses. Gwen quickly moved to punch Harry but ended up freezing after taking a few steps. Still traumatized by how she was the reason that Peter died, she froze before she was able to hit him. "Oh, for fuck's sake." Alex almost sighed before he took control of Gwen's body, putting her to sleep. He moved quickly and clamped his, or rather Gwen's, hand over Harry's neck. Before Harry could realize what was going on, he felt a strong electric jolt knock him out. His transformation wasn't stopped though, as the unconscious person turned to look like a lizard, losing all his hair and getting a green scaly skin instead of his old one. Alex left Harry and the 2 henchmen there. On second thought, Alex left a part of his symbiote body on them. He was going to devour the henchmen. He would be done in a way that doesn't trace back to Gwen so that they don't blame her for even more murders. He wasn't going to do anything to Harry since the guy was Gwen's friend and he didn't want to kill her friend. That would just be an asshole move. Some stones would be pretty fun. 39. Rehashing old wounds. When Gwen woke up, she saw the ceiling of the warehouse where she and Alex usually train. "Alex," Gwen remembered what happened and had a guilty tone as she called out to him. "It's time to train, Gwen. We have a 6-hour session today." Alex wasn't exactly happy with her conduct and she was going to be punished. "No." Her eyes widened in horror as she exclaimed in denial. 3 hours was already pushing her limits, and going that far for 6 hours was going to be almost impossible for her. "Oh, yes. And I'll make sure that you keep going even no matter what. Now get up." She felt an electric shock go through the length of her spine. "Alex!" she shouted as she jumped up in her spot. Even though she'd unlocked the bioelectricity, she wasn't completely immune to electricity. She was just highly resistant. High-intensity jolts could still shock her. Chop chop. He was merciless. Gwen quickly understood her situation and started working as the suit wrapping around her got heavier and heavier until it reached 21 tons of pure force pushing down on her. She didn't even have the time to sigh as she started her grueling training. 6 hours later, when it was almost midnight. "You can rest now," Alex told her while standing in front of her after the sparring session. His words were a literal lifesaver for Gwen and she instantly flopped down on the ground. Alex was generous enough to form the bed before she fell down. Although her body was perfectly fine, her mental state was far from it. She was quite literally dead tired mentally. Before he could say anything more to her, Gwen was already out like a light. "Guess no reward for you today." Alex was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to fuck Gwen tonight. "Unless no, she has classes." He had a devious idea but denied it. "Tomorrow is Friday, though maybe the day after." He was still considering it. Alex chuckled evilly as he took control of Gwen's body and brought her back to her apartment to let her rest well. She was going to be in for a surprise when she woke up on Saturday morning. Gwen woke up groggily, feeling like she was really tired. This was the first time this had happened ever since she'd bonded with Alex. He'd always made sure that she always got a perfect sleep. "Alex, what's going on?" She was scared since she'd always felt Alex's presence every morning, which made her feel really comfortable. She'd gotten used to it after weeks of having him with her. "Why did you freeze?" Alex had an idea about her reasoning for freezing at that crucial moment, but he still wanted to hear it from her mouth. "What do you mean?" Gwen didn't understand and responded with her own question. "You know damn well what I'm talking about, Gwen," he said calmly. "I'm sorry, okay? I just saw that lizard face and I got scared. I couldn't hit him," Gwen said with a guilty tone. "And you punished me enough 6 hours of that brutal torture." Gwen shuddered as she spat at him in an angry tone. "It gets results." Alex had a nonchalant tone. "You electrocuted me every time I stopped for more than 3 seconds. Gwen snapped and mentally screamed at him with anger. "It worked wonders for your strength. Your strength increased by around 8% after a single day's training. Even your bioelectricity got stronger. And it was supposed to be punishment. Did you expect me to tie you up and fuck you roughly? That would have been a reward." He didn't react to her flaring anger and replied calmly, "Back to my question. Why did you freeze?" "I just told you." She was still angry, but she knew that she was in the wrong yesterday. She knew that he already didn't like her holding back too much all the time, but she ended up freezing yesterday. He'd allowed her to hold back all she wanted, but not at the expense of her safety. Her freezing was exactly something that put her at risk. The truth this time. At this point, he'd completely guessed the reason, but he still wanted to hear it from her own mouth. "Come on, Alex. Don't make me say it," Gwen almost pleaded with him. Alex was silent. She was running away from her trauma. Although Alex had allowed her to hold back as she wished, he still wanted to help her resolve her underlying trauma from killing someone just because she didn't hold back enough. Gwen sighed as she started telling him, When he injected himself, I saw Peter's face when I looked at him. I couldn't hit him. How could I hit him? After what I did to my best friend, I can't hurt Harry too. Especially if he used the same way to empower himself. Gwen was tearing up as she spoke. And if someone comes up to you with Peter's face and tells you that you must kill yourself to atone for your crimes? Alex asked. Aye. Gwen was tongue-tied. She couldn't say anything. Exactly, I'm on your side, Gwen. I care about you. You're my partner and I can't see you torture yourself like that. It's time to move on. He lightly told her as he went silent after that. He was planning to give her some space to think. Gwen didn't say anything as she seemed to be deep in thought. She was feeling all kinds of emotions right now. Anger, sadness, fury, melancholy. All kinds of conflicting feelings were going through her mind. She got out of bed and mentally asked Alex to change her clothes, and he did it without saying anything. He'd been choosing what she would wear for a while now and she was used to it, especially since he had very good taste and she liked the outfits that he made for her. Though he was still silent and didn't say anything to her. Gwen felt some heartache when she realized that he wasn't talking to her but understood that he was giving her space as she needed to sort her thoughts out. She went by her day normally as she went to college after eating breakfast with her dad. Hey, Gwen. Gwen was called out by a voice that made her freeze in her spot. She had been walking out of college and was about to go for her shift at the Dollar Dog. Harry. Gwen hesitantly called out as she turned around in the direction of the voice. In the flesh, Harry said as he walked to her. The visible veins in his neck and his lizard transformation had completely disappeared as if they were never there, but Gwen was able to tell that he was wound up from their fight yesterday. Oh my god, where have you been? For 2 years you completely cut off all contact. Gwen had to act like she was surprised about Harry's arrival. I know, Harry had a sad smile on his face. Where have you been? That was something that Gwen desperately wanted to know. She wanted to know how he got access to all these technologies. Well, where do I even start? Harry looked a little hesitant. The beginning. Gwen looked at him seriously. Well, it's a long story. We should take a seat, Harry said. Sure. Now start, Gwen agreed as she brought him to a nearby bench. Well, as you know, after my dad's death, I took over Oscorp. You know all that. But when the incident happened, Harry had a venomous undertone when he mentioned the incident. I couldn't take it. I knew that I had to do something. I ended up joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, that S.H.I.E.L.D. Harry confirmed as he saw Gwen's expression morph into a frown. But then I ended up leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. more like stealing their tech and running away. Harry shook his head. That's how Gwen found out the source of the tech that he'd used against him. Why did you do that? Gwen's face had a worried frown. I need closure, Gwen. I have to make Spider-Woman pay. Harry had determination oozing from his tone. Is that so? And what if she decides to surrender herself? Gwen indeed had this idea. She'd been thinking about it for a long time. She was guilty. She knew that she was the one at fault for killing Peter. It's not enough, Gwen. She has to die. Peter also tried to surrender, but what did she do? She killed him. Harry's tone grew cold and unfeeling as he said those words. He'd gotten the leftover footage from the school cameras and knew much of the situation. Is that so? Gwen knew that the situation wasn't going to be changed. She didn't think to question him about the source of his information and how it was so accurate. I should go. I just came to talk to you since I don't think I'll have the chance to meet you again. The police and S.H.I.E.L.D. are both after me. With those words, Harry left and Gwen didn't stop him, deep in her own thoughts. What do I do, Alex? She asked in her mind but didn't receive an answer. Feeling tears gathering in her eyes, Gwen left. She got up and made her way to the Dollar Dog for her shift. She had an early shift today. It's my birthday soon, guys. Give me your stones. Consider it an early birthday present, please. 40, lowest point and recovery. At the Dollar Dog. Gwen was standing in front of the ruined building with a desolate expression on her face. She didn't understand what happened there. She had a clue, but she didn't want to believe it. Mr. Albee, what happened? Gwen found her boss, the owner of the building, in front of her. What do you think happened? Spider-Woman happened. At one point, she's fighting some random green fucker while everyone's leaving the vicinity. The next thing I know, something exploded in my restaurant, destroying everything. And the worst part is that the insurance isn't willing to cover it. Apparently, they have a clause about this shit. I have to sell my shop, all because of Spider-Woman. He ranted to Gwen about how Spider-Woman ruined his life's work. I am sorry. Gwen was too stunned to say anything. I should leave. She felt a choked feeling in her chest as tears gathered in her eyes and she just wanted to go home and curl up into a ball. And she did exactly that. She ran home and locked her room, wrapping her hands around her legs as she buried her face in her knees while sitting on the bed. Alex, please respond to me, Alex. She desperately called him as she cried with an overwhelming painful feeling in her heart. Although Alex wasn't planning to for the rest of the day, both to give her space and let her deal with things herself, seeing her pitiful appearance, his heart melted and he wiped her tears off. Alex sighed and said, "Sigh, I'm here, Gwen. I'm here." Her clothes tightened around her as she felt Alex's warm embrace. Alex with his presence, she completely started bawling her eyes out. Such a crybaby, he said in her head as he stood in front of her and hugged her tightly, letting her cry into his shoulder. What do I do, Alex? She was bawling her eyes out into his shoulder as she desperately asked Alex. Just let it all out, Gwen. For now, just let all your feelings out, and don't bottle anything up. His words made Gwen cry even more. Her mental state was very unstable right now, so Alex helped her calm herself. Gwen felt a comfortable cool sensation spread throughout her body which helped her calm down a little. She kept tightly hugging him as she sniffed and finally stopped crying after about half an hour. She'd finally calmed down. What now, Alex? Gwen was lost. Should I just quit being Spider-Woman altogether? What's the point of it if all I do only causes problems? It's up to you, Gwen. Do you want to help people? If you do, then all you have to do is to get stronger so that kind of incident doesn't happen anymore. So that you're able to stop whoever comes at you before they can cause any collateral damage. He gave her his unbiased opinion. Alex's words seemed to have lit a fire in Gwen's heart. Get stronger, you say? Gwen seemed to finally have some sort of thing to strive for. Of course, as you get stronger and stronger, the people that you run into will start getting more and more dangerous, so there's that too. But as long as you keep pushing yourself, you can reach any height that you want to reach. Alex was happy that she seemed to have finally found some direction and motivation. Let's go train, Alex. I'm going to take a break from being Spider-Woman for a while. I'll still show my face every once in a while, but I'm going to take a little break. She made her decision after some time and was motivated. I'm going to fix things. She'd had quite a bit of unfinished business with her enemies and she was going to step back so that she can come back stronger later. If you say so. Alex knew that this burst of motivation was only going to last for a little while before she starts whining about training again, but at least now he has something that he could use to push and motivate her. He knew that regularity doesn't come from momentary motivation, it was consistency and dedication. Luckily for Gwen, she has Alex who's going to make sure that she's consistent, even if he has to force her. Although her core problems still weren't fixed, there was at least some progress. He was going to make sure that she steadily moved on from her guilt and completely stopped holding herself back due to the one mistake that she made years ago as an immature teenager. They went to the warehouse and started their usual training. Though Alex did increase the intensity of the training by a bit for today since she was extra motivated, then again, all that motivation was gone as she was back to her usual state within an hour. Alex didn't relent though as he made her go through the complete regimen. Alex, I don't think I can do this anymore. She had completely given up on life by the time they were at the end. They were sparring with each other. It's fine. Alex punched her as she barely turned to the side to dodge. Just a while longer, he comforted her. Please, Alex. She begged, but Alex instead created a knife in his hand. Let's change some stuff up, shall we? He swung the knife at her. Gwen barely jumped back, but not before Alex's knife hit her. The suit that she was wearing had a slash at the stomach, just above her belly button, and had a thin line of blood flowing from it. Within seconds, the blood stopped flowing and she healed up, but the cut on her suit stayed there. Alex. Gwen was a little scared as Alex came at her again with the knife. She was again sliced, this time on her arm as the sleeve of her suit got cut and revealed her biceps. As panicky as she was, Alex was keeping her on her toes as he kept attacking her with the knife, only barely scratching her skin in the process. Soon, it was time to finish it and Alex threw Gwen to the ground before bringing his knife to Gwen's throat. Checkmate, you're dead. Alex smiled at her as he looked at her state. A large part of her body was revealed from the torn-up suit that she was wearing. Alex could have repaired it, but he wanted to have some fun with her. Gwen smiled helplessly as she was kneeling on the ground with Alex standing above her with his knife at her throat. Just as she was about to get up, Alex put his hand on her head and bunched up her hair in his fist, pulling it a little to force her head up, making her look up at him. Such a disgraceful loss. You deserve to be punished, he said. And that's when Gwen finally realized her current state. Her suit was all torn up at the worst possible places, her chest area had been cut off, revealing her perky tits completely while the scraps of her suit that stuck to her only barely covered her pussy and almost revealed practically everything. Before she could say anything, Alex pushed his dick into her mouth. Gwen realized the roleplay and acted like the perfect meek prisoner of war as she obediently sucked her captor's cock. Alex saw that she'd understood and didn't say anything more. He roughly grabbed her boob with one hand and pulled her head toward him with the other, deep-throating her. She gagged around his cock, but he didn't relent, roughly using her mouth to pleasure himself. He noticed Gwen trying to bring her hands toward her core to rub herself. I can't have you doing that, Gwen. He admonished her as black cuffs formed around her wrists and pulled them behind her back, tying them together. She struggled a little as she gagged, but Alex kept going at his own pace. Alex, she whined since she was feeling really aroused right now and he wasn't even allowing her to touch herself. He decided to let her stew in her arousal for a while as he enjoyed her throat. Soon, I'm coming, Gwen. He warned her before bursting his load into her mouth. She choked as her face got all messed up when Alex pulled out, spraying his cum, completely marking her face. Such an obedient little prisoner, he chuckled as he saw Gwen cutely lick his cum from the side of her lips. Then, a bed formed under Gwen, and Alex turned her around, pushing her face into the comfortable mattress as he raised her ass up while her hands were still tied behind her back. Don't be so rough with me, Alex, Gwen said with a sultry voice as she wiggled her ass in his face. Alex was fascinated by her amazingly submissive display as he couldn't hold himself back from ravaging her. Without further ado, he pushed his cock into her snatch roughly. She was already pretty wet and lubricated after that blowjob, so his rough actions weren't truly painful. Her moans were muffled by the bed as he enjoyed his time with her. Gwen was feeling a rough sort of bliss as she felt like she was completely under Alex's control, and it was a sort of freeing feeling for her. Not having to make decisions, not having to think about any consequences. As much as she complains about her training, she doesn't have any control over it. It is something that she has to do, just like this stuff. Being restrained and dominated like this allows her to let herself loose. As contrasting as it sounds, this is exactly what she needs to calm down and figure herself out. Though for now, she just enjoyed the feeling of being completely in Alex's control as she felt his cock rapidly going in and out of her pussy. Though nothing could have prepared her for the sensations that she felt next. Alex had started teasing her other hole. Alex. She panicked. She felt Alex rub his thumb around her anal rim as he slowly pushed it into her hole. He ignored her as he toyed with her ass. He could feel her increasing arousal and knew that she was being even more turned on by his action. Her cute yelps were muffled by the mattress as she reacted to the unfamiliar sensations in her ass. And soon, she felt a cold, hard object touching her anal rim and yelped while arching her back. "Eep ah," she called out in the middle of a moan while he hadn't stopped fucking her for a moment as he teased her ass. As he kept going, he felt Gwen's insides tighten around his cock and pushed the butt plug that he'd made into her ass. "Ah!" Gwen screamed with pleasure as she squirted at the unfamiliar intrusion in her ass and the intense pleasure. Alex didn't stop though and kept going, fucking her as he pleased. Gwen could distinctly feel the plug rubbing against her inner walls as she felt a lot of pleasure with that experience of being fucked while her ass was filled like that. Gwen also felt a conflicted and complicated sense of freedom as she trusted herself in Alex's hands and let him completely control her. The rest of the night ended in a blur as they kept going through the night. Alex even went as far as to create a clone of Gwen to send home so that her dad wouldn't be worried. Though he wasn't done with her punishment for the previous day's mistakes just yet. When she woke up, she would be in for a surprise. "Stones. It's my birthday, guys. I don't plan to write today, so sadly, no chapter tomorrow. Also, we're starting the next world from the next chapter. And it's going to be wild. I'm very ambitious about this world." 41. Apocalypse. That morning was an intense one for Gwen. She got some new permanent jewelry as punishment. As he'd promised, Alex had given her nipple piercings. And instead of some usual jewelry for those piercings, he made something completely different from her other piercings. He made intricate thin flat golden rings that went over her nipples, covering her areolas, while a pin went through the center of those rings that would go through her nub. Needless to say, Gwen was very embarrassed by those weirdly regal piercings that were both erotic and slutty, though she didn't hate them. She actually kind of liked them. It was a very intense session as she ended up sleeping through the whole of Saturday and only woke up in the evening since Alex had forced her to wake up for their training. He was going to make sure that she trained on time every single day, and he would reward her with crazy intense sex after her training. Those two things were going to become a daily thing no matter what. Alex had the capability to make sure that it happened since he could rejuvenate her to her peak state with ease. At this time, there was another important event that Alex encountered. His fifth body had reached its destination. And this was a crazy one. Author's note, disclaimer. This world's going to get a bit dark and bloody. Viewer discretion is advised. Don't complain later. Alex could see from the inside of the shuttle the state of the world that he was about to arrive into. He had one word for it. Desolate. Even from space, it was visible as a world that had gone through something extremely destructive. Alex presumed it to have been World War III that completely ruined that world. He could notice a few basic green patches in a few areas, but that was it. Most of it seemed like a barren wasteland. This one might be interesting, Alex thought as he entered the atmosphere and fell to the ground. Going by previous logic, I should fall in New York where Spider-Man would run into me. Alex felt like this world was going to be the most brutal one yet. Boom. The shuttle landed in the middle of an irradiated wasteland. Alex was glad that the symbiote species was extremely resilient, since the huge amount of radioactive air would have probably killed him as soon as he came out of the shuttle. He came out and took his human form. Well, this place got nuked, huh? He thought as he saw miles and miles of barren wasteland. It made sense since New York was a central hub for most of the economy of not only the country but also the world. With Wall Street and everything, it was the optimal place to target alongside Washington. I don't think I'm going to find anyone around me if I go by normal routes, he thought out loud as he used a new ability that he developed with magic. He used mana to fuel it since he was still unable to utilize chaos magic. With a thought from him, a large amount of mana that he'd stored was released outward with the intention to look for some signs of life. It wasn't really accurate yet since the magic wave was going to completely ignore everything on the way and only react to someone living. That is, it could only be used to look for a singular kind of entity. With the amount of mana that it requires, it's not really an ability that Alex wanted to use regularly. At least not before making it more efficient. He decided to call the ability Mana Sense. Soon, his Mana Sense reacted ever so slightly. The faint presence meant that the life signs weren't exactly the strongest. 90 miles? Fuck, Alex thought as he realized that the nearest signs of life were 90 miles away. And there wasn't a lot. It was a small group of what seemed to be 7 to 8 refugees. Maybe they're already suffering from radiation poisoning. Alex thought as he ran at full speed toward that spot. With his speed, it was only going to take him around 15 minutes to reach his destination. As he reached the spot, all he saw was a hatch that presumably led to an underground bunker. All around was still the same wasteland that Alex had crossed. He didn't waste any time and turned back into the symbiote's original body, oozing through the hatch. There he was met with the scene of 7 people in a horrifying state. They were all gnawing on the body of presumably the 8th member of the group. And Alex was sure that they'd eaten more humans since this bunker was large enough to house at least 100 people. Disgusting, he thought, but weirdly enough he didn't feel anything at seeing this scene. He assumed that it had to do with a symbiote's mentality. It was far different from a human. Though that didn't change the fact that he thought it was disgusting and he didn't waste any time before devouring those people. I guess I'm what people would call a hypocrite, Alex chuckled inwardly. He knew that they were probably affected by radiation poisoning but it wouldn't affect him. He was pretty much immune to this kind of radiation. He could also cure people of their radiation poisoning if he wanted. It was an innate ability of his race. Alex spent some time devouring the memories of the 7 people that he just devoured. Unsurprisingly, they hadn't given him any EP, it was presumably in the hundreds or even the thousands, and the counter didn't show any decimals. The closest settlement is supposed to be 400 miles from here. They didn't have anything to travel with, so they were stuck here and forced to resort to this. Too scared to leave the bunker, Alex digested the memories that they had. There wasn't much useful stuff that he found except for the fact that this was definitely a Marvel Earth. They had memories of the Avengers, Fantastic Four, and even the X-Men. This was probably a divergent Earth from the comics. Though they didn't have any information about the superhero's current state. Since Spider-Man didn't come here, I'm going to assume that he's dead in this world. Alex completely believed in causality after going to 4 different versions of Earth and encountering the same scenario. Since he didn't run into Spider-Man, that meant that Spider-Man was dead in this version of Earth. Earthsea, he decided to name this Earth since it was starting to get complicated. He'd also decided on monikers for the other versions of Earth. He just hoped that this wasn't actually the Marvel Zombies Earth. That shit was terrifying. The one with Ghost Spider aka Spider-Gwen was Earth 65 since that was the term for it in the comics. The Amazing Spider-Man Earth was going to be called Research Earth, the MCU was going to be called MCU since it's convenient, and the last Earth that he was on, the farm as he called it, was going to be considered as Farm Earth. He didn't waste any more time staying in this shitty bunker and made his way to the nearest human settlement. He made sure to camouflage himself since it would serve as a slight cover. Albeit not the best cover since he would be visible to infrared cameras and any other kind of monitoring device that doesn't rely on direct sight. I really need to find some way to upgrade my camouflage ability. I don't want to use the EP to upgrade it. He spoke out his thoughts as he ran to his destination while thinking about the price of the level up for his ability. Camouflage allows the user to slightly reduce their presence and change the color of their body to match the surrounding background, allowing them to turn invisible to the naked eye. Camouflage 2 allows the user to reduce their presence and change the color of their body to match the surrounding background, allowing them to turn invisible to the naked eye and suppress all sounds that are made by the user. Cost, 150 EP. It would cost him 150 EP to upgrade the ability to just suppress the sounds that he made. Not to mention he didn't have 150 EP, and even if he did he wouldn't use it to upgrade camouflage when he could upgrade more useful abilities like basic lightning manipulation and weak magic affinity. Those abilities were his real heavy hitters. An hour later, Alex was at his destination. He'd taken a break in the middle when he saw another similar bunker, but that one was already empty, the residents probably having left in search of supplies already. Reaching his destination, what became visible to him was a huge wall, easily 100 meters tall. Clearly, it was made to keep everyone outside separate from the ones inside. Let's see what the deal with this place is, Alex thought as he reached the wall. He wasn't going to scale it and instead changed into his real form, becoming a black slime. He could easily go through this kind of wall by completely liquefying the consistency of his body, turning it into an extremely fine liquid that could seep through the molecules of the wall. It was practically impossible to completely contain a symbiote unless it was done through some sort of energy-based container. The only issue with symbiotes is that this kind of action requires extremely fine control and effort, and it's not possible for a normal symbiote to do this since they don't have a complete consciousness and can't do such complicated actions. As he got to the other side and saw the state of the place, he realized that things might be more complicated than just a post-World War III scenario for this version of Earth. Stones. 42. The Bastion. What greeted Alex was a fortress. A literal fortress. And not just a fortress, it was a huge city that surrounded the main fortress that seemed to be reaching the heavens. Space elevator. That was his first thought as he saw the huge contraption extending into the sky. Why didn't I notice it from the shuttle? The reflection? Or is it some sort of camouflage from beings in space? Alex had tons of questions running through his mind. He looked at the rough details of what he could see in the city. The technological marvel of a fortress/tower seemed to be the absolute center of the city and was surrounded by a large defensive perimeter. It was extremely protected from what meager things Alex was able to see. Around that were perfectly placed blocks of apartments which also seemed to be made of metal. In fact, every single thing in this city seemed to be made of some sort of alloy that Alex did not know about. There was another defensive perimeter separating the main part of the city from the rest of it, which Alex could only describe as slums. Cannon fodder. Alex quickly deduced the purpose of this huge slum area that was surrounding the city. If ever the city is breached and the management needs some time to stall whatever is attacking them, then the residents of these slums would be perfect. I need to understand this place's situation, he thought as he moved in his camouflaged state to find someone to devour while hoping that there weren't patrolling robots that would suddenly attack him. Luckily for him, he found someone soon. The slums were literally overflowing with people. He directly devoured that person while instantly taking their spot. It was done so quickly that no one around them was able to notice any change in him other than a flinch. Mutant monsters, alien invasion, dead Avengers, this place is fucked, Alex thought as he devoured the memories of this person. His memories were much more useful than those random people that he devoured in the bunker. This world was indeed brought to this state by World War III, but it wasn't the only factor. There was a whole lot of stuff that had happened. Along with nuclear warfare, there was biological warfare. And the main reason for that war? The Avengers. It was something similar to the Sokovia Accords from the MCU. The Avengers fucked up, far worse than what happened in the MCU. The world tried to put them in check and they didn't like it. And this version of the Earth was very much reminiscent of comic books, with countless heroes involving themselves in the conflict. Things ended up escalating to the level of a world war where the governments resorted to all kinds of tactics to either kill or subdue the Avengers. It all led to a massive conflict which eventually resulted in nuclear weapons being used against lone beings like Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange. Though, unlike their comic counterparts, they weren't completely able to take care of the nukes and ended up in a horrible state. Their current status was unknown. It all led to the death of most of the superhero community, either by heavy weapons or assassination. Bruce Banner was assassinated in his sleep so that the Hulk would never have the chance to emerge. And then there was something that rocked the entire world. While everyone was engulfed in turmoil, an alien race appeared and started invading the planet. They were the Kree in particular. The reason for the invasion was never broadcasted. I think that it may have had to do something with the Inhumans. Those guys were created by the Kree, Alex guessed. And at this time, the world was in complete shambles, the superheroes were mostly dead and the world leaders had no idea what to do. This escalated the situation into what it is today. The world threw everything it had at the Kree, hoping for something to work, but all it did was destroy the Earth and kill 90% of humanity with its biological weapons and nukes. The Kree weren't even worried about the situation. Just as things were looking horribly dire, one day, the Kree ships disappeared, leaving only some remnant Kree forces on the planet that were taken care of by the humans after some sacrifices. More like the entire Earth disappeared, Alex commented inwardly. But things weren't over yet, they still had to deal with the repercussions of their actions. The biological weapons along with the radioactive waste left by the nukes made even more mutant monsters for them to deal with. Damn, talk about horrible decisions, Alex thought as he digested all of the memories of this person. It was currently the year 2048 and the city he was in was called the Bastion. One of the only places on Earth that were able to resist the Kree invasion. The person who created this city? Tony Stark. There were possibly more cities similar to this throughout the world but he didn't have any of that information. The only reason this guy knew so much was that this was general information that everyone within the walls knew. It was more like propaganda than anything and Alex took much of that information with a grain of salt other than the main outline of the situation. I think he should be alive. Alex wasn't sure whether Tony Stark was actually alive or if he'd shifted his consciousness into artificial intelligence. The entire city was completely mechanical, and knowing Tony Stark, the purpose of making everything mechanical wasn't just the aesthetics, this city was probably a weapon in and of itself, but Tony probably just never used it. Otherwise, the people in the city would know about it. Then again, it's possible that it was used but the news was completely suppressed to the point where the people of the slums never actually found out about it. Alex also found out about the most important thing, which was the reason behind these people staying behind such large walls, as if what was outside would kill them. That's because it really would kill them. The biological weapons mixed with radioactive isotopes after the nuclear fallout turned a large amount of the populace, which didn't only include humans but also other creatures, into what could only be called abominations. Their intelligence rapidly degraded into the basest of instincts while they turned into huge monstrosities with deformed features and got up to 10 times as large as their original size. They were constantly plagued by an intense need to devour every living thing in their paths. This was the main reason that all Alex saw was a wasteland from where he came. Everything had been razed to the ground by those abominations. For all intents and purposes, humans brought about a zombie apocalypse. It's just that the zombies ended up becoming far more dangerous and ferocious from the get-go. How would this turning have affected the superheroes? Alex was dreading Marvel zombies happening for real in this world. Think happy things, Alex chanted as if it was a mantra and stopped thinking about what would happen if this was Marvel zombies. The residents didn't give the mutant monsters any specific term and they all collectively called them the abominations, probably as a way of undermining their threat in the eyes of the general populace. By using a derogatory term to refer to them, they could make the people believe that they have things under control. Though considering the rampage that this city dealt with 2 days ago, they should be completely hyping everything and preparing everyone for their eventual deaths. Alex thought as he saw firsthand the attack of a horde against the city. If it's always this intense, then it's only a matter of time before the city falls. No matter how much of a technological marvel it is, Alex thought as he got up from his spot. He wanted to understand how this city operated. The memories that this person had weren't the most accurate. A lot of what this person knew was inaccurate. As Alex walked to the wall that separated the residents of the slums from the normal people, he had many thoughts and made a few plans on how he should deal with this place. I'm surprised that this place isn't completely managed by armored robots. All of the security that Alex saw was in the form of human guards. There weren't any robots that were acting as guards. I guess it's because of Ultron. Alex guessed that it was because of Ultron that Tony Stark decided to not use fully automated security measures. And it ended up coming in handy for Alex. He reached the wall that was about 10 meters tall, serving as a separating area between the slums and the main district of the city. No one from the slums was allowed into the main city, so the guy that Alex devoured had almost no idea about how the main inner city worked. Fuck off. Smack! One of the slum dwellers was trying to force his way in and was punched in the face by a guard. This area around the border was the most conflict-prone since the slums were a very desperate and overpopulated area. Desperate people regularly came to try to break into the inner city, hoping to try their luck. Though all of them failed. Even if someone had ever succeeded, then the guy that Alex devoured didn't know about it. Using a similar tactic, Alex turned invisible in a discreet spot and phased through the wall. What greeted him was the technological marvel that was the Bastion. The true city, the bastion of humanity, made by Iron Man himself to fend off the opposing forces of the governments of the world and the Kree. At least that's what the propaganda stated. It was built with perfect precision in mind, with every single house, road, and block serving as a part of a huge puzzle. All of that came together to form the city. Yeah, this city is definitely a weapon. Alex's thoughts were confirmed when he looked at the roads and buildings that were placed in a far too specific manner. New week, more stones. 43, City Exploration. Alex could have spent hours marveling at the absolute beauty that the city, but he was interrupted by the appearance of a drone in his spider senses. Patrol drones. This is already different from the slums. They weren't robots but were automated monitoring drones that patrolled the entire city as Alex presumed. He didn't doubt that this drone could easily see through his camouflage. And if he was detected, his location would be swarming with a huge number of hostiles that would probably try to kill him or at the very least contain him on sight. He tried his best to maneuver away from the drone as he made his way toward what seemed like a coffee shop. He didn't waste any time and disappeared into the female barista that was the easiest for him to access as she served a coffee. He didn't devour her since this place was completely monitored and he wouldn't be able to hide completely unless he was inside someone. He was looking for an optimal target to escape this facility. Alex also took this time to go through her memories and see how the inner city's system works. Credits. The currency used in the Bastion was a simple credit-based system that was automated by the central AI of the city, Jarvis. People are assigned credits at the end of each month according to the contributions that they have made to the city. Working odd jobs like this barista would provide a menial number of credits, while the most effective way to gain credits was to join the fights against the hordes of abominations that attacked the settlement regularly. It worked on a merit basis. The more abominations you kill, the more credits you get. They also depend on the difficulty of the abomination that is killed. This city has some effective way to utilize those abominations. Alex deduced when he saw in her memories that there was a job to bring back the leftover corpses of monsters for people who were too weak or scared to fight. Those corpses clearly had some sort of use to the city, otherwise they would just burn them and get rid of them without any issues. How the hell do they expect normal people to fight those monstrous abominations? Alex was inwardly frowning as he thought about the situation. He'd seen those abominations and even the weakest of those things could contend toe-to-toe with Captain America in terms of physical stats. And that's without mentioning the stronger ones. Is there something that I'm missing? Alex couldn't understand the situation. Especially since most of the people who enroll to fight the monsters seem to return every time. Did he use some version of the super soldier serum that was used on Captain America? Alex could only think that to be the case since normal people were not a match for those abominations. He also saw that things are pretty advanced in this city. All kinds of extremely obscure things are available to people as long as they have enough credits. Things like regeneration serums were actually commonplace in this city. Alex also saw something that he knew was made by Tony. Extremis. It was completely overpowered as it could halt the aging of a person and ensure they were in their prime state forever. It wasn't true immortality, but it was known to increase the lifespan of people to at least 200 years old. At that point it wasn't just the body that started getting old, it was the consciousness or soul that became too weak to support the existence of the body. Though it was ridiculously an expensive item, costing millions of credits. Then again, it was easy to earn credits as long as one went to kill the abominations. I need that. Alex was bursting with greed as he saw that Extremis was a thing in this version of Earth. That fucker Tony had destroyed all traces of Extremis in the MCU Earth, so Alex wasn't able to get his hands on it there. Now that he had finally found a path to maybe make himself immune to sonic and heat waves, he really wanted it. I just hope that this Tony didn't end up making the endosim armor. Then again, if he had that kind of power then he would have easily fended off the Kree single-handedly. Alex was thinking about the Superior Iron Man storyline where Tony made a suit that combined the Venom symbiote and the Extremis formula to create his strongest armor. And it didn't have any of the weaknesses that Venom was supposed to have, namely sonic attacks. He spent the next few hours delving through the barista girl's memory as he tried to find some useful information and devise a plan to get access to the formula that would help him create Extremis. Soon, her shift was over and she was about to go home, but Alex decided to spend some time exploring. He gently influenced her to walk around the city today. It wasn't difficult since she lived alone in a small apartment that she was able to afford with her barista job, so it wasn't like there was much for her to do at home. Alex had also formed a rudimentary plan for what he would be doing in this place. Subtle mental suggestions here and there helped Alex lead this girl to the destination that he wanted to go to. It was a restricted area of the Bastion where no citizens were allowed without the correct permit and pass. Just as she was getting close to the fence of the place, 5 guards surrounded the barista with weapons in their hands aiming at her. "Stand down." The leader of the group shouted intimidatingly and instantly Alex's weak mental suggestions were broken. But that was enough for Alex. She panicked and put her hands behind her head while apologizing with tears gathering in her eyes. The guards weren't going to pity her and they calmly cuffed her hands behind her back and escorted her away from the facility, though Alex took this opportunity to merge into the leader of the guard squad that had arrested the woman. He was going to use that person to infiltrate the facility. Why did he want to go into this facility? He wanted to find someone. There was an incident a few years ago. It was when the Bastion was still defending itself from the assaults of the Kree and the governments. A massive infiltration from outside forces and there was a squad of superpowered individuals that infiltrated the Bastion. Though he didn't know how accurate this information was since it was something that the barista learned from the news. It might as well have been some sort of propaganda. Though one thing was for certain. Someone was captured that day. And right after their capture, a new product had been released, the regeneration serum. 1 vial of the substance could help someone completely heal up to their peak state. He was able to connect the dots and understood that they had probably captured either Wolverine or Deadpool or maybe even some other hero with a high regeneration factor and used them to create this serum. He wanted to find and devour that hero so that he could enhance his capabilities. He also knew that they were probably going to give him quite a bit of EP when he devoured them. That heightened healing factor would be an extremely potent source of biological energy and net him quite a bit of EP. He tried to plant unnoticeable mental suggestions into this guard's head but he actually failed. Do these guys have some sort of psychic defense? Well, Alex thought as he knew that if he pushed too hard, the person would be alerted, and then Alex would have a whole lot of shit to deal with. Alex decided to breach the psychic defense slowly to read the guy's memories but he knew that, unlike normally, he would need a few hours to even start going through the memories. After the innocent woman was arrested and taken away by 2 members of the squad, the leader went back to his post within the facility. Alex finally witnessed the inside of the facility. Yep, this is definitely a holding facility, he confirmed his guess when he saw the absurd amount of security in the place and the prison-like design. It was like a maximum security prison in here. The entire facility was rectangular in shape. Within the main outer fence, there was a large empty area that covered the entire plot. At the center was the mechanical building that was widely different from the other residential ones that he'd seen before that. Although it still matched the aesthetic of the city, cementing Alex's theory that the entire city was a huge puzzle and could act as a weapon in times of crisis. He couldn't get any more information by just looking from the outside, so he focused on going through the mental defenses of the guard and trying to read his memories. A few hours later, thump. Fuck, Alex thought as he saw the dead body of the person whose mind he'd just breached. Apparently, there was a failsafe in his mind that would automatically kill him if some outside influence invaded his mind. I should have expected something like this, Alex thought as he saw 3 guards rapidly approaching his position. Must be a failsafe against Charles the First. Guess this settlement must not be very friendly with the X-Men. Not that I expected it to be. The Bastion probably kidnapped one of their people and is using them to make healing medicines. Alex thought about his conjecture as he rapidly tried to formulate a plan to escape without being detected by the cameras that covered every inch of the place. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I still want those stones. 44. Infiltrating the facility. He knew that he didn't have much time to think before he had to act since there were 5 people closing in on his location quickly. Making a quick decision, Alex took control of the dead body of his temporary vessel and made him stand up. He had to take control of the person's body and couldn't morph into him since the cameras might recognize that he was not the same person as before. As the guy stood up, Alex tried to act normal and say that he was fine but those guards kept approaching him. I'm telling you, I'm fine. He showed some panic as 5 guards surrounded him with what seemed like stun batons in their hands. Stand down, sir. Do not resist. One of the people approached him with a threatening voice and tried to get him to surrender. They were probably going to take him for a psych evaluation. Alex understood the situation and felt like this would be the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the facility. He raised his hands behind his head and surrendered while grumbling. Fine, I was just tired. I didn't get any dinner yesterday. He made an excuse that no one would believe. As he grumbled to them, one of the people approached him and cuffed his hands behind his back. Now's my chance. He thought as he took the opportunity that the person was touching him to move his body and go into the other guard's body. He left a tiny part within the dead person too since he didn't want to make the situation suspicious. Without him, the dead body would instantly fall. He was going to abandon the guy when they bring him to an interrogation room so that it doesn't trace back to the person that Alex was in. And for the symbiote part within the guy, Alex would terminate that clone while disintegrating the part left within the dead guy. He wasn't going to risk any parts of his body getting into the hands of these people, especially since they might already have some information about the Venom symbiote and end up tracing him through that information. They called someone who seemed to be their superior and explained the situation to him. He agreed to take the person that Alex was impersonating for a psych evaluation as per their usual practices. The conversation gave Alex all the confirmation that he needed to confirm that they were against the X-Men and mutants in general. This was because this psychic defense was a precaution against Charles Xavier aka Professor X. The squad of guards along with the leader escorted their new prisoner to the entrance of the building while Alex paid full attention to what was going on. He was mapping out whatever parts of the building he was seeing and looking for blind spots where he might be able to hide. The leader approached the entrance and scanned his eyes in what seemed like a retina scanner before the doors to the building opened. The facility isn't completely accessible to these guards, at least not without valid reasoning. Alex deduced as he saw the situation. I really wish I could read these guys' memories and get it done with. Alex realized that not being able to read people's memories was very inconvenient. He tried to prevent the failsafe from activating but he wasn't able to do anything as the guy's entire brain was fried within mere moments. It was designed to counter Charles Xavier, one of the most renowned telepaths within the superhero community. It wasn't going to be possible for Alex to get rid of that failsafe anytime soon. His mental manipulation wasn't that good yet, though he was going to practice it with Wanda since chaos magic would be a very good medium to work these abilities. Wanda also has quite a few mental manipulation abilities and their training would help her out too. Beep. The huge metallic door slid open to the side and it allowed everyone to enter. It led to a lobby area with what seemed like an in-depth monitoring device that one would have to pass to move into the building. Alex was a little nervous about the situation but he was also confident in his hiding abilities. He was perfectly emulating the dead guy's brain waves so it should be very difficult for that machine to detect him. It's probably made as a defense mechanism against shapeshifters like Mystique. How deep does their conflict with the mutants go? Alex was a little weirded out about this situation. They had so many precautions specifically against mutants. Whatever, Alex stopped thinking about unnecessary things and focused his efforts on suppressing his presence within the current temporary vessel while emulating the guy he'd killed as well as possible so that they could get entry into the facility. Soon, it was the turn of Alex's current temporary vessel. Beep. Ha, thank fuck, Alex let out the metaphorical breath that he'd been holding. The dead guy also ended up getting through the detector since Alex's emulation of the guy's actions was perfectly within the acceptable range. He finally got the time to observe his surroundings at this point in time. This isn't a holding facility, far from it, actually it's a research facility. Alex realized that appearances could be pretty deceiving. The inside of the place was like a huge lab that had all kinds of equipment. He assumed that this facility was restricted from the public since this facility was probably where the most sensitive and classified items were developed. One of those items was the Extremis formula. It was something that Alex desperately wanted so that he could mitigate his weakness against sound and heat. At the very least he wanted to understand how Extremis works so that he could apply it and gain some semblance of heat and sound resistance. He also wanted to know who or what was behind the supply of the regeneration medicines. He wanted to devour the source of those potions since he knew that it would be a potent source of biological energy or EP. Though, after entering the building, the new leader of the party went to the elevators as the rest of the squad followed behind him while keeping the dead guy that Alex was puppeteering restrained. Then, inside the elevator, the button that he pressed wasn't for an upper floor as Alex thought, but for a lower floor. They were going underground. Finally, everyone stopped in front of a glass office. The nameplate on the door said Dr. Hall. The person inside seemed like he was in his 50s with some grayed-out hair and slightly wrinkled skin. It was clear that he didn't use the Extremis de-aging technology. It was also possible that he hadn't used it in a while. He was typing something out on a holographic keyboard in classic Tony Stark style. It showed that the technology in this city was much more advanced and accessible. I'll take him from here. You all should stay outside. The leader gripped the arm of their prisoner and pulled him into the office of Dr. Hall. Alex took the opportunity to transfer some biomass into the body that was controlling the dead person and split most of the newly added biomass from the body to go into the new leader. He repeated the process that he'd done with the other guy, leaving a tiny sliver puppeteering the dead guy. He knew that using the leader as a vessel would be more beneficial for him since the guy seemed to have higher authority. Oh, hello, Douglas. Who is this unfamiliar face? Dr. Hall looked over and called out the leader who'd brought everyone into the facility. Apparently, the leader's name was Douglas. Dr. Hall, he greeted with a nod and continued, we have a potential mind-invaded person. It's possible that he's been influenced by some sort of psychic interference. As per contingency number 68 against psychic defenses, I have brought him here for a psych evaluation. Douglas reported to Dr. Hall with a tone that conveyed that he wasn't officially below the doctor in rank, but the doctor was more valued by the people. Or maybe he was in the doctor's political faction. Such a huge organization within the city would definitely have massive political undercurrents going on. The doctor's phone rang. "I see. Give me a moment. Take a seat with our friend here. I'll get back to you in a minute." The doctor told Douglas and answered the call. "Yes, Isaiah. Is that so?" The doctor's face developed a frown after hearing what Isaiah said. "These incompetent fucks," he mumbled as he hung up the call. "Douglas, I'll take care of your friend's psych eval. I need you to do something for me." "Don't say it." Douglas had an irritating frown on his face. It seemed like this wasn't a novel situation to either of them. "I'm afraid that I must. Isaiah's team needs more samples. I need you to bring the subject to them." The doctor had a tone of finality in his words. "Damn it, Hull. Every single day for the past 2 weeks." Douglas had an extremely annoyed look on his face. "The usual guy was injured, Doug. He'll be back to work next week. I need you to do this for now." It seemed that Dr. Hull was used to this sort of outburst. "Fine, whatever," he sighed since he knew that he would have to do this. "I'll take care of the psych eval. And for God's sake, send those guards outside. I don't want someone touching something dangerous and turning into a fire monster this time." He told Douglas. "That electric guy's still not normalized?" Doug asked with a gossipy tone. "He's serving as a nice battery for us, so it's fine." Dr. Hull didn't seem to care much. "Now get to it. You know how cranky Isaiah can get." The doctor hurried him away. "Fine." He got up and left the office. After telling the guards that were waiting outside the office to leave the building and guiding them away, Douglas went back to the elevator and pressed the button to the lowest floor. "Why does it have to be me?" He was mumbling all sorts of complaints as the elevator lowered. Ding! The elevator door slid open at the lowest up to a large dimly lit open area with a glass box in the center of the room. There were cameras pointing at every single angle within the room with automatic weapons also pointing at the glass cage in the center. Some of them are visible and some of them are hidden. In the cage, there was a person who was sitting while curled up into a ball. Realizing that someone had arrived, she looked up. "Laura Kinney. My bad guys, I fell asleep. Sorry for the late chapter." 45, Host 7. Laura Kinney. Alex thought as he looked at the disheveled face of the person who was curled on what was supposed to be the bed with her arms wrapped around her legs and her face buried in her knees. The so-called bed was just a rug that was only slightly better than the floor. Her legs were completely bare, so Alex wasn't sure what she was wearing, but he had an idea that she was probably only wearing small scraps that would barely cover her. Probably so that she doesn't have anywhere to hide some tools to escape. Her complexion was ruddy and seemed perfectly fine, but that was probably only because of her healing factor and that they were giving her the correct nutrients. Well, this changes things. Alex decided that he'd found his host for Earthsea. X-23, I need you to come with me, Douglas said as he walked to the door. Fuck off, she gave him the finger. She'd looked up and that revealed a thick metal collar that was wrapped around her neck. Don't make it more difficult than it's supposed to be. Douglas had an exasperated edge to his tone as he picked out a stick-like tool from the side of the entrance to the glass box. Seeing that he was going to come into the cell, Laura stood up with a vigilant expression as if getting ready for a fight. That was when Alex noticed something extending out from her back, presumably somewhere in the middle of her spinal column. It was a tube that was collecting some sort of reddish substance that was far more viscous than blood. It was her bone marrow that was constantly being extracted from her back. And that too without any anesthesia. Alex knew how unbearably painful the procedure actually was. He'd once experienced a bone marrow biopsy and he was in pain for a few weeks after that, and that was after they'd used anesthesia. He couldn't imagine how much pain she must constantly be in as they extract her bone marrow without any sort of pain relief or anesthesia. As she stood up, Alex also noticed the state of her clothes. She was wearing a tight sports bra that covered her modest cleavage, while her panties were also the bare minimum, covering her only slightly. And they sent a guy to bring her there. Alex thought of the insinuations of the situation and didn't like the thought. "Come on in, bitch," Laura said with a vindictive look on her face, with no trace of pain from the bone marrow extraction visible on her face. It wasn't that she had painkillers, she had been experiencing that pain for years now and ended up getting used to it. Douglas on the other hand had a pensive look on his face as he pressed the button to open the glass door. The moment the door opened, Lara lunged at the guy and drew her claws to attack him. No wonder. I doubt anyone would be brave enough to do anything to her if she doesn't have her powers suppressed. It makes sense since they need her regenerating bone marrow at all times. Suppressing her X gene would be detrimental to their supply process since she wouldn't be able to recover fast enough. As she was about to attack Douglas, he stepped back. Laura wasn't able to reach him and ended up pulling on the tube that was extracting her bone marrow. Arc. She felt an extreme amount of pain as she felt her entire spine chilling from the shock of the pull against the extractor. It was probably completely stuck inside her skin and spine and taking it out herself would be impossible for her. "Why do you have to do this?" He rolled his eyes with annoyance as he stabbed the stick in her neck, specifically on her collar. With that, the stick attached to her collar, and Douglas pressed a button on the stick. Arc. She was shocked by an extremely strong electric discharge from her collar and was incapacitated for a few seconds. Douglas took this chance and pushed her back into the cell while walking in with her. Then he attached that stick to a specific groove that was made for it to be attached into. By then, Laura had recovered and tried to attack him again. "Can you stop that?" he shouted as he hurriedly stepped back. "Damn it." He looked at 2 rips on his body armor and the slight sting in his chest where she'd cut him. It was a shallow cut and he was bleeding. They couldn't have at least got rid of these damn vibranium adamantium claws, he complained as he used a remote that he'd just picked to shock her again. This time it lasted longer, so she stayed incapacitated for a few seconds to give him the chance to detach her from the marrow extractor. He moved behind her and held the square metallic box that was attached to the center of her back and going onto her spine. Using a key, he unlocked it and removed the tube that was extracting her marrow and connecting her to the cell. Alex also took this chance to go into Laura and merge with her. He didn't waste any time and formed a preliminary level 0 bond with her. Before Alex could check her status, Douglas abruptly jumped back, dodging Laura's attack. "I knew that you'd attack me again." He almost had a tone of triumph as he said that and shocked her again. Then he grabbed the stick and detached it before she could attack him again. He held the stick and pulled her out of the cell. He made sure that she stayed in front of him after she recovered again so that she doesn't have any leeway to attack him again. "Annoying ass bullshit," he complained as he went into the elevator while keeping Laura, who was trying to attack him, away from himself. Alex stopped caring about Douglas' situation and paid attention to his new host. He directly formed a level 1 bond as Laura felt a slight prick in her neck, though she didn't even react to it since the collar was so damn uncomfortable with the stick. Status, Host 7. Name, Laura Kinney, X, 23. Bonding rate, 0%. Bonding level, 1. Powers, low superhuman physique, 5 tons, low cosmic healing factor, bone claws, vibranium adamantium alloy, melee mastery, weapons mastery, espionage mastery. "I owe my first cosmic level stat," Alex cheered inwardly as he looked at her low cosmic healing factor. Laura, he didn't waste any time before communicating with her. He didn't want to waste any time. If she ended up being brought wherever they wanted to bring her, they might just use certain probing methods that could discover him. He wasn't going to risk it. She frowned imperceptibly but didn't react in any other way. "I'm talking to you telepathically, don't react. You can speak to me in your mind too." Alex didn't want her to alert the guy behind them. "Professor?" she hesitantly asked. She thought that Professor X had finally sent some backup for her. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but no. I'm not related to the X-Men. But I'm not related to this facility, either. I just ended up in a bad situation and went through a series of events that led me to you." Alex was sure as hell not going to give any fucking credit to the fucking X-Men for busting her out. "What are you?" Laura realized that he was talking as if he was right here with her. She knew that there was no one around them, so he must be some sort of obscure creature. Someone invisible was impossible since they had far too many precautions against that. "I'm a symbiotic alien species. They've been holding me within this facility for a while. I finally got a chance to escape by attaching to this Douglas fuck, but when I saw you, I decided to help you out." Alex mixed some truths and lies to make her trust him more and told her about himself. "Is that so?" she asked skeptically. She wasn't exactly a trusting person after years of being experimented on and treated like some sort of commodity. "Yeah, now we don't have much time. We need to get out of this facility as soon as possible." Alex knew that their time was limited and they would have enough time to take care of everything later. "Fuck it, I'm in." Although skeptical about Alex, she'd realized that this was her best chance of getting out of this facility. She'd tried more than enough times but ended up failing every time. The only reason that she hadn't given up and broken down was because of her healing factor affecting her mental state. It was keeping her sane and preventing her from completely giving up. Whether it was a fortunate thing or not was for Laura to decide. "Great, here's the plan. I'll prevent the collar from shocking you and you do your best to kill him as the elevator goes up. Also, change the level to the ground level, that's where the exit is." He told her a vague plan. "You can make the shock collar ineffective?" Laura asked in confirmation and some underlying anticipation. Yep. It was easy for him, all he had to do was to absorb the released electric discharge with his basic lightning manipulation. "Perfect, leave everything else to me. Anything that I should know." She wanted to know everything so she isn't caught unprepared. "I need you to find some sort of computer terminal. I need to do something there. It will only take about 2 minutes for me to finish up. Also, I provide a 3 times increase to your base stats, including your reflexes. It's an ability that I have. I can enhance my hosts after bonding with them. There's more but we can talk about that stuff later," he informed her. "Really perfect. I'll get your computer stuff done. Though, hold back on the enhancements for now. I don't want to lose control over my strength." She had a vengeful smirk on her face. "Why do I feel like she's going to try to massacre this facility?" Alex had a premonition. 46. Escape, 1/2. With their talk done, Laura turned her head slightly to look at the guy who was holding her like some animal and gave him a feral grin. One that sent shivers down the guard's spine. The next second, without thinking, he pressed the electrocution button. He didn't want to risk anything and decided to immobilize her. Though unlike all the other times, she kept standing this time and didn't react to the shock she was supposed to be receiving. "Well, that's nice," she thought, and didn't waste any more time and turned back to push the guy to the corner. He was holding her away so she had to grab the stick by herself and hit the guy with it. Douglas was desperately trying to electrocute her so that she doesn't kill him, but it was to no avail. She beat him up with the stick that he was holding to keep her away and approached him. Stay away. He tried to keep her away from him. I don't think I will. You think I didn't notice your shit face ogling my body every time you came? She stated. Her foot had a single metal claw extending from it. She kicked up and in the next moment, the guy's crotch had his entrails falling out of it. Remind me not to get on her bad side. Alex may be desensitized to killing, but he was still a man at heart. And seeing Douglas state, he winced just a bit. Laura looked like she was enjoying his face full of agony and pain, and after a few seconds she kicked again, and this time, his head was rolling to the side, separated from his body. Laura spent a few moments looking for keys that Douglas had and found them, finally getting rid of the stick that kept hindering her mobility. This guy didn't have the keys for the collar, or else she would have gotten rid of that too. She started taking off his armor as she was planning to wear it to cover herself. Going into a fight wearing nothing but scraps wasn't the best thing. It seems that she doesn't have that berserk rage thing, Alex thought as he saw Laura's thought-out actions. She was angry, but she was in full control of her actions. Allow me. Alex interfered, and suddenly her body was covered by a sleek leather combat suit that was reminiscent of Natasha. Well, isn't that convenient? Laura was a little surprised but didn't have any issues with her new clothes. You've been working with Black Widow? She asked without giving away her thoughts as she waited for the elevator to open on the ground floor. She'd already changed the destination. Not really, I'm just a fan of girls wearing leather. I'm also bulletproof, Alex told her. Well, aren't you a deviant? And bulletproof seems nice. Laura laughed and didn't say anything more about it. What's your name? You know mine, but I don't know yours. Alex. My name is Alex, he told her. Alex, huh, you sound pretty human for an alien species. And a pretty mellow one at that, she said. After living on Earth for so long, I've long mended with you guys and given myself a name. We don't have the concept of names in our culture, so it wasn't a big deal to give myself a name. He told her the same thing he told his other hosts. As they conversed, the elevator finally reached its destination. This elevator chimed and the doors started opening. Just as the doors slid open, a squadron of people opened fire on Laura without any question. They knew that she would survive. They had her full data. In her usual desperado fighting style, Laura let those bullets hit her as she extended her claws from her hands and feet. She jumped forward to slice two of the people in front of her into halves while jumping on the body of a third person whom she skewered with her feet claws. She'd brutal, I like it. Alex liked Laura's brutal fighting style. She left everything to her healing factor and tanked all the attacks while slicing people with reckless abandon. But her moves were calculated and planned. Her fighting style was the most optimized for her. For now, none of the bullets were able to pierce through her armor, but that wouldn't be for long. Once they bring out the big guns, Alex would have to let Laura deal with them. Laura knew that she didn't have too much time, since although she could take care of these grunts with ease, the true firepower that was in the central fortress was probably on its way to her. Those robots were how she got caught in the first place. Laura quickly sliced her way through most of the people while also cutting through a few bullets using her claws as she stopped them from hitting her head. She always instinctively protected her head since she knew that her healing factor wouldn't help her regenerate her memories if she got shot in the head and damaged her brain. That had happened once with Logan, and she wasn't planning on letting that happen to her. Though she didn't need to worry since Alex had already formed a helmet over her head that was pretty resistant to bullet damage. RPG incoming, Alex warned her as Laura reacted after a few moments. She didn't have much coordination with Alex yet, and it took a moment for her to react to his warning. Even though Laura's reaction was slightly slow, Alex's timely warning allowed her to dodge the attack completely while shooting the RPG shooter in his face with a gun that she'd picked up. As Laura went through the ground floor, she finally reached a computer terminal and stopped there. Here you go. She looked at the terminal. Put your hand over it. Alex told her as more people started showing up. Laura quickly put her hand on the terminal. Defend this location for 2 minutes, I'll be done by then. Then we can leave. He told her as he transferred a part of himself into the terminal and invaded the cyberspace of the Bastion's database. Ever since the last time when he'd stolen all of Oscorp's data from the research world, Alex had developed an ability to directly hack into a server and transfer all the knowledge to himself. He'd gotten this idea from Venom since he was also able to hack into cyberspaces. It took him a while to develop this, but he was successful after some trial and error. Don't take too long, Laura said as she jumped away from the terminal and took up a defensive position. However, she wouldn't wait for a second after the agreed-upon 2 minutes. She was grateful to Alex for helping her, but that didn't mean that she trusted him. Abruptly, Laura felt some danger near herself. She felt as if she was about to be attacked. Trusting her instincts, she crouched down in an instant, only to see a bullet whoosh by the spot where her head was. That was dangerous, she thought as she lunged at the 2 guards that were approaching her, stabbing one of their abdomens and cutting the head off the other. She kept killing people as if they were animals to be butchered, with a vengeful glint in her eyes as she cut them all apart, dyeing the pristine white floors into the crimson red of blood. She'd been treated as some sort of inexhaustible resource by these fucking people for years, and she was going to do everything in her power to destroy this facility once she got out of there. Alex also understood her mentality as he paid attention to her situation while trying to take all of the data that was stored within their databases. It was all connected to a central network and he could access all of the data that the Bastion has collected in their servers. He had already set up a large number of servers and databases in the research world and was directly transferring all of the data from this facility to that facility. He was able to do this since he was using the medium of his consciousness to transfer large amounts of information into that server. He didn't have any eidetic or photographic memory, so he needed some external location to store these exabytes of data that had been researched and stored by the Bastion over the years. How much longer? Laura might be vengeful and want to kill every single person in this facility, but she wasn't blinded by her vengeance. She knew that to do what she wants, she must make preparations. And for that, she had to get out as quickly as possible. 60 seconds, Alex told her as he went at the fastest speed he could. He'd already found the formula to create extremists and now he just wanted everything. But his greed for the information wasn't exactly a good thing for either him or Laura. Fuck. Just as Alex was about to delve into the actual inner workings of the Bastion's functions, things related to the fortress and the abominations, including the methods that the Bastion uses to deal with the abominations, a failsafe firewall activated and started purging him from the system. At the same time, automated robots arrived at the facility. It had only been a few minutes since Laura had escaped and they were already here. We have to go. We have to go. Both of them said at the same time as Laura grabbed the head of a person that was approaching her and used it as leverage to jump up while also twisting their neck. She jumped to the terminal and collected Alex's body from it before making a run for it. I have a plan, follow my directions. Alex told Laura as she nimbly dodged the repulsor blasts along with the gunfire that was being shot at her. She wasn't able to completely avoid getting hit, and even Alex's bulletproof clothes had limits, but her acrobatics and dodging did prevent anything from hitting her vitals. It wasn't because it would be a major problem, but because her vitals would take a longer time to recover and the situation right now was very sensitive. Alex guided Laura to the exit of the building and she had to use her claws to cut open a hole in the entrance door that was sealed shut. Finally, freedom. Laura couldn't help but pause for a moment as she reached the outside of the building and saw the illumination of the rock cluster that was left over after the Earth's moon was destroyed. What's that? She was confused as she saw a large number of moons in the night sky other than their broken down moon. 47. Escape, 2 halves. What's that? She was confused as she saw a large number of moons in the night sky other than their broken down moon. Get going. I'll fill you in about the situation of the world later on. Alex hurried her away as he saw even more armored robots approaching. Laura came out of her reverie within an instant and instinctively dodged a flurry of tiny missile darts that had been shot at her. She kept running while either dodging the attacking robots or slicing through the ones that confronted her. Alex guided her to the exit area. He'd utilized a few hours back when he was breaking through the mental defenses of the guard to map the outer perimeter of the facility and decide on a good escape route. He guided Laura through that escape route that he'd planned. Following Alex's directions flawlessly, Laura made her way to the one place where Alex thought that there was a chance to escape easily. It wasn't surprising that she could handle herself very well in a fight. She'd practically mowed through the facility, and that too without Alex's enhancements. It just goes to show that raw strength is only a basic threshold for fighting. He didn't doubt that Laura could easily beat down his Gwen, 65 in a 1-to-1 fight without even using her claws. Even if he enhanced Gwen, the result wouldn't change. Unless the difference in physical strength is astronomical, the person with the better technique will generally be the victor factor in such situations where the physical ability of both parties is similar. Laura had even trained her sixth sense to a certain extent, which allowed her to perceive fatal danger slightly in advance. Though it didn't compare to the spider sense of any version of Spider-Man, it was a significant thing regardless. Laura's sixth sense was completely self-developed. Spider sense is a power that the spider people are given. Laura ran through the facility while dodging what she could and tanking what she couldn't. How much longer? She asked mentally. Just a bit more, turn right there. He kept guiding her through the facility. They couldn't just have jumped over the walls since there were automatic sentries mounted on those walls and Laura would get shredded by them if she exposes herself to those sentries. There were limits to her healing factor. They kept running as a gate finally became visible to them both. There it is. Cut through the wires with your claws. Alex told Laura to cut through the wire gate that seemed to be a transit spot for regular supplies. Those barbed wires are electric, Alex. I need another way. Laura said. I'll take care of the shock, just cut through the gate, then we can blend in with the crowd. Alex hurried her since he knew that they would soon be overwhelmed by the incoming robots. Laura hesitated for just a moment before following Alex's words and dodging the attacks that were sent toward her and trying to take advantage of her momentary lapse. Deciding to trust this unknown being, Laura cut a perfectly rectangular hole in the gate within seconds. Alex made sure to absorb the electricity that would have stunned Laura. Not wasting any more time in hesitation, Laura runs out of the facility while trying her best to dodge the sentries that were shooting energy beams at her. Alex already had the major parts of the city mapped out after reading the barista girl's memories. He guided Laura to a central 24-hour marketplace that had a large crowd. The Bastion had more than 100 million people living in it and was always bustling, so it wasn't difficult to find a place with a large crowd at all times. Where are we going? Laura asked Alex. They were still being pursued but they had shaken off the pursuing robots for a moment. Marketplace. Alex told her. Nice. Laura understood Alex's plan. As they made their way, the robots kept pursuing them but the stray shots had stopped. They didn't want to alarm or harm the populace so they were only shooting when the shots were perfectly aligned. Though this actually made things more difficult for Laura as she couldn't dodge the attacks that were sent her way and had to tank them. Hey, how bulletproof are you? Laura asked something that was on her mind for a while. What's that supposed to mean? Very much so. I can easily tank high-caliber bullets. Armor-piercing rounds are also doable but they're not perfectly blocked. He agreed. I see, so that's why I wasn't feeling the attacks as much as I would've. Laura's words almost conveyed some sort of disappointment. What? Are you sad that you can't feel the bullets penetrating you all over? Alex's amusement was easily understood by Laura. What? No, she denied. Masochist. Alex only said one word with a flat tone and that made Laura blush imperceptibly. Alex was connected to her so he was able to notice every little reaction that she had, like the tiny spike in her heart rate. Laura didn't say anything after that. Alex didn't continue messing with her and guided her to the location where they could blend in with the crowd and Alex could camouflage Laura without being detected by the sensors. Soon, they reached the entrance of the square of the market. It reminded Alex of Times Square in New York, just that it was 10 times more expansive and had far more people right now. Although it was almost midnight, the place didn't seem any less crowded. If anything, he felt like there were lesser people here when he saw this place in the barista girl's memory. Go into the crowd, reduce your presence. Alex informed her as he changed her clothes from Natasha's combat suit to a subtle black dress. This is so cool. Laura wanted to admire her new dress for a few seconds but didn't have the time as she had to keep moving. Alex's ability to change clothes instantly into any outfit was a godsend for any girl. No matter how tomboyish a girl may be, she would want to look pretty, even if it's in her own aesthetic. And Alex could let her do it without spending a dime on expensive clothes. As they went into the crowd, Alex started working his magic. He camouflaged Laura completely and extended a few mental probes to the people in the surroundings, using subtle mental suggestions to use them as the perfect cover for her. Let's stay in this crowd for 5 minutes, then we'll try to move to some safe place where we wouldn't be detected. Then we can think of what to do next. Alex told her. Don't order me around. She almost growled. It seemed that she had some bad experiences with authority figures. Alex wasn't surprised by her reaction. You got a better plan? Alex asked. No. She almost seemed like she was sulking. Then my plan it is. He told her and she clicked her tongue. Laura begrudgingly agreed and followed his directions. They kept moving around the crowd as Alex made sure to keep changing through the people that he was influencing. He made the perfect path through the crowd for them while also making sure that Laura was hidden at all times. Soon, Alex felt like they had lost the robots and covered Laura's face. Hey, she complained. I'm covering your face to change it. Stop complaining. Alex completely covered her face like a mask and formed a different random face. Within an instant, Laura stopped feeling that there was anything on her face and felt like nothing had changed. But Alex had already completely changed her face. Your abilities are weird, Laura commented. I'm a slime-like being. I'm doing everything that a sentient slime can do. He informed her. How long have you been on this planet? Laura was curious about him. She realized that he knew a lot about human culture to be someone unfamiliar with the planet. I've been here from before the Kree invasion. It was a fun time before that. All of you superheroes got fucked over. And then you all fucked the world over. Alex was amused about the situation of this world. You're damn right we did. Laura said with self-deprecating amusement and a hint of pride. How old are you? She wanted to know about him. What's with all the questions? He asked. I'm curious about you. She said nonchalantly. Or, you're trying to get information from me to see if what I'm telling you is a lie. Alex called her out. Busted. Laura didn't mind. She wasn't exactly being subtle about her information probes. Well, I know quite a bit about you already. It's only fair that I share about myself too. Ask away. He wanted to get her to trust him. The best way was to talk to her and tell her about himself. It would make her less resistant to deepening the bond with him. How about we start with those 17 moons that I see in the sky? I want to know more about you but I can't just ignore the elephant in the room. Laura had been dying to know what happened in the world after she'd been kidnapped to be used as a medicine generator. Understandable. What was the situation when you got caught? I'll start from there. It was a little while after the Kree invasion. I see. Well, Alex started telling her about the events that happened after she was captured. Granted they were from the memories of a civilian. It was enough to give Laura a rough picture. 48. Discovered. By the time Alex told Laura the rough events that happened after she was caught, they had reached the slums. It would be the safest hiding spot since there weren't any monitoring drones there and they would be able to plan out their next course of action in peace. Even a city like this has such backward slums. Laura was a little unnerved at the state of the people that were living here. Although she had gone through a hell that was filled with pain for years now, she was still a kind girl at heart. What she went through wasn't able to break her. I'm sure that her regenerative prowess played a big role in helping her maintain her sanity. Alex knew that no person could come out and stay normal after going through such a harrowing experience. He knew exactly what she'd gone through at that facility after getting that data. These people are the first line of defense if the monsters break through the outer perimeter. They're basically meat shields, he told Laura. Yeah. She was disgusted, but she knew that she couldn't do anything about this. At least not right now. What do you plan now, Laura? Alex asked a question that sent Laura deep in thought. For one thing, she wanted revenge. She wanted to make everyone in the Bastion pay for what they'd done to her. On the other, she knew that most of the people were innocent and the people to blame were the people who ran the facility and this city. She had been bubbling with utter and complete fury for a long time and she wouldn't be able to rest without getting at least some sort of closure. That's a good case. Laura wasn't able to complete that thought. Suddenly, she was ambushed by 4 identical bulky suits. They seemed like nerfed versions of the Hulkbuster armor. They had appeared out of nowhere and surrounded her completely. X-23. Surrender. There was a mechanical voice from one of the suits. Laura reacted instantly and extended her claws from her hands and feet, attacking one of the suits with the intention to cut through it. Sadly though, her claws ended up ineffective against that armor, only making a scratching sound as a shallow scratch formed on the suit. On the other hand, taking advantage of her moment of surprise at her attack's failure, the other 3 suits moved. 2 of them grabbed her arms. They grabbed her wrists and slipped a mechanical gauntlet over her hands as Laura tried to resist unsuccessfully. The armors were more than strong enough to overpower her with brute force, especially since those gauntlets forcefully pushed her claws back into her knuckles and prevented her from extending them out. The 3rd suit grabbed her from behind and seemingly started covering her. It was going to form a prison to trap her before they would bring her back to the facility. Fuck. Talk about overkill, these are fucking vibranium suits. How did Tony even get this much of that shit? Did he raid Wakanda or something? Alex was completely startled at the amount of firepower that had been sent to subdue Laura. Whoever was currently managing the Bastion had pulled every single stop into capturing Laura. Alex had assumed that it was Iron Man, but it was possible that it may be someone else. As evident by the vibranium suits, things might not be as simple as he thought. Tony might just have been one of the people involved in the founding of the Bastion. There was even a drone in the air that had been suppressing Alex's enhanced sixth sense. It was deployed since Laura had shown her trained sixth sense to dodge a bullet during her escape. Whatever slightest power had been shown by Laura during her escape had been countered by this legion of suits that were sent to subdue her. This just goes to show how much work Iron Man had put into this place. There were countermeasures for so many things. Alex didn't doubt that even powers like teleportation would have a hard time working in this city. This city is literally like the boss map of this world. I have to get out of this damn place. Alex decided with newfound conviction. Alex, tell me you have some way to get me out of here. Please. Laura seemed desperate. She had finally found some hope, and if she was thrown back into that facility, she might just break. There is one way. Alex had been preparing something while Laura was being subdued completely by the 4 vibranium suits. Then help me, please. I'll do anything. She didn't understand what he'd been waiting for, but she was really desperate. She didn't want to go back to that place. As much as I'd like to do many things to you, I need just a second. He placated her. He had to prepare for what he was about to do. Laura could only try her best to resist unsuccessfully as the suit started covering every part of her body, about to completely subdue her. And then there was a wave of crimson. Alex had been preparing a chaos shockwave that would utilize all of the chaos energy that he'd collected from Wanda till now. In the week that he'd spent with Wanda in the MCU Earth, he'd collected quite a bit of chaos energy from Wanda and even got some rudimentary control over it. Though it wasn't anything more than roughly expelling that chaos energy outward far worse than Wanda. But the sheer quantity that he expelled was more than sufficient. That's what he'd been preparing. As that crimson wave extended outward, all of the suits that had been subduing Laura were pushed away, and even the restraints that they'd put on her hands and feet were gone, though that wasn't without any price. Such a huge explosion of uncontrolled chaos energy caused quite a bit of damage to the surroundings. There would have been a lot of casualties if the area wasn't already evacuated within seconds after the arrival of the suits. Though there were still quite a few casualties further away, it wasn't anything too serious. What was even more serious though was Laura's current state. Her body had been almost decimated. Her limbs were devoid of all skin, leaving only her enhanced vibranium adamantium alloy bones in the aftermath of the explosion. Alex had tried his best to protect her vitals and head so the damage wasn't too difficult to fix, but it sure hurt her like a bitch. It also put Laura out of commission for at least the next few hours. Knowing that there was probably some sort of tracker that he didn't have any way to get rid of in the short term, Alex had to get Laura out of this place as quickly as possible. It was most likely the collar that she was still wearing, but Alex would have to do some work to get rid of it, and that would need some time that he didn't have. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to function in her current state and would only be in unnecessary pain, Alex put Laura in a deep sleep, taking control of her body. He'd realized that her healing factor wasn't enough to completely regrow a lost limb. At least not yet. It was the same with Wolverine. With time, his healing factor got stronger and faster, allowing him to recover from more serious injuries faster. Initially, he wasn't even able to regrow his lost limbs, but after a decade or so, he could regenerate his whole body from no more than a drop of blood. But Laura's case was a little weird. She'd been confined in that glass cage for years, and judging by her current age, she was probably captured when she was only starting out with the superhero stuff. She was just in her early 20s right now. Her skills were polished, but that didn't mean that she had decades of actual experience fighting. She'd probably only received a couple of years of training before being sent into the field. And being captured wasn't exactly something that allowed her to get a variety of injuries to enhance her healing factor. If her healing factor is like any other power that needs to be trained, then the more varieties of injuries she receives, the better her healing would be. Just focusing on her bone marrow as a healing target probably prevented the ability from truly progressing. Alex accurately judged the state of Laura's healing factor and realized that regenerating her limbs was going to take quite some time. I'll think about her healing factor later, Alex thought. In the meantime, he formed a replica of her limbs to give the monitoring drones the illusion that she'd regenerated quickly and started escaping from the immobilized robots. Chaos magic was apparently very effective against those robots. Though Alex didn't doubt that there was a countermeasure for that too, so he prioritized escaping the Bastion. He knew that leaving would be dangerous as he and Laura would have to fend off attacks from the pursuing robots as well as the abominations. It was better since Alex would have more places to hide and he wouldn't have to deal with all of the Bastion's firepower. They wouldn't leave themselves completely defenseless against a sudden abomination attack, which wasn't uncommon just to capture Laura. Alex could only bet on this plan. He couldn't think of anything better in that situation. Alex was stuck between a rock and a hard place, either staying and constantly fighting a countless army of robots that keep getting more and more resilient to his efforts, or running and fighting a lesser amount of the suits while also having to deal with the abominations. It wasn't that the thought of ditching Laura didn't come to his mind, but that would prove detrimental for him. He'd spent quite a while in this world without a host and it was starting to get uncomfortable for him. As a symbiote, he needed a host. All the different bodies may have been connected directly to his consciousness, but they needed a host to sustain themselves. If a host is not found, that body will go into a semi-conscious state that would only be able to do the basest things. This was the situation of all his other bodies in their space containers as they made their way to their destinations. That was why Alex needed at least one host in each version of Earth. And for Earthsea, Larua was the best candidate for now. Also, he sympathized with her. Alex was a sort of sociopathic killer most of the time, not caring about whom he killed to further his goals. But he was also a hypocrite when it came to someone he liked. That was why he was willing to go through so much effort to free Laura. No doubt it had to do with how he thought she was a bombshell with a feisty touch to her that made him want to dominate her, but it was also that he somewhat sympathized with her situation and felt like helping her. 49. Free. Seeing that the suits were immobilized, even if temporarily, Alex, who had created temporary limbs for Laura while controlling her body, ran as fast as he could. Even though he'd enhanced Laura's regeneration, she'd just lost far too much of her body to regenerate it without at least a few days of recovery. Her limbs were gone, her torso was missing a huge amount of flesh and her organs were barely functioning. The only consolation was that her brain was perfectly protected, both by Alex and by her vibranium adamantium skull. Alex knew that this kind of injury wasn't enough to kill her, but she wouldn't be active for a while. At least not in a fight. He had to get out of this city, quickly. He'd already depleted his reserves of chaos energy and couldn't pull the same trick again. And he was sure that the next set of suits that arrive would be equipped to deal with his rudimentary magical methods. He was hopeful that Tony hadn't encountered the true Scarlet Witch in this timeline, so he wouldn't have made any countermeasures against Wanda's full power. But Wanda wasn't here. It was Alex, and he barely had any control over the chaos energy. Not to mention his reserves were already empty. But there must have been a version of Wanda on this Earth too, so Tony would have had access to some samples of chaos energy. Alex was in a race against time. Every single second mattered since he didn't know how long it would be before the next Legion would assault him and Laura. So, he made his way to the boundary wall as quickly as possible with the intention of escaping the city, hoping that the suits wouldn't chase him for too long. As he approached the wall, Alex decided to reveal that Laura had some external help in her escape. He'd wanted to find a way that wouldn't reveal him, but it seemed like there wasn't any other way. Alex created a camouflaged springboard just a few feet away from the wall and jumped at it with all his strength. Doing his best to propel himself over the top of the wall, Alex had the springboard push him up, and that propelling force created weak web-like cracks in the ground below. It wasn't that the ground was weak, on the contrary, it was extremely durable. It was the jump that created a lot of downward reaction force. Sadly, it wasn't enough to cover 100 meters in height. He could only reach around 75 meters and would have to climb the rest himself. Thankfully, although Laura's limbs were decimated, her skeleton was completely fine. Since he was in control of her body, Alex was able to detract her claws from her hands and feet. He stabbed the claws into the wall and scaled the rest of the distance within seconds. By now, some of the weak grunt suits had caught up with them and were trying to delay their escape. Though Alex was able to tank some of their attacks with his symbiote body while countering the rest with Laura's claws. He wasn't as proficient as Laura when it came to using the claws, but it was sufficient for the current situation. Seeing how desperate they are in trying to delay us, I feel like I made the right choice, Alex observed. They were trying to delay Laura's escape while the production lines probably made the modifications to the suits to perfectly counter her newly shown abilities. I hope I'll lose the pursuit of these suits after leaving this city. Alex hoped as he reached the top of the wall within seconds. It wasn't too difficult to scale a distance of 25 meters with his own super strength. Since Laura's limbs were basically vaporized, Alex was able to utilize his superhuman-grade physique creation, 35 tons, to make completely new limbs over her vibranium adamantium bones. It allowed him to bypass the limit of 3 times enhancement to Laura's body and utilize more strength. The moment he stepped on the top of the wall, Alex was bombarded by sentries located at specific points. This is why I didn't tell her to jump over the wall back in the facility. Alex knew that it was going to be very difficult to completely dodge those sentries, especially since these sentries were far better than the ones at the facility. These were city-defending sentries and had far more firepower. The only consolation in this situation was that they weren't as fast as the ones at the facility, made for far stronger attacks and longer ranges. They had a slower reload rate, becoming just a bit easier to dodge. Alex used his enhanced sixth sense to its limits as he did his best to dodge what could be dodged while protecting Laura's head. That was the only part that truly mattered. With time, she could regenerate everything, but if her head, or more specifically, her brain, was lost or damaged, she would lose all her memories, and he didn't want that to happen to her. Doing his best to mitigate the damage that was being dealt to Laura's body, Alex shielded her and ran like hell over the 10-meter distance at the top of the wall while trying to dodge the energy weapons that were being shot at him. By the time he reached the end of the path, all that was left of Laura's body was her heart and her head. Alex decided to prioritize protecting her head over other parts, and that caused quite a bit more damage to her body. Though he was finally out of the main danger as he jumped over the wall and scaled down to the ground. Weird, Alex noticed that the grunt robots that had been shooting him were also gone. Let's get out of here first. Alex didn't think about it and decided to run to one of the empty bunkers that he'd run into on his way here. He made sure to try his best to reduce his presence and use camouflage to its fullest on the way there. He hoped that he wouldn't run into any abomination, at least not yet. He may be an untiring symbiote, but this extreme situation in the Bastion had tired him out mentally, and Alex just wanted to rest for a while, which was what both he and Laura needed the most right now. After escaping, there wasn't any party that was sent after them, so Alex heaved a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Alex reached his destination. Though, he wouldn't be staying here for more than a few hours since it was too close to the Bastion for his comfort. Now what do I do with her? Alex looked over Laura's horrendous state and thought of how he would go about healing her. I have a theory about the level 3 bond. One could test it out. I'm sure that it would allow me to have more influence over her biology and might also allow me to speed up her healing by a good enough factor, Alex thought. He sealed the bunker to be safe and covered an entire room with his symbiote body, hoping that at least some of the Bastion's probing methods might fail that way. He created a bed and put Laura's body on it. Let's wake her up first. Having bonded with a few hosts already, Alex was very familiar with the human body. The extension that he'd formed around Laura's head and heart was the exact replica of her body without any difference. So even if he woke her up, she wouldn't be in any phantom pain over losing her entire body. Though she would be a little uncomfortable, since it wasn't actually her body, there would be some differences. And she would realize those differences. Alex jolted her awake since he knew that she might not wake up for a while otherwise. Ugh. Laura groaned as she woke up. She had a horrible headache and was feeling uncomfortable all over. What the hell? Laura was feeling really weird. Slowly, everything started coming back to her. Am I dead? Yeah, you died. And you brought me with you, Alex told her. Alex. She was still feeling muddle-headed. Laura. Alex was patient with her. As dangerous as their current situation was, he knew that lashing out with sarcasm wouldn't help either of them. Did we get out? She asked with an almost vulnerable touch in her voice. Yes, we did. We have a few hours to rest before we have to move. He told her. We're really out. I am free. She was wide-eyed with disbelief as she asked him again. We're free, Laura. You don't have to worry, I told you I could get you out of that place. And I kept my promise. As an empathetic being, Alex was deeply feeling all of Laura's emotions and was being infected by her feelings of relief, joy, and utter happiness that she was feeling at being freed from her hellish prison. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. She couldn't help but tear up as she felt overwhelming emotions take over. Shush, Alex conveyed the feeling of rubbing her back and running his fingers through her hair as he tried to soothe her. He was also affected by her emotions and felt all of her emotions deeply. 50. Merging. Laura tried to wipe her tears with her hands as she brought up her arm to her face, but that's when she noticed something weird. Alex, my body feels different. She furrowed her brows as she felt uncomfortable in her own body. Although Alex was able to trick her nerves so that she doesn't feel any phantom pains, her conscious mind was still able to recognize that her hand wasn't the same as it should be. Don't panic. He wanted her to know that something big was coming. Alex, what's going on? She had a skeptical undertone in her voice. Your entire body was destroyed as we escaped. I've currently formed the equivalent of a prosthetic for you while tricking your nerves so that you don't feel any phantom pain. He told her quickly, expecting her to react negatively. Oh, her reaction was very lackluster. She just blinked a few times in surprise. That's it. Alex was expecting much more. I'm not going to cry about it. My old man was able to recover his entire body after it was destroyed once, I'm sure that I can do it too. It's probably just going to take a lot of time, she said. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you aren't freaking out. And yes, you will regenerate with time. But there's a problem. We don't have a lot of time, especially not a week to wait until you heal up. I need to speed up your healing process. Though the good thing is that you've most probably lost whatever tracker they'd implanted in you. Alex told her. Surely it won't take a week. Laura knew her healing factor and it should have been better than that. Sadly it will. Whatever they did in that facility by regularly extracting your bone marrow, impaired your healing factor. The ability is basically stunted and needs to be fixed. I can see some external influence in this. They probably injected you with something to suppress your healing factor. He informed her of his diagnosis. Fuckers, Laura's face got that vengeful look again. Calm down. You can do your revenge shtick later. I have to expedite your healing. I can also fix the problems with your healing factor. Okay, and how are you going to do that? Laura understood that this was the real reason that he was talking to her. If it could have been done without asking her, then he would have already done it. I need to merge with your skin, he told her. This is what he'd come up with for the level 3 bond. Forming an intricate connection with her body by individually merging with every single cell of her skin. The current bond only allowed him to perform a superficial level of modifications to her biology, at least when compared to what he would be able to do when merged with her skin. I don't think that's safe. She didn't seem to like the idea of having Alex merge into her skin. You won't become some kind of alien. When I say that I'll merge with your skin, I mean that the symbiotic connection that I have with you will be deepened as I focus on your skin. It won't change a thing about your biology or your looks. You sure? She asked again. Positive. Nothing will go wrong. I'll be able to increase the speed of your healing and I'll also be able to enhance your abilities in a better manner. He told her with confidence. Fine, I agree. Laura was still a little apprehensive but she agreed since she knew that they were on the clock and her current situation wasn't exactly very good. Good. Now relax, and close your eyes. He told her in a soothing tone as black tendrils started covering her head. It wasn't exactly comforting, but Laura didn't say anything. She knew that it was necessary. She'd developed at least enough trust in Alex to know that he didn't want to harm her. Otherwise, he could have escaped easily after abandoning her. He could have joined up with another citizen and easily disappeared. He wasn't the one that the robots were after. She felt a black, latex-like texture covering her skin, at least the skin that she knew was her own. It went over her cheeks, nose, eyes, and ears and soon covered every inch of skin that was left over. Soon, she felt something invading her ears. Alex. She was startled as she felt something invading her ear canals. Stay calm. I'm with you. He soothed her and felt her calm down a little as he continued gently invading her ear canals. He did the same with her nose and tiny tendrils soon entered her nose too. He was directly giving her the required air that she needed for her brain to survive right now. He decided to keep talking to her for a while since this process was going to take time. Talking would, without a doubt, calm her down. Are you suffocated? No, her tone was almost dreamy. It was due to the high-quality oxygen that Alex was supplying to her. He'd filtered the air to have the necessary elements but removed every polluted particle. Laura was feeling a little oxygen high right now. I'll first merge with the skin cells of your head so that I can start guiding your healing factor. What do you mean? She asked, still in that dreamy tone. Think of your healing factor as an instinctual ability of your body. Its task is to regenerate anything and everything to its correct state. The main force that guides its actions is your genome. It acts like a blueprint for your body and makes sure that your body is healed in the correct spots and doesn't develop any mutation like a third arm or something. He told her as he massaged her cheeks. His tendrils also started invading her mouth, forcing it open. At this point, Laura was feeling completely exposed to Alex. Even though all she had was her head, there wasn't a single orifice that wasn't being invaded by Alex right now. How are you going to interfere? Laura was curious about how Alex was going to speed up her healing. As weird as she was feeling tight now, she was using talking to him to distract herself from all those weird sensations. Alex's symbiote body finally started merging with her skin, making Laura feel a sense of euphoria at whatever spot he merged with her. As he merged with the skin on Laura's cheeks, she felt a fiery sensation for a few moments before feeling like some lost part of herself had merged back into her. There was no foreign feeling during the merger as Alex massaged her skin and kept merging with her each skin cell. After I'm done merging with the skin on your head, I'll be able to communicate with your ability to push it forward. As I said, it's an instinctual process and with time, as it gets familiar with healing certain parts, those parts will be healed faster. My external influence is also going to do that. I'm going to force it to move quicker. He gave her a simplified gist of her ability. I see. Laura wasn't in much of a state to talk after that since she was feeling every single sensation very vividly. Each part that Alex merged with gave her a sense of euphoria that was hard to describe for her. Soon, he was done with all of her external skin and the tendrils that had made themselves comfortable in her ear canals started to merge into her skin. Even though she was completely unable to speak, it didn't stop her from moaning mentally. The merger with her ears was very different since her ears were a sensitive spot for her and the feeling of euphoria that she felt after that merger was a little overwhelming. Not to mention that she hadn't felt any pleasure in years. She was too prideful to pleasure herself in front of those scientists that didn't even have the decency to let her wear a full set of clothes. Alex was sure that if her body was actually functioning, she would be convulsing with an overwhelming orgasm, right now. But that didn't stop him, he kept going as the tendrils merged with her nose and the inside of her mouth. After this, Alex could passively provide Laura with the air that she needed, and she could even breathe normally underwater. Alex was developing a new ability that would allow him to share matter among two of his bodies. With that, he could passively assist Laura's breathing even if she was in a completely oxygen-deprived environment, like space. Own skills: superhuman-grade physique creation, 35 tons, enhanced sixth sense biological manipulation, basic lightning manipulation, weak magic affinity, lesser heat and sound resistance, basic matter transmission, incomplete, advanced energy transmission, camouflage, host enhancement, devour copy. Basic matter transmission, incomplete, allows the symbiote to share a singular element at a time between all of its bodies. Creates a shared central storage area to contain those transferable elements. Alex had the ability to make changes to his system as he wished. It was less of a cheat and more of a status manager for him at this point, as he determined. The whole using EP to buy new powers wasn't exactly useful to him. He would rather use the EP to strengthen his own abilities. Getting new powers was as easy as devouring someone with that power. As he discovered more things about himself, he added more and more abilities to the system panel. It allowed him to manage and quantify everything very well. He'd come up with the idea to make basic matter transmission after quantifying an innate ability that he had as a symbiote. Advanced energy transmission allows the symbiote to share any kind of energy between all of its bodies. Creates a central shared storage to contain all those energies separately. Currently available energies in the central storage: chaos energy, mana, biological energy, EP, biological energy, stamina, electric energy. Sorry for the late update. I was out watching John Wick, Chapter 4. It's a damn good watch.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get: an unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.